Hello, and welcome to the Voice of the Realm. We're here back with more coverage of Realms Collide 2, The Burning Darkness, and we're starting today with... we're starting today with your two hosts, Alvaro Sanchez and Richard Garcia.
It's true, but we also have a match today that we're starting with, as you probably heard, a rupture. And no, that was not a rupture about me going on a rant about how much I love Dota 2. Instead, it was the rupture from Blood Seeker.
Yeah. What was our true rupture, or some would call it just the jarring effect, was that awful segue.
Well, you know what I mean.
Today's match, talk about awful though.
Speaking of fantastic, we have draft.
You have draft.
We have a draft, ladies and gentlemen.
Today's match will actually be quite interesting because we get to watch Omega Gaming for
The second time,
yeah.
I believe.
I believe is the second time that we watch it, but this time it's against a Peruvian team. Last time was against a Brazilian. Bolivia versus Peru, always really fun to watch that. As Omega have some of the new blood, coming into Dota. It's always nice to see new regions coming up. It was really nice in SCA to watch Motivate Trust particularly, and to also watch 496, right? To really bring up the Vietnamese and the Thai regions. And similarly, I'm really happy to see Omega Gaming starting to make their name,
I always thought, I get the comparison, right? I don't want to say not well-represented countries, but 496 in particular, they were always around in some form or another.
Yeah.
My understanding was always that the Bolivian Dota is a bit newer than, for example, 496 and the Vietnamese to the scene.
You're not wrong, but
I understand the comparison, though.
yeah, you're not wrong, but it's hard to say actually because a lot of teams have existed from Ecuador, Chile, and Bolivia. Particularly these three countries. I've casted them particularly in open qualifiers and close qualifiers. But open qualifiers in South America are quite brutal, right? They're best of ones most of the time. So winning a best of one, especially against teams that are particularly known for playing aggressive or playing weird lineups, not the easiest thing, right? And it wasn't until a team started getting consistent invites like Omega, which started getting consistent invites into tournaments, that they actually could improve. Because if you're only playing open qualifiers, you have to wait essentially for the opens, and you play that, and then 3 months you don't play.
No,
So
I get that.
it's really tough to say, was there even a team before? Maybe.
Well, not to say that there wasn't a team.
What?
I think we saw 496 in some local regional events. That's hard.
Which Omega doesn't get the chance to because they're Bolivian. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. So no, again, not to diss or I know that you weren't trying to diss Omega whatsoever.
I was just
more commenting on the state on why I'm so happy to see them do well now, because it's a well-deserved invite, and it's nice to see these teams to come up. They're also partially Peruvian, by the way. Dark Mago and Panda are both Peruvian.
Yeah, the majority though are going to be Bolivian at 3, hence the flag on the banner in game. Unknown. Oh, did you see that, ladies and gentlemen? He had sneezed on me.
I found the mute button this time.
Holy moly!
I'm so proud of myself.
Did not sneeze on me.
Look at these rules.
Wow, impressive. Well, we'll see. Omega. Wow, it's 2 for 2. It's amazing. He sneezes in triplets though, so he's gonna get one more. But the ET
Don't like twins.
is gonna be. Do you know any triplets?
No.
Do you know any triplets?
Yeah.
Really?
One triplet.
Wow.
Well, I don't know them. I knew them when I was a child.
Yeah, that counts. That's what I'm saying.
They were 3 blonde British girls, and actually quite different. I think, what is it when they're not genetic?
Fraternal.
Fraternal. Yeah.
Yeah, I was really good friends with some twins that were pretty identical. They were both amazing athletes as well. They were both the best cross country runners in our high school. They could run a mile in under 5 minutes.
These twins were also very impressive. Incredibly smart girls. They could read before I could even speak English.
And I never met a triplets. I got a bunch of twins in my family, but never met any triplets.
You know what also really likes twins is Bloodseeker, because he loves the Flayed twins particularly.
That's a really good one. I was gonna say I always used to confuse Windrunner and Ench when I started playing Dota.
Did you actually?
Well, yeah, when I literally started playing Dota, right? Because they both attack really fast. They both have green
in Dota
skin
1 they
and
were
red
quite
hair.
different, because Ench was purplish.
Oh.
Because Dryads were Dryads had a really pale skin color, now that I think about it. Anyway, Bloodseeker, Enchantress, and Windranger, the picks for Omega. They're going to go for the Windranger 4. I mean, they can still play Windranger mid. Dark Mago likes that. It's a bit of a flex pick, but we have seen Windranger 4 a lot by this team, taking one from Infamous Draft. But it's pretty good, honestly. Their lanes are solid. I think the Windranger Bloodseeker lane is really good because it's a reliable stun that's targeted, and you don't really need more than 0.75 seconds. So even if you don't hit the shackle shot, it's fine. That still sets up for the blood, right, which is really nice. Enchantress secures whatever lane you have for your carry, so you already have really strong side lanes, which is important because you also have last pick, right? So last pick secures your mid lane, And you've already established really strong side lanes. Unknown, they also have decent side lanes, but because they pick the Elder Titan Mars so early, they can get countered by the Enchantress, which is going to be able to dispel that Elder Titan buff. So I'm kind of setting for Omega. It seems like they're both going for that early game, but Omega is just doing a bit better.
Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say right now that's the danger of picking ET in the first phase. You always leave yourself open to an Ench. You're never gonna really want to be banning out an Ench. It's not like she's this amazing offlaner like she used to be, being picked every single time.
Yeah, but they banned some heroes that are more like comfort picks, like Konka or Juggernaut, that I think you could have swapped for the Ench, honestly, just to secure your lane. Yeah, I see your point, though. I would usually not ban an Ench, but considering the bans that Unknown has gone for, which are mostly comfort bans, I would ban the Ench instead. Ban more for the meta than the comfort. Yeah, and the Spectre, I was actually not... I mean, I didn't mention this, but I was thinking, yeah, probably Enchanter Spectre, quite a popular lane these days. It's either Enchanter Spectre or Crystal Maiden Spectre. Spectre's super powerful as a carry, and it's a great lane to secure, because Enchantress actually brings a lot of harassment to the lane. She's not just a lane securer. She, like Crystal Maiden, she actually pushes people out of the lane, particularly the off-laner, and Spectre is really, really hard to beat in lane.
Yep, very much, especially because, of course, once you get more and more levels into the dispersion, and she can go ahead and heal you up, and then that translates into more survivability and more damage, which is the same reason why I used to see Warlock and Spectre in the same lane all the time.
Exactly.
But of course,
Healing
Warlock
is great for Spectre.
Yeah, Warlock can't really harass shit out of the lane.
Yeah.
He just kind of heals, and every now and then, maybe if there's a catapult wave, he can actually threaten your life if he gets the fatal bonds onto you in the catapult. Whereas the Ench is going to constantly just tick you down, especially as a Mars probably ET. They're going to struggle against the Ench, the two melee laners. Although the ET does have some kill potential if the Ench messes up, but again, it's just going to have to be just be smart on the enchant. He brings back the buff. Just enchant it off of him.
They should deal well with the Spectre, to be honest, because Spectre does not do well against this lane. But the thing about Spectre is that even in bad lane, she gets just a bit of farm always, the Spectral Dagger. And if you're a good Spectre, you're going to be playing around the map, playing around the trees and using your phase to evade hits. So it's, especially against melee laners, she's particularly okay. She won't get the most farm in the world, but that's fine. And Enchantress will still be able to harass you, which is important. After all, when you pick a Spectre, you don't want to secure that lane, because you want to secure the rest so they can actually snowball and you can get haunt kills. So what's more important is to make sure that the offlaner doesn't have an easy lane that you can snowball, because Mars can totally do that, right, if you give him that. Another combo I absolutely hate, which is the Mars Void combo. Yeah. However, you do have two supports that bring a lot of damage in both the Arena Blood and the Chrono, with the Earth Splitter and the Freezing Field, so I'm not too opposed to this time.
I think this is fine.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's fine.
It can be fun. I agree with you. Sometimes the teams, they still like to stack the ultis and they just don't work. I think in the early game, we're going to need the Mars to be doing the bulk of the damage. Maybe Faceless Void can just get involved for a kill without Chronosphere. That might not be necessary.
Or just go for the Mask of Madness build and go for the support kill with Chrono or whatever.
No, I don't think I would like to see that. I think instead we can play around the Mars and we can just play a Scaling Void, maybe even a Battle Fury, just to consider it. Just because I think Mars is going to be having a lot more kill potential with the ulti. Throwing a Chrono in there early on is going to be easier said than done. I don't know how well that's going to work. That's where we get to see a lot of the problems. Instead, I'd like to see Faceless Void go maybe for a bit of a greedy, farmy build, and then you can eventually start to join team fights once the Arena of Blood starts falling off. You have Mars then transition to try and go on the backliners instead of trying to always catch cores in the arena, and then Faceless Void instead is going to pick up where Mars left off. I think that's what I would like to see here.
I see your point. The only concern I have with that plan is that the Faceless Void lane versus Bloodseeker, or in general, the matchup versus Bloodseeker is a bit tough if you don't go for the MOM.
It is.
MOM is particularly useful against Bloodseeker because you're able to man-fight him, essentially, right? When he blood rights you or even ruptures you, you're kind of vulnerable to Bloodseeker. And Bloodseeker is really useful against Void because until you get BKB, you blood right the area and then the Chrono, and he pretty much can't go in, right? And because in this case, actually, blood right taking so long is actually kind of good for you because the Void has to really make the split-second decision of, do I leave so I don't get silenced, or do I stay here and guarantee the kill? And honestly, that is choice that you have to take in a split-second decision usually messes them up even more, and they don't take either effective choice, and they just get hit and also don't kill the target. So I like this. I think that Omega right now has a better draft, to be honest with you, and I think the Void might have to play a bit early just to be able to mitigate this. I want to see what their mid laner is, though. They've banned most of the consistent mid laners. I really like the Lash, actually. That's just pretty solid.
I don't know if they can play early, though. They need a Dispel for the Windrunner. They need a break for the Spec. I mean, it could be a support Windrunner, in which case it's not that important, I guess.
Wait, if you go for the Lash here, the Blade Mail Spectre might just kill you.
Yeah.
All right, so DP is gone, Void Spirit's gone, Ember's still in the pool. No, Ember's all gone too.
Yeah.
Kunkka's also been left. So it's TA or Lesh if you want to secure your lanes.
Storm. Is
You could. No, Storm is also banned.
Yeah. That's what I
You're out of consistent mid laners. Like you
Yeah.
really don't have a mid laner that's kind of secure to play.
IK Kunkka is
No, he's also gone.
Yeah, first ban by unknown.
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. I mean, like, because Lesh is not the best, because Bloodseeker can also go for Blade Mail this game, right? You can actually have Blade Mail and Bloodseeker and Spectre pretty easily.
Maybe a Riki.
Yeah, I don't mind a Ricky. But Bloodseeker. Okay, this is Lesh.
I don't like it.
Like,
Yeah.
the thing about Lesh is that I can see why they pick him. He's probably the safest pick because he can win his lane. He has damage in the chrono. Like, the synergy within your team is clear, and he's also not bad in general against Spectre and Bloodseeker. The one thing is that Blade Mails, honestly.
Yeah,
They can
yeah.
both go for Blade Mail, and Lesh will kill himself every single time.
Yep, pretty much. Yeah, Spectre, of course, gets to stack that damage as well. We don't have the greatest Silver Edge builder in this game. Faceless Void, he has
He's
to a
okay.
little bit go. Yeah, but he has to deviate
Well-
from his build, right?
Ooh, wow. Fuck you, Lesh, then. I mean, sorry. Wow, that Pugna. They went hard there. So they punished the only part of Lesh that's pretty good, which is his laning stage, right? In this game particularly. You will punish that really hard with Pugna. You'll deal a lot of damage in the mid game as well against him. You deal well with the Chrono or with the Arena Blood. They're going to have to rely on Lesh, Crystal Maiden, and Elder Titan to deal damage. But the thing is, Spectre's particularly good against doing that, right? If your damage in the Chrono comes from the support, Spectre will just get rid of them. That's the whole point of the Haunt. So I think Omega's draft is actually really good. I'm going to side with Omega. I love the draft. It's very, very well thought out. I think Unknown has a lot of issues to solve in this draft. The execution, though, can save him, but it's much, much harder to execute for Unknown than Omega.
Yep, it's much harder just to take a contrarian take. They could snowball like crazy out of the laning stage. It's possible, but it's really difficult.
I would even argue they have weaker lanes, to be honest with you.
They do, but if they can somehow win them, though, I mean, you're going to have 2-3 people in the jungle for Omega.
Yeah, the
What do
mid
you-
match
what do
was
you-
particularly important as well, because if Lush can tank up before the Blade Mills come up, he can also prevent that. He gets in early yulls and everything, so it's not impossible, right?
It's not.
I don't think it's an out draft. I wouldn't go that far, but I do favor Omega's draft because especially it's just easier to execute. They also have really fast tempo this draft, which I think Spectre can actually adapt to if you go for a Blade Mill into Manta style build, and it works out. So, go Bolivia. They did really well.
Indeed. We have a message from our sponsor today. We have sponsors back, don't
Who's
we?
our sponsor today? Yeah, we do.
Epulse.
It's Epulse.
There is no Lich on this draft, but make sure you follow us on Twitch
No, dude, it's
so you can.
if you look at the draft, there is no Lich, but you always make sure to drop a follow on Twitch.
you always lose the radio voice. It's incredible. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. We got our casters now live. Well, one of them, as always, for the first game of the day. Alvaro has not yet joined the Discord. Sorry, I make that the team speak, but he will be here momentarily. You're gonna get to hear the little text-to-speech lady announce his entry. We'll see how long it takes for him to notice that he's not yet in the game. And while we're talking about production mistakes, let me go make sure all the people watching in Dota TV can hear me. Hello, how's it going? Bom dia. Buenos dias to everyone here as we have our traditional SA pause right as we get underway here. As we'll be getting underway with our first match. Omega versus Unknown. Alvaro has still not realized that he has yet to join the Discord.
User entered your
There he goes, right on cue. I'm sure he was speaking many things into the microphone.
I cannot confirm nor deny that, though I was wondering why you were so quiet.
Yes. He's like, have we started the show yet?
Why is Richie, Seek and Strike not speaking to me? Richie's the radio host. Different.
Richie's the radio host. I don't like that guy. He can't rhyme. And
I
to be
know.
honest, that is just a major crime.
I'm glad. I'm glad that you took that in stride.
Oh yeah.
Good job.
Well, what can I say? If I said that I was offended, that I would have lied.
Is that you still trying to rhyme?
Well,
oh,
I
'cause
rhymed with stride.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, kudos for you. Great. You can be the new Shakespeare, dude. You can be the American
There we go.
Shakespeare.
I'm gonna speak. You know that Secret Strike. He's a saucy boy.
Yeah, this is his favorite line. What I love about Shakespeare that is very venerated is that whenever he couldn't rhyme a word, instead of just going, let me find like the most clever. No, I just gonna make up a word, and then that's gonna be part of the English dictionary since I'm the best author of all time.
Yeah.
And people just went with it. I wish I was as powerful as he did, man.
What's his name? Shakespeare. He is credited with the creation of the word, for example, swag. He invented that word.
Actually, that's true. Yeah,
that is true. That's what our.
Not the modern meaning though. More like the swagger.
Yeah,
like
the swagger.
swagger
Yeah, I think that was how someone would walk, right? But that was how our English teacher at the time was like, yeah, see, books are cool. Shakespeare, he invented swagger. And we're like, okay.
My teacher, when he told us, like, yeah, books are cool. Shakespeare went around, like, fucking everyone. Like, this man, woo! He used to tell poems, like, on the spot, and he would have, like, just go around. This guy was a womanizer. And I'm like, oh, okay. Bit of a misogynist take, teacher, there, but okay, I'll take it.
Yeah, you had all the people in the Globe Theater standing in the standard-only section that would be jeering during his plays as well. Very interesting time. Very interesting time to be a poet. But anyway, already getting in here, of course, our first essay pause. We didn't get a single one yesterday, so of course we were in for a bit of a longer one today. As you could see, 30 minutes past the game start time, and we're only 1 second in. That's an essay Dota, isn't it?
Yeah, you gotta do the pause at the beginning. I love it because we saw the pause against 4Zoomers, and halfway 4Zoomers like reason, you know, because they don't understand the essay pause. However, here between these two teams, they don't even ask each other things. They just go, okay, just go and ready, you know. When are you ready? Let's go.
It's just a Robbie Star, you know. That's really all it is.
Yeah. No, I gotta side with Sadboy on that one though. It should be like just courtesy to just go, hey, you know, internet problems.
Internet problems. Just hey, net.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all. I agree. I agree. Not to call him out for that. Of course, he's just doing his job, right?
Yeah, he's just. I think it's right to start to putting that in the essay mindset, right? Because I have seen this also in like LANs. They'll pause regardless because they're so used to it. They're like, wait, we don't actually have connection issue. Oh, okay. And they all pause immediately.
We can reconnect.
Yeah.
It was like the good old puppy pause or the envy pause when they kind of got out drafted and they're like, oh, 1 second. You go, oh, really? what are you discussing over there?
No, I don't think they were the worst offenders. I think that they were not that bad. I have seen some true tactical pauses, though.
It's the meme, though. You know, it's the meme.
Yeah.
We'll see here, though. On Omega, they've only played one series. This is their second series overall. They're currently in 6th. Of course, you need to be in the top 8 of 12 here to be moving on into the playoffs. It's still a little bit early to really be thinking about this, especially because after I said Omega's only played one. But Unknown, this is going to be their 3rd match. They're currently 1-1 or 0-1-1, or they've drawn one and also lost one. So a win here, at least another draw, is going to put them in an okay spot here moving forward.
Okay, so apologies for that misinformation that our radio host gave you, not the second match. All right, nice to see. We're still going to see the. I mean, we have a lot of comfort picks here for Omega, which is nice. We didn't really speak about this, right? But Oscar, he loves the Bloodseeker. I think it's his favorite hero together with the Underlord. The Wind Ranger for INS, he picks this almost every game, honestly. And Mingate also particularly loves playing the Spectre. I like that they went for the offensive try, but Unknown, they figured this out in time, and they avoid the Spectre. Really smart there here. Because Spectre versus Faceless Void is actually a pretty decent lane for Spectre, especially if you put him in a tri lane, right? You have a much better tri lane than the enemy team. So they even show Wage like, oh, this is Faceless Void. He's gonna come here, I swear. Just give me a second. But it's actually the Mars, of course. And they even avoid the Elder Titan versus Enchantress match.
Exactly. That's what I was gonna comment on. That's the big one as well.
Yeah. The Bloodseeker though, giving him the safe lane. Honestly, it's almost impossible to beat him this lane, just because the nature of the Bloodseeker, right? He can always get farm. He's not gonna kill you, or he's definitely not gonna stop you from farming, but he's still gonna get farm. So, especially with the safe lane, he has a lot more shenanigans he can do with the jungle creeps.
And Drakil's like, hate this lane. 2 spells onto me, I'm already 1/3 HP. Screw that. Healing salve up behind the trees. That's now Panda and INS, just, you know, hitting them with a few spells.
Yeah, I like that they're not completely breaking their tri-lane. I think if you're already giving Bloodseeker an okay lane, there's no need for you to help him. Like, he's not supposed to be that aggressive. He's just supposed to get experience from the lane. And this way, you also stop the Mars from zoning.
Did you see Bidna there? He used the Time Walk there to perfectly dodge the Blood Right, because you are invulnerable during that.
Yeah, nice, well played. Because the point here is you're trying to stop the tempo of the Mars. If the enemy team only relies on Leshrac, then you're gonna have quite a huge advantage. Because again, Blade no counters him, and Dark Mago should have an okay lane against him. And now they finally rotate the Wind Ranger. Once you've harassed the Mars enough, you want to get experience to the top lane. And you're going to get the lane I was talking about earlier, which is Bloodseeker plus Wind Ranger. Pretty strong lane, honestly. Even if you're up against an Elder Titan, pretty strong lane.
Yep. Indeed. We're going to have plenty of mana, though, for ET, of course, with the Arcane Aura to just constantly be sending out the Spirit like he really wants to do. There he goes. He's even got the creep wave there, too. So more than a DD rune here. He's really hitting quite hard with the Stable Gun. Just a value point there. He might even do well, to be honest, to get a point in the natural order just to really start chunking through Oscar.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's important to get the stomp here early on, too.
Yeah, I agree. The one thing I don't love in this case is that now you actually give the Elder Titan the purpose to stay here in the bottom lane, because now he has 2 heroes who can actually leech out the damage out from. I don't know if that's going to help stabilize the Bloodseeker's lane or just going to make your lanes over a little bit harder, to be honest. I like the idea of the tri-lane a bit better, but okay. It's like, look at Yadomi, he's just chunking INS, and you don't have Windrun just yet, which was great in the top lane, but was really weak in this bottom lane. You need 1 point in Windrun just to deal with ET.
Yep. Definitely. Top lane, of course, you can always go, they got God's Rebuke and still, you know, Freezing Field, not Freezing Field, rather Frost Nova. There's just so much,
Nova.
magic damage. Crystal Nova, thank you.
Frost Nova is the Lich one.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Good damage here until you don't mean. Down bottom, they're going to silence him up, but he's still just a little bit too strong. Had the Spirit buff as well.
Oh, no, it's Frost Blast now.
Frost Blast.
I'm a Warcraft 3 person, I'm sorry.
I've never heard of that game before in my life.
Stop saying that. You played it with me, particularly.
I did. That's true. I did. I played Omni Knight.
What? Okay.
I was the
paladin.
Onion.
Oh yeah. We got him to play the first mission where he has to kill all the humans, or sorry, he has to kill the orcs that are enslaving humans.
Oh, I killed the humans.
Yeah, he did. He did kill the humans.
I denied all of them.
Yeah. I was like, stop. That's not good. Like, stop denying them. This is not Dota, please. You're just murdering them. That's what it's called. I'm afraid that one day you'll do that in your real life. And you'll be like, oh, I just denying them. I'm securing the farm.
No, there's plenty of memes like that, of course. Yeah, okay, they're going to try again for ET. He's just going to stand his ground and maybe punch Oscar, though. He's got 2 stick charges. Oscar in some trouble. They actually hit him with a time dilation that they've taken a point in, so the slow there is going to be enough. ET will die underneath the tower. Meanwhile, middle lane as well as top lane, it's all been popping off, too. 3 kills in favor of Unknown, all for the ET. A DD rune now in the bottle of Robo Z. Oof. Hard start there for Omega. They all just popped off at once.
Yeah, not very good idea to do that in the bottom lane, not gonna lie. Like, I know Bloodseeker has pretty decent stats, particularly a great armor early on, but you already give the ET the damage. Just avoid him while he has the damage, right, and go for the kill afterwards. I think they thought they were trying to bait him, but they weren't. Right? ET knew his strength much more than you did. He even had a magic stick to heal halfway through that, so not the best of ideas. Mid lane, I was not expecting Dark Mago to die alone to Roboceta. I'm very surprised by that one, honestly. No points in Netherward, by the way, which they can be said. Sometimes you get a point in Netherward against intelligence laners. Panda in the top lane, nice little stump, saving his life here with Spectral Dagger to ensure that they can't chase after him, but they do take the bounty runes, and they should be able to take... Oh, they actually can take all 4 here for Unknown.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so never mind. Unknown got the perfect scenario. They're going to win these lanes very hard with this. And they can snowball this game really, really hard.
Oh, they're going to get another kill top lane. However, that's going to be somewhat helpful to maybe try and slow this one down a little bit. Make sure your Spectre can at least have the farm experience and levels to continue farming. Of course, first item, just straight into the Blade Mail. It's just too useful as we finally have a point in the Windrun and a disconnect out from our Pugna.
At the same time.
At the same
Get
time.
the point in the Windrun. Bye-bye, Dark Mago. Okay, we can continue.
Adios.
Adios,
Hasta luego.
Yeah, I think the Omega choice to go for the dual lane might have made their lanes considerably harder, honestly, and gave Unknown the fighting chance for this laning stage. Because, I mean, the mid lane, I'm not gonna lie, I was expecting Leshrac to do decently against Pugna, but not this well. This is a much better lane than I was expecting. Top lane, yes, they secured some farm for Mingate, but because they're not putting pressure on this top lane, Yadomi could just stay down bottom with ET and annoy a Bloodseeker, which died. And I've honestly, as a Bloodseeker, you should rarely die in the lane unless it's to get a kill onto the enemy carry, right? Like you can mostly always choose when you die as a Bloodseeker because this guy is super tanky and has nice healing. So Kind of surprised, a little bit of a mess up there. You have a lot of snowball potential now with Unknown. But the one good thing about what Omega's doing is that Mars has no farm. And he is going to be the first person to come online in a traditional draft. Even Lesh needs a bit more items.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
he does need this Yules, which is going to pretty much wreck the Pugna, though, it should be said. You know, it's either going to be used to save his own life, maybe, unless he just sets him up for a level 4 Nether Blast and a Decrepify. Actually, he's going to be able to purge off the Decrepify at the very least. But he already has the Pulse Nova here. He's got about a quarter level advantage, about maybe a third to... Actually, he's got a full level advantage over the Pugna. He's kind of killing it right now, to be honest. 7 CS more. He's got 7 more denies as well, which is a pretty big advantage here for RoboZ. So... And he's a pretty active as well on these heroes, especially on a hero that's quite mobile naturally as Lesh, 370 move speed. We might see him begin to rotate just a little bit, especially down bottom, right? Lots of damage over time, lots of magic damage to just pierce the armor here of our Bloodseeker and be extra annoying. Not that they really need help, because right now the ET is kind of creating so much space for Burna.
Yep. But as you mentioned, though, ET is going to fall off relatively soon. It's usually the first levels when you dominate, and then like the enemy team has enough stats to be able to withstand you. But Lesh should be able to rotate by then. I really like the Yule Center build, as you mentioned. I would like to see him go for Boots of Travel this game, actually, as opposed to the typical Bloodstone. Otherwise, I'd be okay with BKB too. But the Boots of Travel would be fantastic because you would stop the Pugna from pushing you hard, right? Because you'd just be able to skip the lanes nicely, and you'd also always have a TP ready for the Bloodseeker Rupture in case that happens, which is important, right?
That's a good point, yeah, because RoboZ, I mean, basically any mid laner knows this, right? But or anyone that's played Turbo in the mid lane, you leave the mid lane versus some heroes, even for a quick little kill, you're going to lose your tower, right? And that's a big concern. You can't be losing your tower this early on, as they're going to be going for a kill, not want to face this Void. Good silence there, but again, they just lack the damage. ET actually might be able to get a kill here. They didn't get the wind run off. There's going to be 2 points now in the slow. So at least they can save his life. Now 3 points in the slow. Doesn't last that long at level 1.
He's insane. Look at him just smashing INS. He goes under tower. Doesn't care if he loses his life. It's fine, honestly. Even salves. Oh, the Madman Yadomi. That was an unnecessary salve.
Trying to waste as much time as he can, but unfortunately the Thirst move speed is, you know, not going to allow him to create enough space there.
I would still say that's worthwhile, honestly, killing the Wind Ranger, putting more pressure in the bottom lane. However, now you do give Oscar a lot of freedom to hit the Void, but still was okay. You got the experience out of the kills, what you matters the most in top lane. Wish could be in trouble. They have the net. Nice little creep aggro there. Oh, the Spear of Mars stopped the Spectre from getting the last hit. But she still participates in the kill, not too bad. And notice, INS actually rotates to the top lane. Yeah, so even they realized, yeah, we should have tried Lin from the start, to be honest. We should have tried Lin to make sure the Spectre got farm.
Yeah, or at least it should have been Panda that rotated down bottom. I don't really know why it was the Windrunner, especially without a point in Windrun, especially
oh, right, because against the ET, you mean. Yeah, I see.
Yeah. So I completely agree with you, though. I mean, it was the wrong rotation to make.
The point, actually, I think the reason why they did that, if you allow me to defend them, is that the Crystal Maiden wasted her TP to go top, but ET did not waste his TP to go bottom, right? So they knew that ET still had a TP, and if Enchantress wastes her TP to go bot, ET just goes top and they Twilight and they crush you, right? So I think that's why I think it was they wanted the Enchantress to always be able to match the ET if he tries to do shenanigans, while the Wind Ranger was definitely much more of a sacrificial
that makes sense.
That to me is the logic, which is why I kind of understand their
But
play.
then both lanes are hard instead of just one lane, though.
I know. Blade Mill and Mingate already finished, by the way, so it's difficult to hit him, and he actually almost kills Drakeel. The Blade Mill finishes him off. Well played, Mingate, but in comes the Chrono. Berna wants to finish off this poor Spectre. Quite tanky. He still has Magic Wand. Mingate, where are you gonna go? Hunt! And she gets away for now. She's trying to confuse the enemy. Bloodright comes in. They're gonna go for Berna first. Berna will die to the power shot, which is will. Both taken down by the power shot. Beautiful power shot, Yadomi. They have a stomp. They cannot stop this Echo Stomp, but Yadomi needs the extra movement speed right now from the Spirit. They set up the Bloodright, condition him to go outwards, and immediate disconnect by Dark Mago. We have Stomp on the Center Conqueror. Oh, but he only has 2 more seconds left, so he's not going to be able to get it.
Yeah.
I think Yadomi might survive this.
Yeah, he's going to live. He's going to get a bunch of move speed as well here. Yep. He's going to be fine. As long as he dodges this Bloodright, because if he gets hit by the Bloodright, he's going to take way too much damage. And Asuka's going to get the Thirst movement speed, but he should totally be fine. He should be fine. Famous last words.
I gotta say that that was a really impressive play, particularly by Mingate. That shows why Spectre's one of his favorite heroes, right? The choice. First of all, I really like that he understood the importance of Blade Mail this game, and he went for Blade Mail before even finishing boots, right? Or even getting any sort of like items, you know, like bracers or wraith bands, whatever you want to get there. Nope, just go straight Blade Mail. He had it enough in time so the Mars could not really attack him. Really smart, and the usage of the Haunt there to just confuse him, right? Taking advantage of the power shot. Also, what a power shot by INS. I can't believe he actually skewered in a shish kebab to both Bernard and Wish.
Oh, I like that. The shish kebab. Yeah. Yeah, no, he totally
fan.
did. That was
I miss
impressive.
my Arabic food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to have
Malaysians, you gotta up your game. In the,
I had an Algerian chef who's made some fantastic food.
Oof, Algeria has some great food, dude.
Lots of
Amazing
really
food.
tasty mutton.
Yep.
We had a good lamb burger. That was amazing.
I can imagine, dude.
A lamb burger with some like southern Louisiana influence. Ooh, so tasty. Good soul food. Who knew that lamb could be good soul food?
Right? Yeah. No,
You-
but
You get some mac and cheese on the side of that. Ooh, now I'm hungry, Albo.
ooh, I can see that.
Ah,
North African soul. I can imagine that being quite nice. Yeah. Very tasty. Very tasty. If you guys have never had a taste of like the North African cuisine, we recommend it very much so. Yeah, very good.
Anyway, RoboZ though, he's still doing quite nicely overall. They've yet to actually be able to get a kill onto him. They can rotate quite nicely on over. Or at least just slow down his farm, right, simply by rupturing him, but he just kind of has to leave, otherwise he'll die. Well, actually, I don't really know. And in fact, this might be a good game for Ags, to be honest, here for RoboZ, now that I think about it. Just because you have a lot of heroes that want to be around you. There's the concern of, well, if you build Ags, they're just going to build to another Blade Mail, right, and you die. But it's also pretty good damage, right? You're invulnerable to the damage if you Yules yourself. Maybe you can wait out the the problem is, of course, the Axe is uncontrollable damage, even more uncontrollable damage for Lesh, which is not fantastic against a double blade Mail. But you can imagine a game where they're going to be chasing him a lot here, basically all 5 heroes looking to run at him, right? So he can be doing a lot of passive damage. So there's a scenario in which I can understand the desire to build Axe, but in the end, I think it's just going to get him killed way too quickly.
You just need something to tank up this game, honestly, on Lesh. Like I usually don't love the rush of the Bloodstone on the Lesh. I think you might still want to go for Butcher Travel first, but regardless, I think Bloodstone is a necessity here. BKB, anything that gives you strength, honestly, so you can withstand those Blade Mills. Because I don't know what Oscar is going to... Oh, Oscar is going for Blade Mill too. Okay, so they literally... They understand, much like us, the importance of this item. And if they both go for Blade Mail, Lesh will be under... He's useless. The Yules is the best way to deal with it for now, because it makes you invulnerable, but you need a bit more than that. Because you're only going to have 2.5 seconds where you're useful, and then you'll kill yourself, right?
Lock it in, Avo. Is Unknown winning here? Or, sorry. Is...
Yeah, they'll be dying?
Is Yadomin dying?
I don't think so. I think he's going to get away.
I think he's getting away.
Let's see if we're right.
Yes.
Yes? Okay, best casters in the world. There we go. Wow.
There it is.
Confirmed.
Confirmed.
Next TI.
Next TI. I was like, I love all the tweets, basically all the esports people are making with the Donald J. Trump. I won the election. Everyone's like, I won group stage. Yeah. Arteezy's like, I am not on a cliff. Something like that.
Is that what he said?
No, of course not.
That would have been a very self-aware. Yeah. Very funny tweet. Anyway, INS is going for a Spirit Vessel this game, by the way, which I love on the Wind Ranger. Very smart, I think, this game. You might not even complete the Spirit Vessel. Might go for Earnest Shadows.
He's going to die with a haste rune. Wow.
Okay,
definitely bit off a little bit more than he could chew. Good rotations there up from the Maiden.
Yeah, he probably wasn't expecting them, right?
No.
You don't have much vision on the map, and this is actually important. Look at where the creeps are in their lanes, right? They're all the lanes are pushed for Dire, which allows them to make these kind of plays because they actually have no vision of the map. So yeah, you don't see the supports, but you don't see anyone. So yeah, you can't really make a play there in general. Now the Enchantress rotates here. They do guess this correctly. Nice Frostbite. They take the tower first, and Panda all alone against the Leshrac. Where's your Blade Mail?
Hadouken.
Yeah, RoboZ, RoboZeta. God, will just destroy him there.
Yeah, by the way, Zeta is just the letter Z in Spanish, so that's what, in case you're curious.
That's why, I'm sorry, but in my mind,
No,
I
understand. I'm just explaining it for some people who might go, what the heck is a Zeta? It's just that's the letter is.
Zeta is how the Peruvians say it, but as someone from Spain, I have to do it. So it's Zeta for me. Zeta for me.
Anyway,
Gracias.
yeah, I mean, we all saw in that last chrono, someone in chat actually just pointed it out. Faceless Void was doing about 20 damage per hit there to the Spectre, which is very painful. Obviously, he in that lane, it was pretty lethal for him, so he definitely needed to put a second point into the Time Walk, so he doesn't have the bash yet maxed, so he was just doing no damage there. And Pugna will then rotate, Empire strikes back there, Pugna strikes back, takes the tier 1 after his own tier 1 will fall, so at 10 minutes in, we have both tier 1 mid lane towers destroyed already, which is pretty much to be expected here, considering the amount of push that both mid laners have. Of course, I think now it's going to be time for the Lesh to look to rotate, and he will be looking bottom now for killing Mingate.
They're actually going for Drakeel up top with the blood, right? He actually gets the TP off, so I think he'll be okay. Oh no, never mind. Too much damage. Chrono down bottom though, attacking the Spectre, and Spectre will not be able to get out of this alive.
Couldn't even get
Took
the blade
too long
off.
to use the Blade Mill, huh? And that's the power of Mask of Madness.
Couldn't even get the blade off, just stunned. Nice control there.
Very good control, but the Mask of Madness choice on Berna, very good. I really like this idea, because you realize that Lesh cannot be your main damage source early, and you realize that also Mars cannot rotate as early, so you're going to be the damage source instead. Blood right though, with a Shackle Shot set up, he might be dead. Oh, he had a magic wand though. Very good. They kill off the Wind Ranger first, the Void needs to get away, Time Lock ready, there we go. Earth Splitter might stop Oscar. No, he barely outruns him, but the Lesh is chasing after him. He's a bit too fast. Robocita will get a kill and gets Oscar, and now they go for Yadomi, who stays behind and drawing some aggro for his team. I don't think, can Yadomi make it out of here alive? They have Enchant in a second, but they're afraid of chasing him.
Yeah, he is okay. Very beautiful dive there by Unknown. Just knowing that one on edge. Someone accidentally woke up Oscar a little bit early there, but that's okay, because they just chase him down, and they get the kill then onto Lesh, who wants to get out of there anyway. He's even got the perfect item for him. I think Faded Roach is the best item for him early on. 20 movement speed on this hero.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It makes him move at 410 already, and he is just, I mean, he can even outrun the Pugna here, who's got a very respectable move speed of 395 himself.
I love his build, by the way. Going straight for the BKB that I suggested. That's exactly what I would hope for. It gives you tank ability, allows you to survive a lot more spells, right? So most of the damage early from Omega will be mainly magical, or from spells, right?
Oh, they could get Oscar here? They do have vision of him.
It's a bit difficult with a stomp. It has to be Robocita who sets up for this. Oh, okay, Yules. There we go.
There he goes.
Nice. Splitter, can he hit? He will. And Yadomi just needs to stomp correctly. Oscar's like, I'll set up blood right, but I'm dead.
Yeah, slight. I mean, I don't want to call out the players, but slight misplay there. You always want to throw the spirit out immediately because you have so much magic damage, right? Because it is going to reduce. It doesn't matter. They got the kill anyway, but you know. I'm sure the Lesh was saying, "Hey, throw the spirit, throw the spirit, throw the spirit," you know,
because of the natural order is what Seeking Strike's referring.
The natural order, in case you're unaware, it reduces armor, but hold on, I thought they were fighting again. Yeah, Robo Z up to Mingate, and they actually get a kill. Beautiful arena of blood there, cutting them off. However, he's getting sucked off by the Pugna. Dark Mago, though, he's already got the Aether Lens, so he can suck you all the way over there.
The bird body blocked him. Drakeel cannot get away because the stupid bird, man. Wow, Panda. Nice play there, honestly. And as you mentioned, good arena of blood and good decision-making in general by Unknown, realizing immediately that was not their fight, right? But also that was mainly because Mingate didn't play mail so early, right? This time he was on point with that play mail timing. It completely stopped Unknown's initiation. And then Omega did a good job of countering that.
Yep. Indeed. So real quick to finish the point, natural order reduces your base armor and your base magic resist, but the ET himself has the armor resist, and the spirit has the magic resist on it. They used to have both. It used to be really overpowered around TI6. That's why you saw him every game. Robo Z, be careful. You're giving Thirst. Sunstrike?
Yeah, if he doesn't summon the spirit, by the way, they're both on him, in case people are confused.
Yes,
so
that's correct. When he has the buff, they're both on him.
Yeah, until he astral spirits, and then when he astral spirits, that's when they separate, right? But if you're just walking alone, your natural order would reduce both. That's why, though, particularly Leshrac is really useful, because you can put the astral spirit, he reduces magic resistance. Right?
I believe that if ET does not have the astral spirit buff, he only
it still
has...
reduces both. No,
really?
Yeah, 100%. It's when you separate it, because the whole point is that when you separate it, you can actually reduce from a distance, which is much more OP. So, we'll see now. They have Chrono. Beautiful Chrono in Arena Blood. They zone him out completely, but do they have the damage, though? They're going only for Inns, and Inns will certainly die. The Honto, and Leshrac is almost killing himself at this point. Blood right perfectly set up, even with the Rupture killing off Berna. That's 2 cores down, the most important ones, and Oscar is looking for more blood. He finds Wish freezes him. The stomp from Yadomi, and Oscar, in trouble.
so much move speed because of the Mars basically on 100 HP, but unfortunately can't use it if you're asleep. But they have lost 2 of their most important cores. Really good lockdown on the both. You know, we usually, like you were saying in the draft, don't really like to see the Mars and the Faceless Void.
Because they like damage.
Because they like damage, which they did there for sure. But they split beautifully there. You know, so kind of their ultis are a little bit anti-synergistic sometimes, but right there, they go for the backliners. Our Faceless Void on Berna goes instead for the cores. Unfortunately, the Spectre haunts in, pops the Blade Mail, and then they're both
Very
just
smart.
dead.
Yeah, that was the beautiful blade mail usage, you know, that's what I was saying earlier. If your Void doesn't have damage, Leshrac cannot really put out the damage. Nice GG tree by Inns, by the way. Really good play here, and I think Wiz should be dead. Oh, no. He tanks that. Nah, life drain. Life drain with Aether Lens, just a bit.
Just a little
Just a
life
tip.
drain.
Yep.
It's like, you know, when you get a
That's
good
dessert
milkshake
life
or a
drain.
good mango lassi and you gotta suck the last little bit up. You know, that's what that one was.
yes. When it starts to...
Yeah, when you get that
you
noise
hear
near
it.
the end. Yep. Indeed.
That's
That's
somehow
all that-
always in the movie theaters.
Yeah, when you're remember going to the movies? Good times.
Good times. Ramoceta, he is bleeding. This man, someone bring him an ambulance. Oh no!
He needs a
There's blood
plaster.
all over. Oscar can smell him, but he does get away just barely. You know, he repositions himself nicely. Arena blood, it
wow.
might be Dracul they go for. Arena blood just to zone them out. Now Oscar could be in trouble. Plate mail, and Ramoceta's like, well, that's my game. That's it. That's GG.
I guess I can't hit him. See you later.
I wouldn't honestly not even mind if some of the other heroes in this team went for Blade Mail, honestly. Like, I think it is a full Blade Mail game. You have so much uncontrollable damage and unknown. Freezing Field on Crystal Maiden, yeah, the Leshrac as a whole, Mars as a whole, all uncontrollable damage, right? It's very, very well done. I love the Blade Mail pickups. Now Dark Mago, though, is in trouble. He does set up another ward before he gets stunned, but he is quite flimsy. In comes Oscar, and they manage to almost kill Roboceta. They don't have the Arena blood, so Dracul can only spear of Mars. Roboceta will die here, and they even kill Dracul as an extra +1. Dark Mago's going for more, but he won't find Yadomi in time.
Brother, Blade Mail is murdering these guys. Let's take a look at the death summary just to see how much damage he took. 92 damage from Blade Mail, really only there. It was mostly the Blood Right.
It was the Blood Right. I mean,
Yeah.
Blood Right is also a very powerful ability against Leshrac, right? Because if you're using Yules to prevent the Blade Mail damage, so then they can just set up more Blood Right,
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
It's very easy to do. Yeah, that's why you don't want to use defensively against the Bloodseeker. What a shackle. What a shackle, dude. They kill ET because they thought it was a tree, but it turns out it's a Void who's actually bleeding away. Can they kill him today? They will be able to. Oscar, just stop running, right, when he's chasing after you, but you really can't TP there. He was on cooldown.
Can't. No, this is unfortunate.
Well played,
They are
Omega.
falling like flies here, aren't they?
Yep. They need a more coordinated plan because Omega's just running at them right now, like literally facing them and running at you, and you need a plan to try to mitigate this. You lack proper counter initiation, and your Void's not farm enough for you to actually use the Chrono offensively. You need to get out at least 1 or 2 items for that.
And Nami Gante is continuing to farm. He's got himself now the Power Treads and the Manta Style, so incredible farm here for the Spectre. He's been able to join team fights very, very effectively. Not only can the Spectre join team fights, but she can also really be useful early on, which is, you know, kind of not always the case on an early game Spectre. Usually you just join the fights and mop up the remains and get some farm where you can, right? The assist goal in particular, but she's actually getting kills here. Spectre, 2-1 and 5, which isn't bad. 18 minutes in, it's respectable.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. With this, you'll be able to take the tower in the middle lane. Tier 2 goes down. That means outposts are now available for you, which means you can properly invade the enemy jungle. And now Void's going to start to face some issues because he's only really able to farm the triangle, realistically, and they're even invading that with some wards, I believe. So they're going to just choke the Void to death this game. Roboceta walks near Mingate, Blade Mail you. Roboceta's like, nope, I've learned my lesson. I'm not going to die. Oh, okay. Shackle shot, I guess.
He's dead.
Goodbye, Mingate. Crystal Maiden was just nearby. She TPs in time. Mingate deals so much damage.
Yeah. Desolate level 3 already. I mean, it was a Maiden, right, who was getting attacked by a Spectre with Desolate level 3, so, you know, that's going to happen.
She also has Iron Talon, by the way, which is, again, probably I would argue the second best tier 1 item after Royal Jelly. So,
yeah. Yeah. I would say Royal Jelly is just below the shovel though.
Oh, Shovel is really good. Yeah, you're right. Shovel is something special, right? I think it's just out of its own category because the benefit is the occasional bounty runes, right? A bit broken. Yeah. So right now, 7k lead for Omega. They already take the Aegis, which they give to Spectre. Yeah, sure. I mean, I thought they could be the Bloodseeker, honestly, because he's the one that's going more ham than the Spectre, but sure, why not? Spectre's your carry after all. And Bloodseeker's close to his pipe, by the way. I love the choice to go for Heart of Defiance as well. I think Oscar is itemizing so well. To me, the sign of a good Bloodseeker is not really how mechanically skilled they are, because this hero can be played by a child. It's more about it's more about the itemization. The itemization is the hardest part about Bloodseeker because he's so versatile on that, and I think this game he itemized perfectly. Blade Mail into Pipe is exactly the right build this game. Really smart by Oscar.
Yep. Now, Blade Mail only actually reflects the damage you take, however, after calculations. So it's not to be an answer synergy. Of course, the barrier is so good because it's literally no damage that's being dealt. And I'm sure Oscar is aware of this, so he's probably only going to pop Blade Mail after the barrier has left, or after the barrier has absorbed the 400 magic damage that it does. It's still, of course, going to be super useful against all the physical damage that eventually they'll be doing.
It reflects before manipulation.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I must be thinking. I'm thinking of lifesteal. I'm thinking of lifesteal.
Yeah, might be. Yeah. It reflects before manipulations. Yeah. The only thing I'm honestly not certain is about the barrier. I'm not certain about that one, but it wouldn't take into account the magic resist of the pipe. But now you made me doubt about the barrier one, because I'm not so certain about that interaction. I'll be honest. But yeah, it does before manipulations, which is why the choice of pipe Blade Mail will still be really effective against Leshrac. And now Leshrac will actually deal less damage to them than he deals to himself, which is going to suck.
Yeah.
I mean, he actually has more HP at least than the Bloodseeker due to his build, but
He's got a BKB too, but of course he's still going to be vulnerable to Rupture. There he goes, 2-man Chrono though, nicely done by Bernal. They're going to get a Decrepify Hopper and a Bloodseeker, double BKB though, into the Earth Splitter now. Good route here, going to control onto Oscars. Now they're going to be able to lay into him with a double BKB. 2 cores, using a 10-second BKB there for 2 kills. Not too bad, not too good. I mean, got the still, of course, with Aegis and now Basher. Maybe considered haunting in, but against 2 10-second BKBs, he's going to go ahead and take a hard pass on that one.
Nope. The BKB really helps, of course, against this, right? So the Lush doesn't kill himself. So very, very useful. Really, really smart choice to deal with the Bloodseeker. Of course, this was without the Spectre, as you mentioned, so it's not like this game is won by any means, but it's a really valuable kill to get back into the game. Void has to be really careful, though, because Wind Ranger is looking for a kill. There we go. They missed a Shackle shot, though. Nice positioning by Drakeel to make sure he didn't get shackled there. And now they can counter-initiate. They don't have a Chrono, but they do have a nice arena of blood. The Blade Mail, though. The Lash immediately yells at himself. Mingate finally out of Blade Mail. He has no more spikes. He's still fighting, though. He has the Haunt ready. Wants to go to Botheta. Will get that kill with Dark Mago protecting him. As you say, only the first life. Can Dark Mago suck off the Mars enough? Yeah, with a Haunt. They'll go for the Crystal Maiden first. Drakeel is so low, though. He has a Shadow Amulet. He might be able to get away with it. Nope, they have vision over him. And he's going to go down. As Yadomi is the next target, Oscar just runs against Widge and might just be able to finish him off with the blood right there. We go. Nether Blast to ensure the kill. Void, though, has the BKB, starts punishing Dark Mago, and ends up pummeling him to death. Berna needs to stay still, though, as the Rupture did stop him. Oscar now in trouble. Freezing Field will also come out by Widge, and the counter initiation's good. Mingate needs to get away with Fatal Dagger. They have a run of Atos on Widge, setting up for the Frostbite. Is this enough to kill Mingate? A lot of stuns. Yadomi with the Echo Stomp. Beautiful positioning. Earth Splitter's ready a second time. Drakeel Spear of Mars. And this might just be enough. They pull him to the high ground, but it's not going to matter. Unknown takes this skill, and we'll go for the final, which is Panda, all alone, without a team. What are you going to do but die?
He D-wards. He gets a century.
Nice D-ward.
They pay quite heavily for that dive. Again, it's normally why you don't dive tier 4 towers 23 minutes in the game, even if you do have probably at the time what was an 8k net worth lead. They do get 3 buybacks out of that, but they also lose Spectre with Aegis. They lose her a second time as well, so that's going to be plenty of gold into the coffers here of Team Unknown. It's
yeah, well played.
500 gold there for the kill there onto the Spectre, 300 for the kill onto the Bloodseeker, and a whole 600 onto Berna as well, who does not buy back in that engagement for his kill onto Pugna. They're going to smoke up immediately and look for Pugna as they did scout and push a wave top lane, but he's going to sniff this one coming and go ahead and back off.
Mind you, this kill or this fight as well, it's kind of an illusion because you did use the power of the BKBs completely, right? Usually the 10, 9, 8-second BKBs are massive points of inflection, and you can almost win any fight with those, right? So this does not mean that they're leading. It just means they're taking advantage of these nice items. Panda could be in trouble here. Bloodright to protect him. Nice. Drakeel stuck with a Shackle shot. They don't deal much damage. Here comes a Chrono. Oh no! Zoning Chrono. Berna, we didn't see it. Just walk away. Walk away. It's fine, dude. Nothing happened. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, then you get out now.
Oh no, they're gonna punish Drakeel. He's like, I didn't even miss my arena. It was the Void! Why do I die?
That's okay. It was a zoning chrono. They used Rupture onto Robo-Z, and now he's able to just walk away, as he's just going to be able to just stand still for the Rupture duration. They didn't really have anything. Instead, they killed the Mars, although now he's in trouble. Haste Rune activated. Nice job. That's going to allow him to outrun Lee Bloodright without needing to use the BKB. Oh, he might be in some trouble here. Could not get the Shackle Shot off in time there, unfortunately. The tree planted a little bit too late, but it's okay. Unknown. They're forced back onto their high ground here. And I don't think Omega this time is going to be willing to dive. I think they've learned their lesson. Although this time there's no buyback, so who knows, right?
Yep, that's true. I don't know. Unknown. I don't know if they can defend this. They only have the Arena of Blood. As you mentioned, no buyback on the Mars. So they have 20 seconds of freedom, essentially. Lesh, we've seen, kind of just kills himself in these fights, but he does have a 9-second BKB this time. Very, very valuable, right? Because that's essentially what's stopping him from just committing suicide. Mingate is going to respect this though, and he's going to keep on farming. He needs the Abyssal first. I like the choice for the early Abyssal as well. Really smart against the Void. A good way to just fight him 1v1. You get the same advantage that he has, which is being able to bash you.
ET going for a Glimmer Cape here. They need to get this gem off of our Windrunner though. INS has bought this one incredibly early, I would say, for a game of Dota 2, but that just kind of shows the position that they're in. They're looking to close off this map completely. D-Ward as well as the Shackle Shot there, not going to connect onto Robo-Z. No, Rupture will, however, haunting now into the fight. Will be Mingate looking for the kill onto Wiz. Robo-Z also a nice target. The Bloodright dodge shot by both. However, Robo-Z is just going to take a death there, even bashed up. Arena of Blood is dropped, but that's just going to allow the Mars to TP away, as Wiz will not be as lucky. Dead for 69. ET in the meantime getting controlled here by both supports. He's going to go invis, but again, this Gem of True Sight is just making life very difficult here for the supports of Unknown. And now they're going to go up to high ground. Both supports dead for a whole minute still. Robo-Z dead for 30 seconds, has the buyback, but can't really defend this one. The Fortify to buy them a little bit of time. As there's the Mana Drain, of course.
Yes. What's beautiful about this is that if your carry is full HP or whatever, Dark Mago won't lose any mana. He's only going to lose HP, right?
That's
so
true.
He's literally like soul ringing the Mingate.
Yep.
Which is very, very useful here.
And he's got
Dark Mago can
Tranquils,
recover HP.
so he doesn't care.
Yeah, exactly. They even have Blood Rage actually to boost his pushing power. Really nice actually. Never even considered that combination. Mingate is looking for a kill on Berna, but of course not going to find it.
Yeah, and that's an 11k net worth lead now 27 minutes into the game. Spectre is still the most farmed hero in the game. Pugna not too far behind here, and he is still really, really farmed. He's going to be pairing, building a second pair of booties here, looking for the Boots of Travel. So Tranquil's on his left, Boots of Travel on his right. It's like the soccer players that wear two different boots, and we'll see how those are going to be effective. Blink Dagger soon for Windrunner. INS then can be able to blink in and be even more aggressive here with the Shackle Shots. They're doing a good job of trying to at least get dewarding done on the side of Team Unknown, trying to reclaim the triangle. Unfortunately, they have been scouted here by this Observer Ward, which they didn't quite catch. So they still have really amazing vision here. And now a Telescope on Pugna. They just actually, he's not even gonna. I think he's gonna keep the Nether Shawl. Now he wants the Telescope. Of course, he's got Dagon 1 as well.
It's
He's
so
queuing
good.
up the Dagons. This game's
Yeah.
hard.
I mean, you kind of swap between them because Telescope is better for pushing the high ground if you're like, pushing from low, right? If you don't have the complete domination, but for team fights, Nether Shaw is so much better. Especially because Nether Shaw also mitigates damage. You know, a big deal, right? 25% magic resist should not be scoffed at all.
Nope.
That's Horde Defiance, dude, for free. Against Lesh.
Spectre with Abyssal too.
Ooh, that's dangerous. This might be a good initiation, but very good positioning by both Dark Mago and Inns, covering both exits. However, Chrono used up mainly at Dark Mago. Dark Mago goes down, but Spectre's also trying to punish Wish here. They're gonna get the kill on the Crystal Maiden alone. Everyone has BKBs. Mingate's just tanking for now. And here comes the Earth Splitter. He's gonna condemn him. Mingate goes down to that. Those BKBs may be a bit too powerful. And his Bloodseeker still trying to search for some extra kills here. Find Robo Theta. Nice Shackle Shot for the Blood, right? Oscar's too fast. They can't stop him. Berna, he has a time walk for 2 more seconds. Can he really survive this? He needs a time walk now, but Oscar already has the movement speed extra. Yule Scepter won't sit up for anything, just needs Inns to Shackle Shot into something. Berna, another time walk, but Oscar, it's just too difficult. They missed the GG tree, doesn't really matter. You cannot get away from this Bloodseeker, seriously. He is so fast. They try to TP, there's nothing to stop it. Oh, the impetus, just barely.
That was a close one. That was a close one. Lucky that there's no Hurricane Pike there, otherwise that one would have followed him to the fountain and done a billion kajillion damage. You good old. Remember when that was the strat? You would. I saw this on Dota. WTF? It was the you tracker Panda in this case on the Ench would hit him with the Hurricane Pike and then just artillery shell him from across the map for the insane damage.
Yeah.
That was quite funny. That was back when Impetus was the ulti though, which is no longer the case.
And then they were like, okay, even when it was the ultimate, they're like, all right, we're going to set a limit to the distance this can travel, but this is because this is stupid.
Yeah.
And everyone's playing Enchantress off lane, and you're like, actually, what if I play Enchantress mid? And like, oh, sure, yeah, that works.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
Hero
all right.
was quite stupid for a while.
Yeah.
They gave Panda the Telescope, which I like better than the Pugna, to be honest. But Pugna actually keeping the spider legs now. Very useful considering he went for a high mobility build. All right, there's a team fight brewing, Mr. Seek and Strike.
Yeah, they did, however, smoke under ward. So,
And in the low ground.
Is it going to matter though?
No.
There goes our little Wish. He's going to be in trouble. In the meantime, the other support ET will be nuked down. Wish living a bit longer, but Dark Malgo going to blink and Dagon one there to end the life of the other support. Supports tank the gank. The cores continue to farm. Not the worst outcome there, not the best, as you know they are losing fight after fight here. They're only down 10 kills, so that might look a little bit deceptive. You're like, oh, that's probably not that bad, right? No, it's unfortunately pretty bad here, as they just can't escape either. This Gem of True Sight on the Windrunner doing a whole lot of work this game. That's now going to be Roshan down, Aegis, and cheese. Boys, some cheese? All right, there we go. Let's say maybe they're allergic to dairy. That's a cheese now on Dark Malgo in the backpack. We got that with a second Aegis of the game. Going next into the Eye of Scotty. I don't know, Havo. Game is hard.
Game is hard, but with a Void, I mean, the thing is, the Void versus Spectre matchup is a tough one, even in the late game, right? Despite Void's great teamfight potential. But with a Void, you can always come back into the game. You just need that Silver Edge eventually. Like, Satanic is the right choice for sure. Great way to counter the blade mills, particularly within the Chrono. And then I'd be expecting maybe either Silver Edge or one item and then Silver Edge so you can deal with the Spectre. Lesh is also going for the Ags as well to amplify his damage a bit harder. I think this game, Lesh might even consider Octarine Core, again, to deal with those blade mills. Pretty good idea.
Yeah, at least the Voodoo Mask, right, which is going to give you the 12% lifesteal against Hero. Yeah, that's got a lot of the value there without reducing the cooldowns, of course. It's going to be a little bit painful, but hey, it ain't bad.
No, exactly. And what I'm saying is more like there's always a chance for Unknown because of their team fight being so good. Omega does not have the most amazing team fight. They have really good snowball potential, but their team fight is essentially off-lane Bloodseeker and Haunt, right? It's not the greatest thing.
They killed the Courier of Robozeta, though, so they're probably going to know he's building the Ags because it had the ultimate orb on it, so now he's going to have to wait another 3 minutes if you want. He has the money for the Ags, but he probably wants to save for buyback, obviously. What's he need? He's going to need to farm a little bit more for it. But it'll be BKB here, the third one now, and another 10-second BKB for Drakil. So it's going to be now at least a little bit more survivability for him in these team fights. It's getting pretty hard. I mean, Aghanim Scepter queued up for Oscar. He's going to want the 2 charges of a Rupture. Why not? That'll do nicely. Windrunner, nothing new. BKB queued up. That's about it. Our ET hoping to build a medallion at some point in the game, or even more minus armor.
Yeah, hoping, as you mentioned. Well, I mean, once you get a solo crest, if you get a solo crest, rather, is the right adverb to use there, preposition, sorry. It's gonna be kind of useful within the Chrono as well to boost Void's damage. That's nice, right? Void already has a lot of damage in the Chrono. Well, stands Robo-Z, Robo-Theta, stuck and dead. That was really easy for them, honestly. The Shackle Shot was perfect there by INS. That's why you play the Wind Ranger support so often. Berna has TP, should be able to make it out in time. I'd be surprised.
Yeah, nice job on Mingata there, threatening really everyone at once, of course, as you do with Haunt, but he's actually going to be able to get vision on plenty of heroes, nukes down the enemy mid laner, who now is in between a rock and a hard place, as he's no closer to the Ags than he was a few minutes ago. And there's going to be a Rupture now, as Wish in some trouble. 4-staff nearly ends his life. Luckily, they don't have the Thirst movement speed, but they have INS with the Gem of True Sight. Either way, but not trying to do his best to do whatever he can. Wish falling quite low, as out comes the ulti. They will get the kill on the Wish, who will not buy back to Akio with a 10-second BKB. Arena of Blood catching 2, but there's the Abyss split up from Ingates. We now have a 2-man Chrono onto the backline. But now, though, he's ticking away. INS just right-clicking him down, as there's the Echo Stomp now. Panda left alive for now. TPing in his Robozeta does have the BKB active. Ingate in some trouble. Not really turning and fighting, getting the bash through the BKB. Now the Blade Mail active. Yule Scepter to at least buy a little at a time. Wish looks like you are very dead. Has to walk even closer there. Gem on the deck has been recovered.
there's
No,
two
not
gems?
quite by Mingate. There are two
Oh,
gems, actually. I think that's the original gem that Windrunner dropped. There's the first light, however, off of our Spectre. Dead underneath the tier 4 towers. Could be in some trouble here. No, I don't think so.
No, they're not gonna take the gem though from ET, who's holding it. By the way, there we go. I'm kind of confused. I think that Spectre tried to pick it up. Oh no, there are two gems. No, okay. There were two gems on the floor at one point. Great. Mingate does take that final kill, and now they can push some towers. You have no ult with unknown, so how do you defend this?
Yeah, how do you defend this, especially because we have the Falaia Scotty now on our Spookter, who's got nearly 4k HP, which is a lot of HP to reflect back at you, basically, is what that translates into. And that is going to be very, very painful. No one queuing up a break. No one really builds too naturally into it, but now, of course, instead opting for the Mask of Madness build into the MKB, which is going to give them more damage in the Chronosphere, so that makes a lot of sense. But they're going to be having some difficulties against the Spectre late game for sure, just because of how tanky she is, how much damage that she's going to be reflecting. No one really can just stand and fight her. They need like 3 people to split the damage in between them.
The Leshrac, here you go. The help from the focus fire. They even rupture him. Rotheta's forced to TP. There's no Spectre nearby.
Wow.
The damage is pretty high, but they needed that stun. On second rupture, though, we have Axe. Now Berna's like, oh my goodness.
I hate my life.
Most annoying hero in the world. He also was forced to BKB TP. I mean, honestly, it was a kind of a win. You wasted 2 charges of rupture, sure, but they're 40 seconds each.
Yep.
And they literally took away 2 BKBs. Maybe even killed Rakil as well.
Yeah, he's dead.
That's really valuable. That's so good for Omega. You don't have the only ultimate that you kind of had for the team fight, which was the Arena Blood. There's still 40 seconds for the Chrono. Omega could just push this right now. There's no ultimate right now for Unknown to use. Decrypt to make sure Void can't be useful. Start pushing the tower little by little. Mingate doesn't deal that much damage to the tower, to be honest, but, you know. Slow and steady, you win the race.
Yeah, he's too tanky, though, right? You can just tank
Yeah,
the
you
tower
can't
for
knock him.
days. That's
He has
the
cheats as
problem.
well.
But not getting ruptured. That'll stop him from trying to go and initiate, even though we don't have a Chrono. Haunts onto the backliners. Oh, good job there using the Glimmer Cape in time. And got that quite slow now. Tries to force himself but directly into the wall as Spears he goes. Can the team actually kill him? No. He's going to get the life drain from behind. He also still has a full cheese. 3-man Chronosphere. They actually bash the Spectre there with the God's Rebuke. Can they kill her in time is the question. The Spear pinning her now to the barracks with Mago on the backline still. As the cheese will get eaten. Oscar as well popping his blade mail. Down goes the ET. Everyone is falling so low. Avo as there's the kill now onto our poor little Lesh. And even Berna now getting controlled by the second charge of the Rupture. Mingate now running in, has the Abyssal Blade, will use it to secure the double kill now. As into the base he goes. Wish dying in the fountain. Mingate, though, he will actually die. That fountain does not mess around anymore. They're looking for the life drain kill onto the Rakil, but with the Bulwark, he's able to negate half of the damage. But the GG has been dropped. And it's Omega taking game 1.
Yeah, we expected this from the draft, right? We did say the draft was a bit easier to execute. We did prefer it slightly, though I think that Unknown played a really good game overall. They were adapting to a really difficult situation, particularly the Blade Mill minefield that Leshrac was running into. And I think they still played it nicely, you know, considering the situation. The one thing I will mention, especially there, you know, towards the end, I think that Omega played much better on the cooldowns of Unknown. I think Unknown, they were... Like, at first, they were testing the waters too much, and it should have been much more obvious for your team that until you got BKBs, you couldn't really fight, and they were taking a couple small skirmishes and stuff like that that were completely unnecessary, because they just thought, oh, they can't be that strong this early, right? But they were. And those mess-ups led to a much more snowball potential than Unknown was even banking for, and that led to a really difficult mid-game. I admire how Unknown recovered. It was pretty well played, but they need to not stress out so much. You don't need to test the waters. You should know exactly what to do from minute 1, right? That's why you pause. So, I don't know. I think Unknown still has a little bit of a way to go in that sense.
Yeah, you were right about the cooldowns. It's kind of funny because I almost considered, given the draft, I almost considered that Omega would have been a little bit more cooldown based, considering they have the Spectral Haunt. But Mingate was just 2 farms, right? He didn't care. Like, he had Haunts whenever he had it, and he would use that to kill even more people. But he was way too confident. Not way too confident. He was confident enough because he was so far ahead that he was able to just fight without Haunts, even at like 25 minutes into the game, which was pretty scary for Unknown, and they couldn't hold on, and they will lose game number 1.
Yep, and with this, we will be waiting for game number 2 between Omega Gaming and Unknown. I think Unknown has shown some real nice progress overall and some nice playstyle, so let's hope that Unknown can tie up the series. Oh, maybe Omega is capable of taking the 2-0 and running away with this whole match.
We shall see, guys. For now, you're watching Realms Collide 2 with Seek and Strike and Alpha Plus. Do stick around, guys. We'll be back with draft number 2 in just a bit. We'll see you then.
Hello, and welcome back to the Voice of the Realm. We have been your radio show broadcasting Realms Collide 2, The Burning Darkness,
The Dark Light.
The Dark Light. And we have a match between Unknown and Omega Gaming. We just saw the first match go quite in favor of Omega. We did call it out here in the draft that they had an easier execution. That's what it showed. Unknown did a pretty decent job there towards the mid game, but unfortunately we're not good enough to beat out Omega. Now the draft is underway. I'm going to see what they have for this second match of the day.
Second game of the day. First match.
No. Second match or second game. First series. Friend.
I don't know. Because if you look at tennis, you know.
Tennis is stupid. In tennis, there are games that can last for 5 hours. That's a dumb sport.
The games can last even longer.
Exactly. That's not a well thought out idea.
they used to be last. They used to be just they would just let you play, and then they were like, oh, this literally reduces the player's career by 3 months because we made him play 72 hours over a weekend, and they go, oh, maybe we shouldn't do that. So now they go to a tiebreaker set. That's why they can no longer have any longer matches than the longest ones. I think the longest match is literally 23 hours over like something crazy like, I don't know, 3 days. So they played tennis 8 hours a day for 3 days in a row. Poor dude.
So there you go.
Anyway.
That's my proof.
So we're casting Dota 24 hours in 3 days.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. What are you going to do?
I'm used to that. I'd watch Dota. Dota is much more diverse than tennis. So I'd watch it for 60 hours for 10 days. I don't care, dude. I love this game.
Is Dota more diverse than tennis?
I think Dota, inherently, it's very difficult to say that any esport is not more diverse than sports.
Yeah, there's more skins in Dota. So
no, I mean more like sports are just so limited when it comes to anything that's not physical.
Because in tennis, they always just wear the same hat. Like there was always like the Nike hat. And then here, sometimes Maiden's going to have like her regular hood on, or she's
I was
going to have the
referring
dog.
more to the fact that, tennis is constrained by a small thing. What is it called again? Oh, reality. Yeah.
Are you saying that Dota is not constrained by reality?
Not really. Oh, sorry. You have a woman that goes on a tiger and throws spears at you, which she calls arrows, and nobody corrects her in the whole game. That's the most unrealistic part.
She just got a big bow, dude. What are you talking about?
Dude, she throws it like this. Have you seen Marana?
What are you talking about?
She goes like...
She gets the bow out. That's her.
the bow, right?
Yeah.
This is the string.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's just really talented.
Okay.
Sorry, you're not an equestrian.
I think that's horses, dude.
No, it's not.
That is 100% horse. I don't even think so. I'm sure that's horses.
I think you're wrong.
I'm so sorry.
What are you, a tennis and a horse expert now?
I just know one word. Konka and Crystal Main are the picks for Omega. They're going to be stealing one from Unknown this time. I know Panda also likes the Crystal Main. Both Yadomi and Panda actually... they played together. Actually, Yadomi used to play with Omega, so they do know each other quite decently. For what team? I think, or maybe Panda played. Oh, no. Anyway, they both have very similar hero pools. Crystal Main is quite nice. I'd like the Enchantress a bit more, honestly, for securing the lanes. But she's still good. You combine her really well with the Spectre, which has not been banned yet, so they can consider picking it up later. And with the Kunkka being... It's surprising you pick your mid laner so early, honestly, especially when you have last pick on Omega, but... They're just confident in the Kunkka pick, I suppose. He's one of the more consistent mid laners. It's very difficult to beat him in mid. But the thing is, you gave Unknown the privilege of being able to pick their own mid laner after yours. So you lose that kind of advantage. I wonder if that's because they think that a lot of carries will work here as the last pick, but they just want a carry that can't be countered, right?
Mm-hmm. Honestly, not a bad OD game already.
What, for Unknown?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, if they wanted to run the Void Spirit at like a 3, for example.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You probably pick the Void Spirit thinking, it's a good lane for the mid. We'll just keep it there. But so I don't think there's any need unless they think that there's a hero that particularly is strong against the Void Spirit. Maiden, Beastmaster, meh. If you get caught, you're going to die, right? But just don't get caught, forehead.
They have a lot of pickup potential already with both Kunkka, Maiden, and Beastmaster. The nice thing about Kunkka and Maiden is that there's a Spectre stolen. I think that's a bit of a block pick because otherwise Spectre was going to come out for Omega. It's okay for Unknown. They don't have really anything to make sure that Spectre works right now, but they still haven't picked up their 5s, right? So it's still unclear as to what they're going to pick. Spectre's not a great hero against Beastmaster. Technically, Spectre Dagger can deal with the boars, but if Beastmaster's smart, what you do with that is that you put the board behind the lane, and so you just force Spectre to push the lane to kill your board, which sucks because then you're winning anyway.
And
so.
then you deny your creep, and Spectre gets very
it
sad.
feels bad because he wins the 1v1 against Spectre because Beastmaster's base stats are so good. So unless Unknown needs to pick up something that can annoy the Beastmaster a bit, and they've already banned the Undying, which is one of the better picks here. What will Omega pick though now that they see the Spectre? Are you gonna run your? You probably need to run. I don't know if you pick up your pause 4 because I guess Kunkka can kind of flex that.
Maybe you go. Maybe you go for a Nyx. Natural break gives you. But then what's your offlane? Nyx Beastmaster? It's kind of weak.
Oh wow,
It's kind of weak.
I'd like something. Actually, I would like the Wind Ranger again if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, that's looking a little bit better this game.
It's pretty decent because you're great against Void Spirit. The Shackle is really annoying against Spectre. Spectre cannot kill you easily, which is a big deal when you pick supports against Spectre, right? That or something like Earth Spirit, something like a bit more tanky, Tusk even.
Yeah, the Tusk is good. I was thinking Silencer, but I think it's just a bit too
There's the
weak.
Earth Spirit,
Yeah,
yeah.
Earth Spirit's good.
Just something that can't be killed easily by Spectre that also brings you an okay lane, right? Like there were a lot of options here. Earth Spirit is as good as any of them. I think what Omega wants to do. So the thing is, if you want your carry to be last pick, because carries are the most valuable this meta. Obviously, the majority of the OP quote unquote carries get banned, right? So when you pick your carry last, it means I have many options as to what can go in my draft. Like any carry or a lot of carries can fit in my draft, but I just don't want him to be countered, right? That's what you're saying essentially when you're drafting like this. And that's why if you draft your carry last, it's very important your lineup is incredibly versatile and flexible, which is what Omega is doing. There's not really much synergy in the lineup as it stands. They're just strong heroes individually with I would say strong lanes is probably the only synergy they have and it's similar tempo. But besides that, they're very open to anything, which is good.
No, yeah, for sure. We need a position 5 here, I would assume. No, they're going to go for the Tidehunter instead. Okay.
Hard to say that's their pause 5 or not, because it has been played as pause 5, especially in South America. Beast Coast has done it, so has Thunder Predator. I say Beast Coast has done as that means anything. Beast Coast has done everything, right? But it's not uncommon, especially now that Gush has been a bit stronger. You just use that. I don't like a Tidehunter Spectre lane, though. It's just so weak.
Yeah, neither do I. Normally the Tidehunter is kind of actually a counter to Spectre on the lane.
Yeah.
But it's just not.
I'm surprised as well because Kunkka, ironically, he does counter Tidehunter quite a lot because X marks the spot cannot be dispelled, so you annoy him very much within that team fight. The Earth Spirit's also pretty strong because Geomantic Grip is really difficult to beat that because it's just insta-silence. You just ignore the Tidehunter from there.
Yeah, it's got a tiny cast time because the Remnants takes a while to actually go.
A while, you say. Yeah.
Well, just a
A
little
while
bit.
in the Dota world, right?
I
which is
mean,
point one second.
I think it's long enough for you if you're fast to blink Ravage. There's no way Earth Spirit's gonna be able to drop a Remnant and Geomantic Grip you in time.
Oh, right, you're right.
It's just the Remnants again. They're not instants, so there's a tiny cast points on them because they have to fall from the sky and be in position, and then Earth Spirit. Oh, that's a nice spot. He's gotta get them in the right spot, right? So
Has to speak to the god of Earth.
an even better spot. That's my favorite.
I love how that's the voice you think he has. Okay.
Well, it's not that far off.
The Tide. I mean, the thing is that the lane that the Tide is going to have against the Crystal Main, I also don't find it to be that strong, to be honest. If it's like, Tide Mirana, it's not really a really strong lane, honestly, by unknown. I'm kind of curious as to what their last pick is going to be. Is it really going to be pause 5 as last pick? What are good options here?
Is Viper banned?
Viper has not been banned, actually. So Omega could pick up a Viper as the last pick.
Yeah, but then it's weird. I mean, Kunkka's safe lane we've seen before, but
Oh,
maybe.
right. Yeah,
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It just makes it really awkward.
Where's Unknown going to go? Grimstroke? Okay.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, again, like all these picks from Unknown, it's very similar to last draft. I go, yeah, okay. I can kind of see, I don't see the synergy within this draft very much. Besides, again, tempo synergy. Whereas Omega, it makes sense that they don't have very clear combos or good lanes or whatever because they wanted to set up for this very open draft. On Unknown, you should have had a much more closed synergistic draft, and they didn't do that. Now Omega has the option of a carry. You're up against a Tidehunter.
They have 2 seconds as well.
Oh, Drow's available, actually. Juggernaut?
All right. Safe pick. Pretty versatile base on your carry.
Oh, Dragon Spectre, of course. You're not going to do that. Yeah, that's why they were unsafe about that. Yeah, okay. I mean, sure. Juggernaut is, as you mentioned, just safe. There's nothing too special about either of these drafts. Honestly.
No, I agree. It's 2 pretty standard Dota 2 drafts,
Yeah, but what he means by that is saying there's no special combos, no special synergy, nothing really that sets this draft apart. It just seems like they picked a bunch of good heroes together. Jug is decent against the Tide, that should be said. He can carry Silver Edge if need be in the late game, though he doesn't love it, but he can do that to deal with Spectre or Tidehunter. Also can Kunkka or the Beastmaster, to be honest, this game, so it's not too bad. The Jug versus Spectre, I think, is a pretty decent matchup because you don't actually have a natural Lotus Orb carrier on Unknown. It must be the Mirana that picks that up, which is not great. I don't know who I side with, to be honest.
It's about 50-50, right? Because both team fights are
This is very much execution.
Yeah, indeed. It's like whoever gets the jump first, right? Because then you have pretty much a bunch of follow-up stuns if you land the first.
I would give a bit of an advantage to Unknown this time because their 5-on-5 is much better, whereas Omega is much more about the single target. Unknown has weaker lanes, but I can totally see how this game they can stabilize in the mid game. And Omega, yeah, their team fight is just not that great compared to a Ravage Haunt, honestly, and even whatever Void Spirit does or whatever Grimstroke does. You really only have Ghost Ship. Maybe if Kunkka goes for Torrent Storm, that changes things around, but you have much more pick-off potential. So it's all up to Omega to get like nice smokes and try to get single target kills on valuable targets. That's a harder thing to execute, but we'll see. Like I said, it's honestly 50-50. It's just execution.
Yep, I agree. Could go either way here. Not quite a coin toss, but it depends who proposes first in the team fights and who's able to execute better. Anyway, I've got a couplet prepared this time.
Oh, a couplet.
Yeah.
All right.
It's quite mean to you, though.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
All right. Alvaro is being a bitch because he doesn't like my framing. So make sure you follow us on Twitch on ePulse Gaming.
It's not a couplet.
Welcome back, everyone. Game number 2 here, just getting underway between Omega and Team Unknown. You guys are watching Avo Plus and Seek and Strike here, bringing you the action. Avo, what an amazing rhyme that Richie was able to pull off there. My goodness, wasn't it just amazing?
The only thing I have an issue with is that Richie doesn't seem to know the meaning of the word couplet.
Well, see, I don't know. I'm not sure I agree with that because I think once you saw it written down, it is clearly just in 2 lines. I mean, a sentence
That's not how this works.
A sentence that is just doesn't like my framing doesn't really make much sense now, does it? That's not a sentence. You can't put that on a line.
That's not how
Anyway.
poems work. It was A B A B A B, dude. That was how rhyming
you know, isn't it
structured.
so funny that he was being a bitch about the framing, and here we go again. Isn't that what a coincidence? It's almost as if he strawmanned you into that one.
Oh my goodness. People are actually losing intelligence by watching us cast. This is so unfortunate.
Yeah,
Do not listen to
I'm like
Seekers.
silencer.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because you do make me speechless. Anyway, Unknown, let's see what the lanes are. So it's going to be Tidehunter Mirana up top for Unknown. Obviously the Void Spirit bottom, or mid, and then Spectre and Grimstroke bottom. This bottom, both offlaners seem quite strong in terms of harassment, but they both have like kind of heroes that want to roam, so it kind of depends on how much our Spirit and Mirana want to roam this game, right? Because once they start roaming, the lanes become easy for the carries. I think top lane is probably a bit easier for Omega than bottom is for Unknown, because while Grimstroke and Spectres are decent, I don't know, I trust the Beastmaster. Grimstroke was a really good pick though to deal with the Beastmaster's boars. The Stroke of Fate is a really easy way to deal with the boars. Unfortunately, you might also push the lane with this ability, but that's something you have to deal with.
Gush level 1 is going to be the death of Panda, however. Got a little bit too close there, so the heal immediately just killing him. Mingate, level 1 spin onto the Tidehunter, two stacks of
Nice Gush.
stick, and the Gush into the creep wave. Mingate
Oh, he might die.
taking a lot of damage here. Yeah, Wish canceling an auto attack there, has an arrow, but it's not going to be able to connect on it. That's fine. It's good damage.
I like Drakeel. He's surprised because it's not that common to go for level 1 Gush. He goes for the weaker target, which is Crystal Maiden, and takes advantage of the weakness of Juggernaut level 1, which is that Blade Fury sucks at this level. Look at this, Panda. Oh no, the creep died for you, Panda.
Get down, Mr. President.
That was impressive though. The creep would have actually saved Panda's life there, 100%.
Yeah,
Down bottom, we're seeing similar shenanigans, but unfortunately, Beastmaster just doesn't have the kind of kill potential. Beastmaster's much more around the harassment, whereas if you go for level 1 Tidehunter Gush, that's basically you're looking for a kill. So well played by Unknown. Alright, this already starting better for them than last game, so.
Loose Robo Z already having to get the creep out from underneath this tower, getting a few extra hits onto Dark Mago on the way out. As we're fighting again top lane, Corey will die, Wish gonna kill it. Drakeel will die as well to Mingate. Panda and Wish currently still 1v1ing. We still have, of course, a Fairy Fire available for Wish, as well as the leap charges, so he's gonna be a-okay. Better trade there for Omega, of course, as they get the experience by killing the offlaner, and they only lose the support. So Mingate pretty happy with that.
Yeah,
Uh,
100%. It's also with level 1 Blade Fear, which again is honestly awful compared to level 2. Really adds a bunch of damage. So I think it's quite nice. It works out for them. But they've noticed though the weakness in this lane is Crystal Main, as it tends to be, right? When you have a lane with Crystal Maiden is always fodder, so she has to be really careful, especially if the lane has kill potential. The one advantage you get from this is that the Mirana can't rotate as early, right? Which could be a problem for the Kunkka, so I'll guess that's a plus point for them.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be pretty nice.
I think the Earthspade will choose to rotate relatively early. There's not much you're doing in this bottom lane, honestly. They're harassing occasionally the Grimstroke, but it's going to get a point where INS is just much better off going
Maybe they're going to try Boulder Smash on the 2.
See,
Yeah,
that's what happens.
Yeah, it's too difficult. There's
You don't have
counter
kill
initiation.
potential. In fact, INS might die. Rolling Boulder's not available for 8 seconds. No, he goes into the trees. Like, we're not going to go into the trees for him. That's crazy. There's bugs in there.
There's ticks. You get so many ticks. You have ticks in Europe?
Yes, we do.
They're so annoying, aren't they?
I mean, I've never personally had one, you know.
I
But
haven't either, but my dog has. We take her for a walk,
Yeah.
and just the ticks on her.
very annoying. Yeah, I feel bad for the little doggies as well. That suffer them.
Yeah, but I think you're right. I think INS would do well here, maybe rotating on over to perhaps mid. It's a hard kill there, of course. He actually does. Oh, that was the wrong purple boy. Does have a point in the dissimulate. I mean, Gate's just dead up top, by the way. Just got a little bit too close. Not a single point in the Kraken shell, which makes it a kill. Deceptively untanky, but he's just got way too much damage here currently. The minus armor as well, stacking with Witch's Blightstone makes it pretty difficult here for our Juggernaut, as now Panda is just gonna die.
You know,
So
another
much
time,
damage.
he's
So
just
much damage.
fodder. It's just, what are you going to do, right? I think they're playing this lane really well up top. They're taking advantage of the Titanner. Like I mentioned when I was talking about Titanner 5, people are starting to value Gush much more, and this is working out for them. It's not like a Juggernaut can do much against Titanner. He's tanky enough at any point to withstand that Blade Fury. I was honestly expecting Crystal Maiden to play much more defensively, though, this lane, but I guess you can't, right? I guess you're a Crystal Maiden. You're at the mercy of whatever the enemy team does to you.
INS has stolen the DD rune as well. He was willing to maybe try and give that one to his Kunkka, but he's just going to take it to prevent his older brother from getting it instead. Now he's going to be rotating back bottom. They've scouted him, of course, heading bottom with the Observer Ward. He's going to plant a ward of his own. Again, the kills here are not that easy, though. There's no sticks, so it's not completely impossible. But again, Beastmaster, he kind of just wants to hit creeps and farm and harass the enemy. He's not really looking for kills in this lane.
Yeah.
Not like an insane amount of kills. So we'll see what
You
they
just
can
can't,
do.
right? Like your supports are just much weaker. Mirana is a much better support for setting up kills than Earthspirit is. Earthspirit is much better for roaming because of his mobility, but the arrow is just a bit too powerful at short range. I will mention that I just analyzed the lanes a bit wrong. I was hoping that this bottom lane would be a bit stronger, honestly, but Yadomi's been doing a really good job of dealing with Beastmaster. And I like the 2 points in the Inkswell to make sure that Earthspirit's completely useless because he really cannot threaten you, right? Immediately rolling boulders, you Inkswell, and it's very similar to like when Earthspirit tries to kill a Death Prophet. What do? I want to stay close to them, but also if I stay close to them, I die. Like there's no win, right?
Yep, pretty much. You need a point in the silence if you feasibly want to go for a kill. Even then, you can't kill the Spectre without needing to silence both, which is easier said than done. And then you only have enough mana for basically 2 rolls, a smash, and a grip, which is hard to do. Earthspirit has pretty big mana problems early on, so we'll see. We shall see how he can gank here down bottom, as I think he's just going to be looking to maybe hit some creep or something like that. It'll allow him to at least contest here. I would like him to see do some damage, because then less HP is going to make Unknown more wary to contest the 2 bottom runes, so then maybe they can at least get an advantage from there, as here we go. Nice damage. Okay, indeed, as there's the Inkswell onto the Spectre. Nice kill, as they get at least something out of that one.
No, that's good. You have to take advantage of the double damage rune after all. And Yadomi has no Dispel, so it's just natural. Top lane though, Panda again.
Good arrow.
I gotta argue though that...
Got this dead? Oh no.
No. I gotta argue though that why does Panda stand there, like in front of the trees and everything to fight them, knowing there's a Gush, knowing he has no boots either. Like I'm starting to question if a lot of these kills wouldn't be preventable. I know the lane is difficult, especially if you're a CM, but there's gonna come a point where you're just gonna lose your life for free here. You're feeding the Titan, which is gonna have a really nice impact early mid.
Yeah, not a nice impact for you. A nice impact for Team Unknown, that is, right?
Of course, yeah. Like the Titaners gonna have a good impact. Yeah, like he's a dangerous hero to give a lot of farm to because he's a hero that does scale really nicely with farm and especially nicely with levels. We have seen Titaner kind of come back into the metas, particularly in SCA because of that carry potential he has sometimes.
Yep, becomes that Tidehunter washing machine with the 25 talent. He is doesn't really mess around. He's going for the phase boots even, and Mingate just has to leave now, I think. Healing salves to stick around a little bit longer. Would have really liked to get level 6, at least a point in the crit before he moves on into the jungle to help accelerate his farm. But he is fallen behind. Brenna as well is still only level 4 though. It's still early on, 6 minutes in. The games always feel a bit longer whenever they pause, right? But no, we're still early in on.
Because I'm watching SA Dollar, I want to see constant action. Why are these guys not killing each other?
Oh, it's because they're paused. Okay, that's why.
Yeah, exactly, right.
Rotation down bottom, however, with level 6 for Dark Mago. They're not going to be able to scout the TP, but they know someone is missing in the mid lane, so they will now rotate over the Void Spirit. Oh, they thought about it, but he doesn't want to lose any experience. Dark Mago is not going to be able to get a kill here. They're playing very defensive underneath the tier 1 tower. He's just wasting his time, really, as Wiz is running down Panda in the meantime top. Might stop for the courier instead. Nope.
Dies immediately. Gush, I think, is already level 2. Yeah, they actually have no points there, Kraken Shell. That's how easy their lane is. And Dark Mago, as you mentioned, wasted a bunch of time. And now on Kunkka, you have to be really careful with this hero. Ever since they nerfed Ghost Ship's cooldown, you need to make your rotations much more effective and secure, because you want to use it as soon as it becomes available. Yadomi in the bottom lane, they waste Primal Roar for this, and they're going to guarantee the kill. Goodbye to Yadomi. Not bad, but again, very similar to Ghost Ship. These are long cooldown single target spells. You would much rather be getting cores with this than getting simple spells.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true, but
Nice steal over there by Rosetta.
like we were saying, there's not a whole lot of kill potential anyway, right? So any kill that you can get with it is fine. Oscar's basically in farming mode down here in his bottom lane, right? He wants to get the Necro Book up as soon as he can, and then the Brown Boots. So I think they're totally fine with that. They can convert it into something. They don't have to stop hitting creep for it. They will be the first to lose their tower top lane, however, as it's going to be the Tidehunter plus Wiz, making good use of the 5-minute wagon to get that tier 1 first.
We'll see. We'll see how they try to stabilize Omega, because they're slowly reaching their first peak around minute 10, 11 when they have all their single target ultimates and they can just go around getting kills. But because you're 2k behind, this peak is not going to look as powerful as it would if the lanes had been even, right? And they really need to make some smokes happen, take advantage of the Beast Match, take advantage of the Juggernaut. Top lane, they're already taking advantage of Dark Mago. They know there's no Kraken on Rakeel. They force his Ravage. And he has an infused rain that helps him a bit, but Rakeel, I don't know if he can tank all this damage. Blade Fury is way too much. They missed the arrow. Nice with the last hit, but Tidebringer, they'll guarantee they open this watermelon open.
I always love it whenever Coco kills Tidehunter. That's one of my favorite the little voice lines in the game. It's just so much personality between those two characters, you know.
Yep.
So amazing.
I also love that they're actually like counters in the game to each other. You know, like Kunkka is actually quite good against Tidehunter, but if you get Tidehunter in the lane against Kunkka, it's a good counter to Kunkka.
Really
There's
funny.
a lot of interactions between the two heroes. I agree. That's a good kill. That's exactly what I was looking for with the Ghost Ship rotations. Now you wait 30 more seconds and you have another Ghost Ship and you can do this again. That's how you should be playing the Kunkka after all. And you need to do the same thing with the Beastmaster. No mana right now though for Beast, for Primal Roar. But there's Crystal Maiden nearby. The Aura is helping. You do have Magic Stick charges, so they could go on Berna if they want to. There's Primal Roar as I expect. Inkswell's ready though. But oh my goodness! What was the... Oh, he killed Necronomicon creep by accident.
Oh,
with Spectral Dagger. That's why. Oh my goodness. They got a kill in the deserve, but here the counter initiation by the Robo Theta. They might be able to destroy Oscar. Oscar, though, going for the kill on Witch. Can he get it in time? He won't. Dissimulate will stop him right in his tracks. That's going to be 2 kills for the price of 1. Not bad, honestly, for Unknown, I would say. Nice counter initiation. Mingate almost dies top, by the way, but Dark Mago's already here. Go ship. No! Not again!
Kunkka!
But this time he's not going to die though, because Mingate is still low HP, has no healing ward, a bit afraid of initiating against Rakeel.
Yeah, he can't. The Gush is going to
Earth
kill it
Spirit's
if he
coming,
shows
though.
up again.
Oh, maybe now Rakeel. You bit off more than you could chew. They have Xbox spot in 4 more seconds. Torrent's also ready. Tidebringer deals a fair amount of damage still. He has Soul Ring Rakeel, but can't really use it. Magic Stick first use. There we go. Torrent setting up perfectly, and Rakeel will fall to Dark Mago. Say it again. I know you want to. Just scream it. It's okay.
No, I was listening for the Kunkka voice line there. I don't know what he said. I think he said, "I will take you again, Tidehunter." Good old Captain Kunkka on his ship, the Pequod. You know, just always hunting that man. Good book, Moby Dick. Very good book. Really tells the American story, to be honest. Really good book. It really does. It's a strong book. You should read it.
I know. It's a good book. I recommend it. But you know what book tells the American story? Grapes of Wrath.
No.
True.
Trust me. I actually think that Moby Dick is a lot better. in almost every regard, to be honest.
You're a fool. I'm
Radiant's
sorry to
top
tell you.
tower is
I'm
under
not even
attack.
joking about Chris Wrath as my third favorite book. You're an absolute fool.
Yeah, Albo really likes hearing about the day-to-day of the shopkeepers. Meanwhile,
It's
I
the
like
farmers, dude.
roaming the open ocean with Captain Ahab and his crazy crew as they lose their sanity and devolve into, just trying to chase down this thing that is, a metaphor for the American dream.
Oh, like metaphors. They're gonna kill Void Spirit on bottom.
Yeah.
Torrent. There was no segue there. That segue was a metaphor.
It was a metaphor for how bad Grapes of Wrath is.
That was terrible. Roboteta will fall down bottom pretty good. Again, this Ghost was being used every time it's off cooldown. Dark Mago is honestly recovering Omega single-handedly. This man is playing
and so is
incredible game.
Roar. So is Roar, right? That's
Yeah,
the second
yeah.
time we've seen Roar. Actually, the third time be used for the kill. This time he doesn't have to
wish.
die for it either.
Panda's just accepted at this point that he is made to die.
Yeah, it's fodder.
But they lose the mid tower though as a result, which is much more important than Panda dying. Inns cannot come in here in time to deny it.
hello.
Oh, Inns? Are you crazy? They silence him, body blocking so he can't rolling boulder away, and the damage is too high. Even with a
Wow.
magnetize, it won't do anything. The Torrent, a bit too late though.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah,
tower
it's going to nuke down Wiz here to get pretty low, but Magnetize level 1. Pardon me, pretty weak unless you can refresh it 2 or 3 or 4 times, to be honest. So he's going to stay alive for now. But this Kunkka is, like you said, Dark Mago is the only thing standing in between his team really being able to either stand the ground and fight or just run away like Really Unknown was last game. Thus far, 7k net worth, of course. The hero just farms incredibly well. He's actually now maxed, of course, the X marks the spot after the Tidebringer, so he's able to really actually abuse this now that it's got the cast range. What it used to be at level 1.
Yeah, honestly. It's pretty ridiculous
Yeah.
how much they nerfed that skill, but it had to be nerfed.
It had to be nerfed. I think the right way to look at it is it's pretty ridiculous how powerful that skill was at level 1.
Yeah. I like, by the way, that Dark Mago's build. He's going for Radiance. This build is depreciated, honestly, in Kunkka, because nowadays Kunkka's play much more of a utility hero. But because Dark Mago acknowledges this game that he is the person that's farming the most, he is by far the leading hero in this game because he's been ganking so well. Radiance is a good way to make sure he's useful in the mid game. Nice ghost ship. Will that be enough? No, they hit him with the arrow. That sets up for the kill. I thought the arrow missed, honestly, there, but yeah. Well, the arrow hitbox is a bit ridiculous. Mingate comes in with Omnislash and Mask as well. There's the Primal Roar. Oh, with a Hunt, part of the initiators, and a Ravage as well. Stopping Mingate. They kill him before his Omnislash comes out. And that's a team, well, not team wipe, sorry, but almost a team wipe for Unknown.
Yeah, and they're going to steal the Ancient stack here as well that they stacked in the middle of that fight. I was trying to listen to you as well as Drakil, or Drakil's hero, who was shit-talking Kunkka, and then he went in and ravaged and destroyed the rest of his team. That was amazing.
They played that really well. I think Omega as well got a bit too confident there, right? You cannot really fight against a Tide Ravage when you know Spectre Haunt is available. You got to be a bit more careful against that particular combination.
that was a bit shocking about how far they were willing, or they seemed to be willing to engage, because they knew exactly how many people killed Kunkka. They knew exactly which spells were used, and they still set themselves up to be perfectly flanked right there. And then, of course, Spectre loves to join that fight because she can just do whatever the heck she wants. INS is run around the map here having a fun time.
Hey, he's gonna die here. Oh no,
He's got a rolling boulder away,
mind,
wasting
that's
some
okay.
time. He forced the TP out from the Kunkka.
Yeah, okay.
Who's got this green outline now? Is this something with Dire Tide?
What, the Earth
You see
Spirit?
it on the portrait? No. The,
Tide Hunter?
yeah.
Yeah, it's the Dire Tide killing spree.
Oh,
thing.
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So, what was also weird about it, the engagement is particularly that Dark Mago also acknowledges he's the strongest character in the game. So why should you be fighting without him, right? Now they're fighting with him. This is ideal. Roboteta gets stuck with a frostbite. Nice way to set up for the ghost ship, and they guarantee the kill. Well played.
Yeah, indeed. Mechanism is not going to be enough burst healing for that combo.
Good
It's
time
just
for
not
Mech,
yet.
though, on
It
Wiz.
is,
Impressive.
it is.
He's being Mingate in terms of farm. Wow.
Yeah, he's very, very farming. Got there as well, just not able to recover too nicely here. We'll see INS trying to make as much space as possible. There's the blink reveal from Drakil. Not ideal, but it still probably will net them a kill here. Rolling Boulder in 2 seconds. Blink Dagger still on cooldown. No more Spectral Dagger movement speed. However, in the mid lane, Oscar's going to get the kill onto Yadomin, as he's going to at least get the get off a Soulbind before he goes out of spite, but nothing to really combo it with this game. And that will be then Radiance up, and just one more last hit here for Dark Mago. We'll see if RoboZ can net a kill here. Nah, it's a bit too sketchy here with plenty of lockdown for him nearby.
It's a little bit of a lead for Unknown, but I think once they get the Radiance on Kunkka, you might be able to recover. In fact, he already has the Radiance. Pretty good honestly, really good time.
Really good timing. Yeah, yep. The build, sometimes we used to see it was back when Spirit Vessel was built every single game, even if they had a bunch of dispels for you. It was used to be like Radiance, Spirit Vessel, Heaven's Halberd. Halberd, not bad this game, not amazing. He's going to go for the BKB first because I think he realizes he's basically the one-man army that needs to be the space creator for the Juggernaut.
Yeah, what you're saying is right, but it was more about the Kunkka just being so dominant back then, right?
Yeah.
The Kunkka was such a strong hero back then that if you had a really good early game lead, you would go for Radiance every time because it would just secure the game for you. And that's why the build is no longer as popular because Kunkka is not as strong. So rarely can you do this much farming with a Kunkka. But I like it though. It gives you a lot of carry potential. You can still go for the builds that you go for nowadays with like Ags, and the BKB as a second choice I find to be quite smart. But the one thing that does suck is that when you build a Kunkka like this, the Juggernaut will fall behind because he just doesn't have a space to farm, right? And we're seeing that Juggernaut slowly recovering, trying to go for that Battle Fury, but a really late Battle Fury this game.
Smoke on
Due
smoke.
to the Mask of Madness.
I like this. Mingata is going to be the bait here, just giving him farm, leave him out of the smoke, and go ahead and flank anyone that tries to kill him. You know what I mean? Not the best target here, but they'll take what they can get if they can even get this. You know what I mean? Looking to turn now onto the Earth Spirit Wish. Arrow is beautifully going to connect. Now there's the Soul Bind onto 2. Robo Z needs to get the Yule Scepter. Just the bind, rather, onto the Panda, as Natharakil blinks in, as the Ravage used, as well as Haunt now. Better now looking for the kill on Dark Mago. He's going to call on the Ghost Ship. Mingata bouncing around, but most into Illusions does break the Resonant Pulse Shield over on Robo Z, as there's the Roar now onto the Rakil, who has about 3 points in the Kraken Shell. Gets off the Anchor Smash as well, so quite a tanky last, as now Dark Mago in some trouble on the back lines. They have managed to get the kill onto the Tidehunter, but they've lost their Kunkka. Pretty much a pretty high cost there for the fight. But hey, kills onto Mingate, I think, is what they were really looking for here as he continues to farm the creep wave very, very close to the tier 1 tower. Unknown, they're going to be unable to chase any further. And they get the kill into Kunkka. Like, they get some kills onto them by the Juggernaut. I mean, finally we have the Jug more farmed than at least the position 4 Morana, so that's good, right?
That's progress, right?
Progress, I would say.
Beastmaster is also more farmed right now. I like that he went for the Flats build because he realized that he's not going to be able to play Broodmother Light, which is when Beastmaster just rushes those Necros, right? He's going to have to play more of a Aura utility Beastmaster, so he goes for the Vlads instead, goes now for the Solar Crest, and then ideally the DKB, it seems like. So, good choice. This is definitely what I would expect from Beastmaster. But again, Oscar has surprised me every time. He has really good itemization. You know, to adapt to the game. That's a very important asset to have in a pro player.
It is. Mingata
particularly
as well,
an offlaner.
I think he can. Jug is one of the not the better.
Well, Fenta's going to commit fratricide here. Yeah, they find the middle brother and proceed to just destroy him.
Yeah, being the middle child sucks. It's true.
Yep.
You wouldn't know you're an only child.
I was between my parents. Which they're gonna go for him here. Dark Mago, fair amount of damage, but there's mech on Witch. He even uses that Moonlight Shadow. Yule Scepter for the Kunkka. This might set up for a counter kill. They don't have Ravage though. Dark Mago is to get away. Has a magic wand. There's a counter initiation. They stop the freezing field immediately. Healing ward though helps him enough, and they even commit the Omnislash. Oh no, sorry, never mind. He just hits really fast.
Yeah.
My bad. Tidehunter is brought back. Kunkka!
Kunkka! He reeled him back in with the fishing rod, but Oscar's going to have to get the kill, so we won't get to hear a very cool voice line. As
that was all
jumping
Kunkka
back in
though.
for the kill.
Don't get it twisted. It was all Kunkka.
It's true. It's true. He just got the last hit basically there.
Oh, they still got the X there for Roboceta.
Yeah,
but
he's
they
okay.
didn't have a secondary stun because they lost their Crystal Maiden.
What I was going to say, and now that it's Battle Fury, Mingata's going to continue to farm. But
Nice.
because the Mask of Madness synergizes very nicely with the Omni Slash, he can kind of fight around the ultimate, much like and do some decent damage despite his poor farm, much like, you know, a Faceless Void or a Spectre, right? He's kind of now in that same pool with that build, so he does nicely to actually get involved in that fight. I thought he was just going to TP top as soon as that fight broke out and just push the tier 1 and stuff like that, but no, it was a good decision there to fight. Works out very well, nicely for him. Now he's got a little bit of a faster Battle Fury. I mean, not fast overall, but fast considering the amount of farm he was getting.
Yeah, exactly. Because
he
was
recovery.
so poor, and he even went for Mask of Madness. I would say maybe the standard timing with this build with Mask of Madness treads would be like maybe 17 minutes or so on Jug. So you're still only 2 minutes late, not that bad. Roboteta's caught in the top lane, by the way. They try to use the Ghost Ship. He avoids it nicely. They can't get the man through an INS. The Madman tries to go for the bounty, but he will just die. They kill Panda as well. And Oscar dies in the middle lane here. There's a little bit 2 skirmishes going on at once. INS will actually survive that, sorry. They kill his friendly support, and the Beastmaster.
Yep,
But Kunkka survives, which
they
matters.
committed quite a bit there for both fights, to be honest.
Yeah.
The boat came out, so Tidehunter was lore obligated to also use the Ravage,
Of course.
and he did. But he nets some 2 kills, and they don't get anything in exchange. So big kills there for Omega, as Rakil, he is kind of, you know, he's now less farmed actually than the Beastmaster, but he is still pretty darn strong considering what he has, right? I mean, Beastmaster, his farm translate into the Vlads as well as the Necrobook level 1, as they get a kill on the Yadomin, but Tidehunter's farm translate into mobility and a Hooded Defiance, so he's real tanky now, and he's going to be putting that to the test, trying to kill through Panda. They will have enough magic damage eventually. INS now in some trouble, and they will be able to get 2 more kills here.
Oh,
No,
what?
sorry,
The
3.
Juggernaut. He's going to go for Drakil? Can he kill him? Oh
Right.
my goodness, with the Mask of Madness, literally sliced through that watermelon.
Yep,
It's like
Fruit
a
Ninja.
Japanese family in a hot summer day.
I was going to go with Fruit Ninja, but okay. I like the Japanese family analogy.
I'm a big weep, what can I say, dude?
Yeah.
You forget.
He admitted it, everyone.
I don't... Okay, so the Kunkka play, I liked what he did there. He stood around, and he seems like he was walking around doing nothing because the Blade Mill was activated on Spectre, so if he actually hit with the Tidebringer, he would have just died, and instead he wanted the residual damage from Radiance. But I think when you are acknowledging that you're so low that you can kill yourself with the Tidebringer, you might as well just leave the fight, right? There was no point in staying there as long as he did. I saw the purpose behind his actions, but I think he could have still played that a bit more defensively. Juggernaut, though, is starting to come online, and I like the build he's going for, straight for the Ags. As we see, Mask of Madness might just be enough to give you the Omni Slash damage that you need, and the Swift Slash gives you a little bit of an extra mobility, a little bit of extra damage. Always useful to have that ability. It's interesting how people have been getting that Ags sooner and sooner, yeah? After it got released, people have been realizing there's actually quite a value Ags.
Yeah, it's like the Slark Ags, right? People started really, really loving that immediately after it came out. And then everyone's like, oh, you just build another 4-step on your team and you're okay.
Well, no, but the Juggernaut Axe is the opposite, right? We were like, this is trash. Why would I ever want Swift Slash? And afterwards, like, actually, you know what? Swift Slash is pretty good. Not that bad.
It's like Meteor Hammer. Everyone
that's true.
crapped on it when it came out. Now it's the best item of the game.
You know who didn't crap on the Swift Slash show? Purge in his patch analysis.
true.
That's how you know the man.
You
The
can
man,
check.
the
You
legend.
can check out his comments on that in hour 37 of his patch release video.
Yes, indeed. Actually, I think that one with the Juggernaut Axe was the that was the Axe patch, and that was the so that the change for the Juggernaut was the 16-hour patch analysis in 2 parts. No joke. And they go, nice! Ravage for 4. Beautiful. Panda and Oscar both dead. They go as well for the Earth Spirit. The Healing Ward keeping him alive for now, but eventually going to be finished off. That Mago survives next to his BKB. Still committed to this gun Yadomi. And the Biox are coming out, but it seems like the
Freezing
Mago is going to
Field.
fall here before they can do anything. They don't have Omni Slash either. The Freezing Field immediately cancels as well. And with a 4-man Magnetize, can they turn this into a single kill? Because they've only gotten a support. Ines will die for nothing. And Mingate still doesn't have the Omni Slash. Gets permastun destroyed. Omega.
Yeah, 7 deaths. right
Oh
there.
my god, what could have been just like, you know, okay, great Ravage, we blundered, not the best team fight, turned into a really, really bad fight.
Yeah, the Aghanim Scepter there by RoboZ doing a lot of work there, immediately silencing. Well, I mean, we got like 2 seconds of the freezing field, but honestly, with the Blade Mail on Spectre, Dispersion maxed, of course, and of course, a nice little point booster, make that the Ultimate Orb instead. Rather, just too much HP on Spectre, no one dies there. Same deal here with Magnetize, which is still only a measly level 1. Level 2, of course, does an additional 20 more to, make that double the damage there, and unfortunately he does not yet have that power spike because he's only level 11 on the Earth Spirit. So yeah, it was an interesting decision there to try and buy back. That was, I believe, the 10-second BKB out from Dark Mago. Indeed it was, so I think that's what they were trying to go for. And fight around that nice power spike, but everyone's just dead. Mingate does not have the farm despite, I mean, he didn't even want to use Omni Slash there. He kind of knew that one wasn't going too well.
No, he couldn't though, it was on cooldown.
Okay, I
It
see.
was on cooldown
Thank
until
you for the
they got
correction.
the final stun. Yeah. But that was what's weird to me, right? Like, the Omni Slash is on cooldown, so even your biggest point of inflection in a team fight was not available to you, regardless if you made the choice to use it or not. Like, you couldn't use it, right? So, why would you go back in? Okay, you get caught the first time, I get it, these things happen, it's normal, but going back in, it's happened once or twice with Omega, like, they seem just to wanting to fight all the time. I mean, even the BKB on Kunkka, right? The BKB on Kunkka, instead of using it for him to run away, which would have been the right choice, use it to kill the Grimstroke? Why? At the expense of his own life, mind you.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know, there was a bit of a... you don't need to constantly fight, right? You can always just retreat and it's okay. They seem to be afraid of doing that. I guess because maybe their lineup is definitely a tempo lineup, and they're afraid that if they lose 1 or 2 team fights, they might just lose the game completely. But this will happen regardless if you choose to retreat or not. So, I don't know. That was a weird decision making by Omega, I would say. I'm not really sure why they chose to fight.
And now we've got some really great defensive items as well for Unknown to try and hold a little bit longer, or to survive in these team fights even longer. Whoa, hold on. They're trying to go for Roche. Wow. I like this play out from Omega.
Yeah, Balzi, though, this could be the end of them, though. They don't have Ravage. 20 seconds for Ravage, 6 seconds for Han. You're really, really playing this on the clock. Kill off Panda first. Haunt is available now. Okay, they can just go into the Roche pit now. They kill Oscar as well on the back lines. The Roche is not yet done. They're crossing on the Roche. The Goshen will come in. The Haunt's already been used. Who takes the Roche? The Aegis goes for Mingate, but the Roche goes for Unknown. They kill off INS in the process. Omnislash comes out. Not going to deal enough damage to the Enacted Mask of Madness, and Mingate will die to a simple arrow. Dark Mago with his BKB, the last surviving member of this fight, will finally fall, and a Ravage to guarantee the kill onto the Juggernaut, and even stop Oscar from going in again. Primal Roar used, only to kill the Grimstroke, but he gets stopped by an arrow. And that's a full-on team wipe, +2, because they get rid of the Aegis and they get rid of the dieback Beastmaster. And on top of that, you even take the Roshan Gold. You don't even lose a single person in that fight.
Yeah, from here I don't really see how the game becomes winnable for Omega. All the ultis used there, no buyback on all 3 of your cores, which are dead for at least another half minute. Yes, they cannot get Megas here, but it's at least the mid-tier 3 down. Luckily, they don't push as fast as they did last game, but I mean, they're going to get this tower and barracks down eventually. Might even go for kills here onto INS. Panda will be next to fall there as bo2 going to go ahead and choose that portal to disseminate out of, and now all 5 heroes dead for another half minute.
Now it's time for them to take the melee racks and the ranged racks. Only the middle can fall because they haven't taken any other tier 2s. In fact, the bottom they haven't even taken a tier 1.
Yep.
But I don't know. Omega needs to if they want to win this, they need to reset their mindset. They keep just going in fights without any sort of rhyme or reason.
Oh, like this.
Dark Mago? Seriously? Is this what is the idea behind this? Okay, you activate BKB, I guess you can get away?
He wants to nuke the wave, I guess.
Sure, but you waste your BKB charge for this.
I agree, friendo.
Now they catch him anyway. Can they kill him? If they punish him for the... Okay, that was a terrible spin. That was awful. I guess Robo Theta felt bad for him. He's like, I'll give you some more time. That Mago, it's okay. Okay, now the counter initiation is pretty good with the Omni Slash. Tidehunter doesn't have Ravage, so they can't... They don't have the best team fight, but they're still winning this. Oscar will die first. Mingate is not going to be able to survive too long. Freezing Field zones them out, though. They get a stun off of the Kunkka thanks to the Inksoul. Now the Yo-Yo of Death from Ines stops Berna. He needs to reconsider going into this. He has to now run away. They finally killed the stupid healing ward, but all Omega wants is Berna right now. Yeah, they might find Yadomi, but the real target is the Spectre. And they are unable to catch up to him.
Yeah,
I mean,
no more remnants.
is trying, but...
No more remnants. It's pretty hard for him.
Okay, that was a bad fight also by Unknown because he had no ultimates there. I think Omega at least did better, but this shows the domination by Unknown that can still fight you just by having no Ravage and no Haunt. Right?
Yep. Mingate
You even
does,
used Omni Slash. Oh, sorry, Swift Slash.
Swift Slash, yeah. Mingate does well. He Swift Slash in and then realizes, oh my god, I'm getting my butt kicked. So he drops the healing ward, goes back onto the high ground, and he's got his team, who are pretty tanky, and they're you know, without the ultis up for Unknown, it's not like they just all die. You know, right away. So they're at least able to keep him alive a little bit longer, and then he's able to return the favor. Eventually, they end up getting 2 kills there. Ravage, though, committed. Spectral Hunt, but not even full HP. Right back in, and that's going to be a kill. Beyond Godlike now for Berna, as they will be also able to catch Dark Mago here. Caesar, a nice little rune for himself. He can go ahead and take that. Canceled immediately as the Boulder Smash will be dodged by all 3. INS. He's going to go ahead and just kind of walk on over and die as he sees his Kunkka TPing out. No support for him.
I guess he tried to draw the aggro. What's funny is that the bash didn't come out in time anyway, so he didn't have to do it. But he bashed the creep right after. Yeah, he's like, he hit the creep after the Kunkka TP. He's like, oh, there's the bash. Fuck you, creep. Anyway. That was... That's still a loss for Unknown, though. You still lost a Juggernaut there, so yeah. I just don't understand why they're taking all these fights, though. I feel like they're just... Like, they just need to take
Omega,
a second to think, right? Yeah, for Omega particularly. I don't know. I want to see a pattern in their movements, and I'm really not seeing their purpose behind their actions.
Yeah.
I don't want to be quick to insult, to criticize insult.
Yeah, no, of course,
because
right?
I just genuinely don't understand.
They have their reasons, of course. I'm not sure what it could be here at this point, as they're looking to fight underneath the tier 2 tower. Nice Yule Scepter there to dodge out the run buff onto Kunkka. He's stunned up anyway for forever. Silenced up as well by the Phantom Embrace. bo2 now just running onto him. Good stuns onto Berna. He's about a 3rd HP, but the Kunkka's been finished off. Has buyback but not having buyback is the Earth Spirit, who's now died to basically the rest of Unknown. Drakil, maybe going for more. My goodness, they're just going up onto the high ground now. That'll get the buyback out from Dr. at least. Can Oscar even live long enough? No. Stunned up there by the arrow.
That should mean your tier 2 tower is well down bottom. You've lost, as you mentioned, the buyback.
Look where Mingate is going. What?
Okay, got it. Has the Omni.
That's Omni.
Yeah, that's Lotus a bit late, but now you can't Swift Slash him afterwards. Silence immediately. Mingates, no with the Mask of Madness. Now finally can Blade Fury himself away. Will survive, but used Omni already. They can still freeze the field in a matter of seconds. Mingate used the Swift Slash to kill Yadomi. Not bad, but they should still be able to finish him off with the Simple 8. Goodbye to Mingate. You died for support yet again, and the arrow set up. God, they're just playing with a Conker now. GG comes off from Omega. They'll give up this game. Okay. It seems like to me like they gave him a while ago. Not gonna lie.
2-0 win then for
no, 1-1.
A 1-1 win then for
yeah, no
Unknown.
wait, it's called a tie, dude.
Well,
that's the word you're looking for.
Did Unknown not win this game?
Yeah, but it's a 1-1, therefore
but
ties.
so
When the
you're
numbers
saying-
are the same, we call it tie.
So you're saying that they won the game, right?
Yeah, a tie in English can mean three things. It can either be from the country of Thailand, it can be something you used to appear formal and you put it on your neck, or it could be when two teams have the same score. This is the third one.
It's like a draw. Like, I'm gonna draw you. There's a draw is also 3 ways, right? It's a draw is when it's a 1-1 tie. You can draw like a picture, or you can also draw out your innards, quartered and drawn that sort of way as well.
Go follow this caster at Seek and Strike Dota on Twitter. You'll really enjoy these rants. It's
I do.
Yeah, he occasionally puts random food facts as well. Anyway, we're gonna have second match of the day coming up soon. I don't think there's gonna be much of a break because these are best of 2s after all, and our admins are super quick. Next match, quite exciting. It's gonna be between Infamous and For Fun. For those of you who don't know, For Fun is the MV stack right now. They previously Zero. Previously they were. What was the official name before they were called Zero? Actually. Business Associates as well, though they have had a lot of changes since then. Yeah. And they're the previous winners of the Summit in North America, so quite an exciting match.
Indeed, and then after that, it's just NA all day here. Monday. So do stick around, guys. You're watching Realms Collide 2 Dark Light with Dark Light Caster, Avo Plus, D Swordfish, as well as Seek and Strike. Do stick around, guys. We'll be back after a short break with our next matchup in just a bit. We'll see you then.
Hello and welcome back to the Voice of the Realm. My name is Alvaro Sanchez, here joined by Richard Garcia, and we are going to be your hosts for today as you watch this wonderful made-up radio show that casts Realms Collide 2, The Burning Darkness.
Yes, radio show / podcast. You know, it's a radio show if you're a boomer, if you're a zoomer. It's a podcast show, either or. It's the same. Although
Aren't they the same thing? What's the difference between a podcast and a radio show?
I think one of them transmits over AM, FM, and then depending on like in the
Is that
U.S.
really the difference?
Yeah, and then I mean, basically, right? And then one of them, you need a special license to transmit, like, because
So
the
what if you're-
FCC is really fine.
What if I'm a radio show, right?
Yeah.
And I transmit over AM, FM, but I
You're-
also have a Spotify?
You're a radio show. I mean, that's fine. That's what a lot of radio shows do.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
But-
But aren't
but-
those a podcast?
No, but you're a radio show because you broadcast over. You know,
okay,
that's
so
like
if
saying
I don't broadcast.
that's like saying, are we a TV show? We're on a.
Okay. So if I don't broadcast, then 100%, I am not a radio show, regardless of what I do afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, you could say internet radio show.
So
but-
everything can be a podcast, but not everything can be a radio show.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty big distinction, to be honest, because at least in the U.S., like it's a lot of red tape basically, but the FCC is like really strict on who they grant licenses to, and then there's a lot of restrictions that you can or can't do. You have to run certain ads. It depends on what state you're in. You can't have like police sirens in your ads and stuff like that, you know, and you can't say swearsies. Meanwhile, we can say bad words like heck and frick. And the FCC can't do anything about us.
Yeah, fuck you, FCC.
The FCC can't handle me. Anyway, we have a
Okay.
draft underway
That was very fun. I would say it was for fun.
for fun.
Huh?
Yes.
Yeah, so we have a draft between For Fun and Infamous Gaming. Quite exciting because Infamous recently changed one of their players. In case you guys don't know, Faker, also known as KXY.
Yep.
Faker's his real name per se, and KXY is his in-game name. Which
Well,
you think
Faker's
why.
probably not his real name. I don't know what his real name is.
No, his parents. were
Yeah,
like-
that's probably not his name. The
their
parents.
side, it's like, ¿Cómo se va a llamar su hijo? Fuck it.
Faker. Yeah. What is this? The Ben Stiller movie, Meet the Fockers?
Anyway, yeah, Faker is his, I guess, the official in-game name. How it works in Peru is that once you pick a name, you're never going to forget that name no matter what you do, right? You have to go through a lot of big length. That's why Thunder Predator, they still have Wu and Minos, even though they've changed their names many times. Anyway,
And that's why you're darky.
yeah, that's why I'm Darky. Don't say that in English. That sounds like something different.
Oh,
It's-
he's dark like Casa.
There we go,
It's in
there
the
we go.
chat.
KXY changed to Eco Boys, and they're going to be playing with Mr. Jeans right now, or as they call him, Señor Pantalones in Spanish.
Señor Pantalones.
Pantalones is pants in Spanish. For Fun is, as we mentioned, the stack that recently won the summit. They're the zero stack, essentially, with a couple changes. They've been really dominant, honestly. Very
have.
good. I mean,
They have.
the team has like superstars, honestly. Like, at least Snaking, Envy, and Brax have been standouts of the NA scene for a long time. Mu is in a completely new position, which is why I don't mention him, but he has also been performing pretty decently. You know, he's actually played, I think, almost every position at this point. And Ryoya, who has been always a pretty stable mid. Like, he's never stood out as the best mid in the world. He's never, like, surpassed some of the tier 1 mids, but he's always been stable, and that's one of the things I like about him, actually. He doesn't ever have a terrible match. He tends to have just a pretty decent match. And recently, it's been quite the opposite, actually. He's been having quite stellar matches, you know, quite constant, really good performances, especially compared to a lot of the other strong mids in this region.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think he can definitely give him a good matchup. He can pop off and really make a lot of space for his team.
His
But-
pool has increased a lot recently.
Yeah. But let's see what he's going to be bidding against here. Is we got the Timber Tiny versus the Wisp Spookter. I think for fun, they really enjoy picking the Wisp in the first phase.
Yeah,
They're one of the teams that are still doing it.
They
quite
play it so
frequently.
well.
They do. Yeah, there's it's no surprise. Is the AA banned? Not yet, but they've done well to ban the Viper at least.
I don't think the AA is that much of a concern against this matchup because Spectre just mauls him. Right.
She's really tanky as well. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, also, like, you just kill the AA before you can Ice Blast, so oftentimes you're just forced to... Because the Spectre IO matchup is more about how the IO pairs with the Spectre in the lane, and then usually have another hero to pair with later, right?
I mean, it still sucks to even have the possibility of
course.
IO being kind of useless, though, right?
But here's the Enchanter's pick. I like this one better because when you're playing against Spectre, I honestly think that it's much safer to go for supports that are not easily killable. Especially because it's Axel, and Axel likes to die. So
He
giving
does,
a support that can't die is very important. And I don't think you're too concerned, particularly about the IO Spectre as a matchup. It's much more concerning in the lane. That's what I like to see. I was actually concerning the Snapfire, because if the Snapfire goes core here, IO can just go with Snapfire in the mid game, and that's a much more useful combo that actually takes advantage of the overcharge and IO's talents.
I feel like this is a pretty standard opening draft here
Yes.
for fun. I think we've probably seen this, if not once, definitely once, if not more than once in this tournament alone.
If
Like,
not once, then twice for
if
sure.
not once, then twice. Not to be confused with the K-pop group twice.
Yeah.
Very big.
I actually did not know they were a K-pop group. I don't know what that is.
You don't know what K-pop is?
No.
I guess that makes sense. You're not in the dating scene here in Malaysia. Everyone loves K-pop. It's always on everyone's Tinder profile. That's always the song. A bunch of K-pop here.
I love you're not in the dating scene. You're not dateable, Alvaro.
You're not.
That's true.
He's got a lady friend. He's got a lady friend.
Proud lady friend.
Yeah.
She gave me this shirt.
She,
Nice shirt.
she did.
Mm.
It's one of the nicest shirts you own.
It's the nicest shirt I own. by a
Probably
long
is.
shot. Yeah.
Probably is. Anyway, Infamous, though, they've done their homework. I'm sure they were expecting something like this, but it's definitely kind of a scary opening, like you're saying. The IO, when and if the Snapfire takes the little Shredder talents, is pretty ridiculous, especially
Yes.
when Wisp gets the 25 talent.
Yeah,
And if we go late, he's going to have Satanic, and that's when the AA is kind of nice to have.
That's why I love the Snapfire mid, particularly this matchup, if you can afford it. If not, there's a lot of options, right? But the Snapfire mid here will be really, really strong. She's a strong laner regardless, so that's why you flex her so hard. It's easy to pick her early. Infamous goes for the Juggernaut. I mean, for now, Infamous, their lineup is not too bad. Like, they have nice counters. For example, to the Spectre with the Timber Saw is really good. The Tiny counters the IO pretty decently. The Jug actually got as a good matchup against the Mars for the most part, honestly. He's not as good as Lifestealer, but Lifestealer's been banned, so you have to make do, right? Not bad response by Infamous Gaming, but the concern is more that For Fun is proposing right now, and Infamous is responding. And when you're responding, you're not always going to play your comfort draft. You're not always going to play the strategy you've thought up or you want to play, which obviously puts you on the back foot every single time.
Yeah, to me, for fun, they got a much clearer idea. I mean, that's just very, very obvious given how much reserve time both teams have now, really gone into. The Jugs, I think, fine. It's not that great against the Mars either because Mars can negate if he ends up getting an Omnislash on himself. He just walks forward, and then because of the way Omnislash works, they always hit him in the front for some reason. I forget exactly why, but all you do is you walk forward if you're getting Omnislashed. Yeah, you don't change directions, and then all of the Omnislashes hit you in your front shield, and then you take the Bulwark passive.
Yeah, well, because the way Omnislash works, the Omnislash always tries to change.
Yeah.
It tries to go like from front, back. If you're in a single hero, front, back. But as he mentions, if you walk forward, it's not specifically walking forward in a straight line, specifically walking forward like in a diagonal, like a SE
Yeah,
line.
there's some path you take that I'm sure
The pros know by heart.
Yeah, whoever's.
And then you can get most of the hits on your shield. Yeah, it's just Omnislash is predictable when you do the jumps.
It is, yeah. That's why. I mean, so is Sleight of Fist, which is why the Battle Fury build has fallen out of favor. Actually,
When they reduced the cone so they could actually avoid it with good positioning, that made Battle Fury build on Ember much worse. Yeah, I agree.
Yep. You still see it every now and then, but usually instead of Battle Fury, you just see like double Daedalus into Divine Rapier instead of going for Battle Fury. I think that's gotten a bit too cute. So it's not a bad pick. Juggernaut, Jack of all trades, pretty flexible. Again, a good base.
Good core to core against with the Spectre as well,
Yes.
because Jug can go invulnerable when he deals the majority of his damage, ideally, obviously. And now Spectre used to be really good against Jug because you can Manta and then dodge the Omni, but now Omni actually stays long enough so you don't actually dodge it with Manta or with Hunt, unless you literally reality to different illusion, of course. So we have to prevent that. And the whole point is that since you Omni Slash, you're invulnerable. Dispersion is completely useless at that point. Yes, it mitigates damage, but it won't kill yourself, which is the biggest point of Dispersion. So it's a good way to deal with the Spectre. It's, again, a really nice core-to-core matchup, which is one of the advantages I see here. However, there are other ways to deal with a Jug, and he is not the strongest hero in the meta.
Okay, they might be a Mars mid, is what those two bands tell me. to be
No, they
honest.
think it's Snapfire mid. I'm pretty certain they think it's Snapfire mid.
For fun though, look at their bands. The last two bands, the Monkey and the Storm.
Oh, it could be Mars mid. Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess.
Just to me, that's what maybe for fun, they're really confident. They go, we'll try and bait them here with these last two bands. Maybe they just don't want to play against those because they're really good IO killers.
Or maybe
as
you're
well.
picking up a different mid laner. Like maybe you're picking up a Kunkka here.
It could be. It just could be another melee mid laner. That's also very, very possible because right now they still have a lot of different ways. Right now, the only thing that's certain is Wisp 5, Spectre 1. Everything else here can be changed.
Yeah, I agree with you though. Interesting bands.
But I think they're good bands. I think they're good bands here for fun because they don't have last pick, so they need to make sure that they have those bases covered.
Exactly. I wonder if they're gonna still try to flex, like, because you can always Snapfire flex with Mars. There's the Ember, right? So yeah, you have a massive flex. What's the support exactly? Honestly, both of these three heroes can play. All three heroes can play support. Yes, Snapfire is definitely the strongest support out of the three, but it's not like an Ember support or Mars support is that bad concerning the lane. So Infamous make sure that you can't. They make sure that Infamous cannot get an easy matchup against any of these. And now we'll see how Infamous tries to counter this.
Yeah, it's hard. It's real hard here. It's a good draft up for fun, isn't it?
I kind of like an Invoker, actually, for Infamous.
I was thinking something like that, some magic damage. The Spectre Blade Mail is a little bit of a problem, though, for him, for sure.
Yeah, but if you go Quas
But-
Vex, you don't have that much damage.
That's
There
true.
we go.
Yeah, that's true, right?
Because Quas Vex Invoker is good against Ember. He can stop the Snapfire ultimate. He's decent against Io. Yeah, and you're going to put the Ember, though. Okay.
Yeah.
Not even considering it. And Snapfire 5, so it's going to be Snaking plus Mars
Okay.
lane, it seems like. Okay, I actually don't mind this because Snapfire is a really strong laner, so you're going to secure the lane for Spectre, which is good. If you put it with the Mars, you're going to destroy that lane. If you put him with the Spectre, you're going to secure that lane. But the IO with the Mars is also really good here, right? Whereas the IO cannot really harass the Timbersaw, unfortunately. So
Yeah, that's a problem. They don't really have a great response with the Timber. They can lock him down. He dies pretty
Yeah.
easily as well in the Arena of Blood because it's
Yeah.
all magic damage. So they have ways of dispatching of him. Don't get me wrong, but in the lane, it's kind of difficult. So we're going to be seeing how that off lane ends up going for them here.
after seeing these picks, I gotta say I side slightly with For Fun. I think this Invoker pick really helped Infamous draft, and Infamous has a chance to bring this really easily. Honestly, the only thing is that the Ember versus Invoker matchup, while Quasvex Invoker should theoretically be able to beat Ember. Now that Sleight of Fist has been buffed, I've seen Ember just skipping Flame Guard altogether, and they still last quite nicely with the Invoker, so it's not too difficult for them to win that lane. I mean, we actually saw an Ember destroy an Invoker in this tournament recently. I forgot what the game was. So many games. Infamous is a harder game, but I don't think it's impossible for them, though I slightly side with For Fun with their recent execution. I think Infamous has been a bit more inconsistent. We'll see.
We shall indeed. Before we get underway with game number one, though, we've got a message from our sponsor, ePolls. Alvaro thinks it's a crime for me to not rhyme, so here you go with our ad. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to our casters. Man, what a beautiful poem. I mean, really, that Richie could be just the poet laureate of the entire United States, don't you think?
I'm interested in the game today. I think that I'm kind of excited to see if For Fun if Infamous can take advantage of their lineup strengths, because they have a lot of strong options to deal with For Fun, particularly like the Tiny can easily deal with the IO. You have the Juggernaut that can avoid both Snapfire and Mars. Timbersaw can get out of control, as you mentioned. I'm fascinated. I want to see if Infamous can make this happen, honestly. Because until now, I mean, even coming into this matchup, I would have probably guessed a 2-0 in favor of For Fun, just because they've been doing so well recently. But I think Papita always... actually, the person who drafts in this team is Axel. He proposes some very interesting ideas. And it's a pretty decent draft. I think they got out of a really prickly situation in the draft with this. So
Yep.
I'm rooting for them.
Yeah, I can, what's it called? I always think Blade Mail against Invokers is always like the hot dog, jiggity dog kind of build. But, you know, not always, right? Because he doesn't really transition into that damage until a little bit later. Talking like level 12, 13, usually you see a point in the Exhort, and then he's still not doing damage. But, you know, some uncontrollable damage on the Invoker definitely possible, especially if he wants to go for the eggs this game. Not really the best of setup, though, to be honest. I mean, Tiny Avalanche Toss is not going to give you a whole lot of leeway for you to actually land that Cataclysm, especially against some of these more mobile heroes.
Right.
But we'll see. We'll see. Probably still going to see Envy go for the Blade in my build. He's already got it queued up, I'm sure, Indeed. As we can already see that being the case.
It's still a good build, even if you don't do it
It
against
is.
enemy team, right? Just for farming alone. I mean, it sounds crazy to say you're buying Bladeville for farming, but it actually ensures Spectre can take stacks more reliably, particularly ancient stacks. It's just such a useful item. The buff they did to make it so that the 20% passive is always there is just so useful. It's so good. So I like it on Spectre very much these days. Let's see how this mid lane goes, by the way. I want to see if I'm going to get super impressed by Ryoya, because if he beats the Invoker, I know that this matchup is now better for the Ember, but I still always get impressed with seeing an Ember beating a Quasvex Invoker.
Yeah. Questwex is, it feels like really hit or miss to me, you know, like, I think it's very, I mean, all mid laners are pretty momentum-based, but Questwex Invoker especially. Getting those first 2 urn charges can always be quite the challenge. Luckily, this game, he's got some really great supports to rotate over him, basically the Tiny, right, to help him get that first 2 urn charges, and then from there he can get the ball rolling. We got good potential top lane, and decent kill potential down bot lane as well. So we'll see Mr. Jeans what he can get done here on his Invoker. This move's getting harassed out already. And
early is very difficult to beat the Ember, to be honest, so it's actually impressive that Mr. Jeans actually has 4 last-hits against him. Because Ember usually has the advantage of just being melee, right? So usually it's the first 3 levels where he gets the advantage against the Invoker, but hey, Mr. Jeans, as someone in the chat, there's a big fan of Mr. Jeans in the chat. Just trusting Pantalones.
Pantalones. Senor Mesquila, as they will say.
What?
Mr. Jeans, the denim.
I've never heard of it. We call them Tejanos in Spain.
Tejanos.
Like Texans.
Texans. That's hilarious, actually.
Yeah, we call them Texans.
That's really
Texans
cool.
wear them, right? So.
You know, it's funny because actually jeans really started being big in California first, not really so much Texas.
Yeah, but in Spain, we think all America is Texas, though. Much like you think that we are part of South America, we just assume all of America.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that's true. I think if you say, I think it's true that you say everyone. What is it? Everyone considers, because Spanish people are Hispanic, right? Thus the root.
Exactly.
Everyone considers Hispanic people to only be from South America. That's true, but I don't think. I think most Americans know that Spain is not in South America.
I think so. I think so. Much like most Spanish people know, Texas is not all of America.
Yeah, well,
obviously, we're
probably.
with a lower common
I mean,
denominator.
is it though? I mean, you know,
I don't
everyone
know.
goes
We have some very
yeehaw.
dumb people in Spain.
You know, they shoot their guns in the air every single morning. You know, it's to shut up all the roosters.
I'm saying Texas, not Puerto Rico. Okay,
okay.
Different traditions. Here. Anyway, the Mars is doing really well in this lane with the Io. I did suggest this, right? I think this matchup is really solid because all Enchanters can do in this lane is harass, and Io makes that useless, right? Because he does bring so much healing. And Brax doesn't need to kill Pakaz particularly. All he needs to do is annoy him because he's going to prevent him from farming easily. The one advantage that Jug has against these kind of lanes, though, is that Jug has one of the lower BATs in the game. So the attack animation is really nice. It's difficult to outlast him, which is why Brax instead is trying to play around the, trying to pull the lane, force Axel to leave, annoy the enemy support. There's no way that you're just going to try to just outlast a Juggernaut in front of him. Because his attack animation is too nice.
I believe Jug has. Oh, Ryoya, hold that thought. Oh, he did miss uphill, and the bottle sips already being consumed. No, Mr. Jean's unable to net himself a kill there. Does he? Is it not? Is he not in the best category, excluding, of course, Alchemist when he uses Chemical Rage?
No, that's AM. AM and Jug are the same.
Okay, that's what I thought. I knew he was in the best category. I knew there was another hero, but
I actually think I'm actually not sure if Jug is 1.4, 1.45 because I know AM is that. So I'm not actually sure. I mean, I might be wrong. He might be the best category. He does have a really good BAT.
Oh, yeah.
For those of you who don't
really
know, by the way, it just means the basic attack animation, how long your attack takes to kind of perform, and
Yeah.
it affects your attack speed. Your true attack speed.
that's why Doom is so awful. He's at 2, right? Lina as
He's
well.
the worst BAT in the game.
First blood actually is going to happen mid lane instead. I was expecting here. Axel will eventually die, however.
Yeah, Pakaz though.
And
And
it's not going to catch the Snake King.
that kill mid lane should not really be happening. Ryoya just dominant, right? Playing aggressively. He went for, like I mentioned, the Sleight of Fist into Zero Chains build. Here comes Michel trying to help out, but it's not going to quite find Ryoya.
Nope. No, he is not, unfortunately. TP's mid lane. Snake King able to refill the bottle here for Ryoya. Even takes a sip out of it himself, of course, because it's more efficient for the Wisp to be healing himself. That's why if you got a Wisp in your lane, always give him your healing, please. They know that the Wisp is now missing from top lane. They're going to try for a kill onto Brax, at least force out the spear, as Pakaz was ready to go at spin to win there.
Oh, EMP on Ryoya though. This is trouble. Michel comes in. Avalanche, no mana for toss. Though that sucks. That could have been a kill. Yeah, if you had mana there for toss, he would have been able to kill him. So, well, a bit of a loss there for Mr. Jeans. Still, Mr. Jeans is he's not losing the lane by any means. Yes, he lost his first life, and the first blood equalized the lane by a lot. But they're still even, despite the first blood, which is pretty impressive performance of Mr. Jeans. Right. Much better than the last Invoker versus Ember matchup I saw. I now understand why you're a fan of him, dude. I understand it perfectly.
Of who?
Of Mr. Jeans.
Oh, yeah.
Who?
No, I like him.
No, I'm talking to the chatter, not you, dude.
No.
Two Youths is the biggest fan of Mr. Jeans I ever seen. Love it. A lot of positivity in the chat. Moo is trying to get away from Papita. Papita has a Whirling Death. No mana though.
Scatter
Is he gonna dive the tower? He considered it,
He's
but
got no mana. He would if he had mana, 100%. But
exactly. Or a Soul Ring or something to ensure
or
that
Soul
he had
Ring.
mana.
Well, that's
Yeah.
mana, right? But yeah, no Soul Ring yet here for Papita.
Yep.
He's like, you live for now, Grandma.
Nope. It's difficult for the Timbersaw to get kills here until he gets like at least a Soul Ring and probably level 6, honestly. Tiny is more of a roaming kill potential hero. He's not really a hero that harasses very well in lane, which is why Papita has not had the easiest lane of his life, because Tiny doesn't do much here. He just needs to roam and do more things in the mid lane, ideally.
Excel's just stealing farm here. Might even get a courier kill.
Nice.
Indeed, it's going to be the Wild Wing Ripper that is going to kill that one. Mr. Jeans, meanwhile, but
That's
could be in
Tornado.
some trouble. EF5 Tornado slowly making its way here across the river. A little water spout. As Excel, he should be okay. That's going to be a better Tornado, though, for
courier.
Mr. Jeans. Other courier, that's a second courier kill there that we've just seen. That's actually at the boots for Excel as well, so that's going to hurt a little bit.
Chill also in trouble.
River
Searing
could
Chains out of
toss.
fist.
Oh, wow.
Ryoya tries to avoid that spear. Good attempt though, just for style points. What I love it is that Axel's like, well, if I can't die, then my courier will for sure die. Someone's dying here though.
Someone's gonna die. They're like, Excel, get back. Oh, okay, fine, but I'm gonna kill my courier. Okay, we'll take that one.
Sure, we'll accept it. We'll accept it. Yeah, I don't know. 3 kills already for fun. The courier kill actually helps him a little in net worth, but at least Pakaz is dominating in his top lane, right? Like, he has really good net worth against the Mars. He's been left solo for a fair amount of time, so it's impressive that he's been doing so well.
Papita just got both of those denies against Envy after he committed the dagger. That's a feels bad there, but it feels good for if you're a Papita fan. Really, really slick denies. He's doing pretty nicely in this lane as well. 9 denies, 31 last hits here, just about keeping pace with Envy, who's only got 2 more CS in him. It's getting to the point where he just tickles the Spectre, though, is the thing. Even with Whirling Death, of course, is not a strength hero. It doesn't do much, but they will get a kill into Michael then, as Ryoya over mid lane, using one of the remnants there. Does not get the rune, however. Actually, he does get the rune, mind me, and they're even getting the mid ward. And this is good, though, because this is where Mr. Jeans, he's got the urn, and he's going to be real sad. He's unable to net himself a kill here, even with the Tiny rotating over. As for fun, they just bring more people over each time.
Passive Urn, nice scan though, that Moo or someone at least is out there, right? He doesn't know whom, but he's gonna play defensively regardless. What sucks a bit about this is that even though Jug had a decent lane, Brax also had a really, really good lane. And we've spoken about how Mars can really snowball out of control if you give him a nice lane.
Yeah.
And this is gonna happen this game. There's no reason why Brax shouldn't start to rotate as soon as possible. Once, I mean, he has like a big item like Yules or Blink or whatever,
Yep.
and then start getting solo kills as Mars tends to do.
I think the Yules this game has a lot of value. Blink as
Yes.
well. I'm not really sure which one you prefer.
Yules doesn't work on Jug, which is what sucks, because the Blade Fury should
Yeah.
always happen before the Yules or the spear hits, right? No matter how good you are. So
But it is real good against the Timbersaw as well as Excel,
Yep.
though, and the Invoker to dispel yourself if you need it.
true,
Yeah.
true.
There's both are real good here for different reasons. We'll be now brawling in the mid lane. Moo loses all his mana. Could be the first 2 urn charges. It is for Mr. Jeans. Immediate applied then over the Snake King. It's a toss. We'll get Ryoya onto him. Haunting in will be Envy, though. Looking to go on the backliners. Does find Excel there with the Spectral Dagger. As they're now hunting down Mr. Jeans. Dust is applied, so he's as good as dead. Papita now joining the fray. Ryoya with a DD rune. Doing some decent damage, but not nearly enough. Envy then will immediately TP back bot lane to not miss any experience. And they are going to get 2 kills there. 1 onto the mid laner in exchange for Moo. Good fight.
Yeah, losing the Invoker there is kind of a big deal, though. You don't want an Invoker to have to transition to full support Invoker this early, right? You usually want it to rotate a bit more effectively. Mid lane, Papita also in trouble. They have a double damage. Papita tanks nicely. Does Ryoya want to fight for this? The TP's
2
immediately.
remnants.
They're like,
Yeah.
nope, we're not going to let you do this.
Yeah, DD rune expiring, so I think he was just maybe looking to force some TPs, because exactly they do. Still the 1 urn charge, so you know, the cold snap into urn is very, very deadly here at this stage in the game for basically anyone. So it's good that they get themselves out of harm's way there. Excel rotating down bottom now has his boots and nearly finds the courier of Envy. That should be, oh, he's even already has the blade mail actually after joining that last fight. Now he's got brown boots and blade mail.
Okay. The Timbersaw is now going to be guarding the mid lane as the Invoker goes to gank and hopefully get some kills. I don't know if Spectre is the easiest kill, though. I mean, you have to get something important. Right? Spectre might as well be the easiest core to kill. While Moo joins in with snaking, and they're going to try to annoy Pakaz, invading his jungle. This is important. Even if you don't kill him, it's still worth. Oh, you might, though. He doesn't activate Blade Fury in time because he just wasted it to farm. Brax comes in with the Arena Blood. Pakaz is dead here. Omni Slash. Oh, I mean, not. He has a Blade Fury when he comes off the Omni. They have to get the Spear of Mars perfectly. They won't. And the Arena Blood is wasted. Pakaz even using the healing for the healing ward. Pakaz, no. Perfectly calculated Brax.
Envy. Envy in the jungle now is going to get gone on in return. Does not have the Haunt and Blade Mail ready to be used, but no point. Dies out at the very least, but it will be core for core as both teams end up invading the jungle.
Well, I'm still always so impressed when a pro. I know they're pro players and everything, but I'm still impressed when they calculate like Blade Fury exact, like to the T. You know, that they know that the spear will hit. That's always very impressive.
I think I could be wrong, but much like Arrow, because Arrow's got a huge hitbox, which is why it's always most efficient to when you buy if you go for the Yules setup on Lina. Sorry, on Lina.
For them to
Morana.
drop on the arrow.
Yeah, you always aim for the drop because then the arrow travels further. Is it the same with Mars?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't too sure. So yeah, you can like have the spear halfway through him, and then it'll still catch him, and you'll get the stun, which is real nice.
Yep. I'm gonna try to go for the middle lane now, take advantage of the catapult. Seems a bit difficult though. You don't have much pushing power besides that.
They've relocated bottom as well to go for a kill here, but they're not gonna be able to catch anyone.
They have no Arena Blood, right? So interesting choice.
Yeah. Maybe they just wanted to get Brax down without committing to TP. He's gonna look towards mid now, as you said. They are pushing there.
With the catapult, so very important.
Brax up at 7.
That's a pretty big deal. Jug has Blade Fury though, so he can walk in and out of the elite arena. Here a cold step in the backlines. Michelle trying to find Moo, and Moo gets away
Doesn't
thanks to
have
the cold
mana
snap.
though.
That's Scatter Blast. Oh, now they run into the arena. Now ready for Brax. They're going to kill Michelle first as they go for Papita. Not many charges of reactive armor, which means Papita cannot last this too long. The Mortimer's Kisses will burn him up. And that's going to be 2 kills. Good use of the Arena Blood and Mortimer's Kiss, and this should guarantee the tower.
That's really unfortunate. That's the second time that the Tinies rotated mid lane and just barely didn't have enough mana there to actually have the toss. Maybe that goes slightly differently there if you can actually get the kill there onto the Snapfire. She doesn't ult. Maybe Pepito lives, right? Unfortunately, he's just I think like 10 mana shy. He dies with 101 mana. Just very unfortunate there yet again.
Yeah, there's the Searing Chains onto the Enchantress. She has Untouchable. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter, yeah.
Untouchable. I'll touch you with my shield then.
Yeah, pretty
no
much.
problem.
There's the bulwark there. And this is great. More kills here onto the team of For Fun, while Envy now continues to farm the jungle. He's got full power trades up, going for the Manta style. So, pardon me, we'll see him. Go ahead.
I just love that in the mid lane, the ballsy one is being snaking. Like, he's the one that's leading the charge as opposed to the Mars. Like, Brax is keeping his distance, like, let's go, come on.
Yeah.
Stop being a coward.
Oh, no baby. No baby stuff
No
here.
baby.
Gotta get in there.
Well, Michelle comes in, toss. They try to break the tether, they don't. Nope. Brax still survives. EMP will annoy him, but it's not going to be enough. Yeah, the healing from the IU. They try to relocate. Beautiful tornado to stop the relocate. That is also why the Plus Wex is such a good kill. Such a good pickup, sorry.
Yeah, Snaking didn't get the tether movement there, but is he still okay? He's got another one in 2 seconds here. Just needs someone in range. Yeah, he is a strength hero. Good observation, and he will die. He is going to be dead. And so you can see lots of damage being done, just all the pure damage in the world by Timber Saw. He hates trees, but he also hates strength heroes.
Particularly, yeah. He cuts those down. He doesn't see the difference between them, right? They both have like strong outsides.
Well, you see, it's because Stream Protector is a strength hero, so therefore he hates all of them.
Oh, what an arena, though. That's going to punish Papita pretty hard. They didn't commit the hunt for this. Papita still surviving. He actually gets pushed out of the arena by accident. Oh, that was not great. Papita will survive that because they were concentrating on too many heroes, and the enchant stops Rioya. The Mortimer's Kisses though to kill Michelle as they go for Axel. Axel will not survive this either, and Infamous is forced to retreat. Only missing 2 supports, but they lose a tower in the process, which is much worse.
They do. Envy Haunts in there to join the fun. Does get the tower at least. They are going to get some damage. However, it returns to their bottom tier 1 tower, but all their towers actually looking very, very healthy at this point. Hooded Defiance up on Pepita, lets him live a lot longer there, as well as getting pushed out of the arena. I didn't actually see what pushed him out there, to be honest.
I think, I want to say that the arena just kind of ended as the arena, because I can't imagine what could have pushed him, right?
Yeah,
the arena was ending as he was speared there, and that's why he could get away. It was odd, because there's no other movement spells for these guys, right?
Yeah, it's not like you can feed him a cookie, right? I would imagine that Valve has not released Mars with a bug that allows you to push him out with the Bulwark. That doesn't seem like something they would do. Then again,
Oh, you mean like may God's Rebuke push them out or something?
that's
Not
what I
the
meant,
Bulwark.
yes. I keep calling it Bulwark because
That's okay.
the shield is, but yes, God's Rebuke perhaps pushing him out. But I don't know. That doesn't
is
really
Valve,
seem like a Valve
you know.
thing. That's what I mean, though, right? It is a
never
Valve thing.
know.
Maybe he planted a tree. He doesn't have a GG branch. I no clue, to be honest.
No, they do have one on the Invoker, so maybe they could have been Mr. Jeans. Honestly, I couldn't tell. There might have been a really smart play there by Infamous, or sorry we missed it. That was Jeans.
Yeah.
I'm sure chat will correct us though. We apologize for that.
Chat's okay.
Yeah, chat.
They don't
I
lose
mean,
anything.
there are 1K people though, so that's 2K eyes watching this game.
2K eyes.
Exactly. Because I only have 4. Sorry, we only have 4. Omni Slash is ready on Bakaz, so he's pushing this bottom lane. He has the battle
good
fury
bait
ready
onto
as well. Oh, can they kill Papita here, Ryoya? Oh, there we go with the relocate gank, trying to find Mr. Jeans. It's slow with the tether. Mr. Jeans will fall.
Very dead.
Not that big a deal because Mr. Jeans is not insultingly a support this game, honestly. They need Papita much more importantly, Mr. Jeans. He's there to create space. Axel is surviving this for now. Oh, wow, this is Enchantress. Oh, no.
Oh yeah, he's eventually gonna die. Mu, just zoning him there with the kisses. Lands the first 2, misses the rest. Doesn't even need him. Envy though, he's gonna get relocated back top lane and just keep on farming the jungle. He's already got the Yasha for his Manta style compared to the Juggernaut, who actually has more farm here, and with the Battle Fury might just outpace Envy. But the problem is Envy's ready to fight right now. Well, whenever he has Haunt up, right? Whereas the Juggernaut, not really. It's not the Mask of Madness build we saw last game, so we can't even go in with the Omni Slash. But they have now found Envy in the jungle. Golden Net is well applied, but there's going to be a good tornado onto 2. Trying to buy some time here. Mr. Jeans, though, yeah, still very dead.
Papita comes afterwards. Is this going to be enough, Papita? He hasn't. Spectre's not a strength hero, so Whirling Death does not deal as much damage to them. They actually finish off Action for free in the backline. Papita
He's still chasing.
is still going for Envy. We have Magic Wand, cures a bit. Now the Aya with the healing, and Papita realizes he cannot kill him.
Yeah, that's tough. That's going to be tough, unfortunately. They're not able to find kills onto the Spectre quite too easily. But because, again, he's still farming up a Storm. I believe that's now the Yasha for him. Indeed it is. So he's going to be going for, I believe, this game could be an S&Y, I guess. But probably, I don't know.
I like Manta a bit better because he has Searing Chains, the spell. You can avoid the Spear of Mars as well. Oh, Timbersaw though in the middle lane. Might not be able to last this. Yes, Sleight of Fist really deals so much damage. Actually went for the Desolator build because he's been so dominant early.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about Ryoya popping off, and look at this. This is what I was.
This is when you can tell Ryoya is having a good game. He knows how to adjust very, very nicely, though.
Yes.
If he's not having a good game, he's not going to go for this build, right? He's very wise with his decisions. Like the one game he played the Pango on, right? He went for like an extremely early Mjolnir into Basher, didn't have a single defensive item. Whereas this game, it's kind of the same. He realized he's kind of popping off here, so he's just going to be looking for max damage, space curation, as Michael will fall as well. Ryoya, in case it's not obvious, beyond Cot-like here, 11-0-1-5. Despite that, he is still just tit for tat in terms of Envy, and still actually behind Pakaz in terms of farm. But again, Pakaz, so far the S&Y being queued up. We'll see though. You can always disassemble those. So
I think because Ryoya's not the flashiest player when he plays, he's much more of a consistent mid laner. He hasn't given as much praise as other mid laners, but he is stellar. So having someone that honestly doesn't make that many mistakes is a hugely valuable asset.
that's true.
That level of experience that Ryoya brings to the table is very important. He's also played in multiple regions, so he understands different regional metas. Like this guy is a valuable hero. I'm glad that he's finally getting the recognition in forefront.
Papita,
Okay,
yeah, he's biffed the Timber Chain there. That puts him into a bit of danger here, as he does have another one at the ready. 2 TPs as well coming through as Mu. Oh, there's the Omni Slash. Brax. Oh, they're mostly onto Mu. Now they're going to split it as the Guardian, or sorry, the Mechanism heal out from Snaking does well. 3-man Tornado there out from the Invoker, slowing them down. Will burn plenty of mana. Ryoya, though, continuing to run at them underneath the tier 2 tower now. It gets dispatches of the Healing Wood. Deafening Blast will hit 2. Envy's quite annoyed as he's just trying to farm the creeps here in the middle of the team fight. In the meantime, XL now has been caught, pinned to the ward spot, and Envy will secure the kill onto that creep, and then continues to finish off the creep underneath the tier 2 tower.
I love that. I love that when Papita gets gone on, all of the Infamous response like, "This guy pays for our salaries, go!" You know, like it's everyone else. They just let him die. Like Faker, or sorry, not Faker. Mr. Jeans has been caught out a couple times on the Invoker, and they're like, "Okay, Mr. Jeans, you're dying here." Whereas Papita are like, "No, we're gonna save our captain." You know, there's a bit of a bias there happening. Anyway, Tiny sent back. Can they kill Michelle in time? They have the cookie. Oh. Will that work? No, it won't, but almost though. Michael almost nice to Rio's damage. Flame Guard might just take him down. One last hit will do the trick as Papita could now be in danger. They're gonna go for Mr. Captain now. Oh my god, Ryoya hits so hard with Crystallis and Desolator.
Yeah, he really does.
He chunks the Timber Saw. That's physical damage. Wow.
Remember when Crystallis used to be 42 damage? Good times. It's only quote unquote 32 damage. It's still quite a value pickup, of course. With
They nerfed the
sleight of
crit
fist.
more. It used to be 175% crit, which was absurd.
Yeah.
Such a value item.
Yeah, but great stuff there. And Cookie, by the way, of course, has a travel time, which is why things like the Spirit Breaker plus Cookie can be really strong. But another reason that was actually strong there as well, Brax's Jules, he was up in the air, right, of course, and then gets the blink, or he doesn't get the blink, he's just fast with the phase boots. So the Cookie has to chase him. So he actually almost landed that Cookie stun, despite it being, you know, thrown out a few seconds earlier. That was just a little cute interaction there. The Z plane, or the vertical plane, does exist in Dota, which is why Kunkka can stack with Torrent.
Exactly. Yep. Or like why Tiny can dispel cold.
Or why you can get caught at the very top of a Chronosphere, because Chrono is actually a cylinder.
Oh, it's true. It's true.
Not a hemisphere.
You can't even tell sphere.
Yeah.
Oh right, a semisphere.
Hemi's half.
Ah, thank you for teaching me. Fun. Okay,
Yeah,
so
it shouldn't be Chronosphere. It should be Chrono Hemisphere. and if you have the Immortal Mace, it should be Hexachromy Hemisphere.
okay, they're gonna take Papita now. Thank you for the lesson in geometry, as Papita will learn what the point of a spear feels like.
Indeed, he will. Mr. Jeans is hunting Envy with the Ghost Walk. Envy, he's the one to actually check the debuffs on the creep, but he's staying out of range there with the Ghost Walk. At least now he's not. But yeah, good push there by Envy, just doing his thing. He's real strong. Doesn't quite have Haunt, but he knows here with the Blade Mail, no one can really kill him. Papita can annoy him and get his HP low, but with Papita off the battlefield, he's pretty safe.
Yep, and Papita is starting to really fall behind, which they didn't really want on Timber Saw. I did mention a couple times that Invoker, it's okay if he loses the early mid, honestly, because, I mean, it's not ideal. Quasvex wants to create a lot of space, but Invoker can play like a pseudo-support on the Quasvex. However, you did want Papita to be a bit more impactful. I'm wondering what build he's going to choose to go for. Papita's very peculiar on his Timber Saw build. Reminds me a bit of No-Tails. He's very creative. Oh, Pakaz. Nice little TP there. Yeah,
Gets
so
the reload out. By the way, he did go for the Manta style instead of the S and Y.
I like it.
Next going into the eggs.
yeah. So Papita, I've seen on the Timber Saw, he's actually gone for BKB on Timber Saw in some games. This game is thinking of going for the Greaves. Not a bad idea. His build is very versatile on this hero. Usually a hero that people don't experiment on in terms of builds, but Papita doesn't care. That's why he reminds me of No-Tail. I will never forget the Kiev Major final when he buys E-Blade and wins the game for his team on the carry Timber Saw. What a game. Anyway, Infamous. They're all putting all their eggs in one basket called Pakaz. Let's see if that works out.
Okay, by the way, Daedalus, which is
Was that a single hit?
Yep, one single hit, and then ended up dying to the Searing Chains there. Papita nearly dies in one hit as well, still pinned there to the arena. Nice time on the Timber Chain, but Rayo, that's not going to stop him. He's got a haster, and he's out for blood, the disarm, but he does not care, as Envy now will haunt into the fight. They're going to go for Pakaz here, who ended up using the Omni Slash, couldn't find a single kill with it, and now is in danger here, as Brax with a beautiful spear pushback will catch Mr. Jeans. He's invis. I don't even know if they caught anyone there. Looks like they don't. No, Mr. Jeans with the scare of his life, but the GG will be dropped as for fun in 22 minutes. 25-4 lead will take game number 1.
I'm not gonna lie, a bit depressing to lose this way, right? It seems like Infamous Draft just didn't come online at any point, right? For fun, just dominated them. And to me, while it might not be the most noticeable, obviously Ryoya did an incredible job and he's MVP just because he absolutely dominated this game. But to me, like the reason actually why they won was more actually due to the Mars. They gave Mars a completely free lane, allowed him to roam completely early, right? Snowball out of control. And that's usually when Mars is strongest. So instead of putting all their effort in trying to cancel the Mars lane, they allowed both Mars and Juggernaut to farm, which was their mistake, because Juggernaut takes much longer to come online. Envy wasn't even needed. I don't think it was necessarily an outdraft, but Infamous did not know how to press, you know, the weaknesses of 4Fun's draft, and they instead just played into 4Fun's strategy completely. So congratulations, though. 4Fun played amazingly this game.
They really did. No, it was a really clean game throughout. It's another one of these games. I'm on the wrong score screen, unfortunately, as this one high load servers. Hopefully there's not a patch literally in between games 1 and 2. But yeah, a very strong game. I'm almost 100% certain that Ryoya again does not die in this game. I think he was at least 13 or 14-0 in something. So a fantastic game up for him in the mid lane, and once again, Envy is just plenty farmed to boot, and from there, it's a pretty easy game number 1 there for fun. Like you said, though, not a bad showing, out from Infamous, but they just didn't really press the weaknesses too well, unfortunately. Maybe weren't too confident after the laning stage, considering how it went for them.
Yeah,
We'll
we'll
see.
see what happens game number 2. I'm hoping that Infamous will learn from this draft. Usually they have really, like they learn a lot from match 1 to match number 2. Of course, they did have a bit of a change in their mid laner as well, so it's expected to be that they're not going to perform at their 100%. I'm hoping the second match they give a run for their money for fun. Let me get an exciting second matchup.
Agreed. We are about to get underway with draft for game number 2, guys, but first, a short break. Thanks for tuning in. You guys are watching Realms Collide 2, Military Intelligence with Seek and Strike and Avo Plus. We'll be back after a short break with draft number 2. See you then.
Hello, and welcome back to the Voice of the Realm. We're here, your daily radio show that covers Realms Collide 2.
The daily for the next, a little bit less than a month actually. We're already 5 days in here to our wonderful tournament, Realms Collide 2. Been a fun one thus far here. Big old NA and SA tournament, basically a league, right? That's going to be more running for a month. I know it's a tournament, but it's kind of like a league since it goes for so long. One big old group stage, 12 teams, 11 best of twos for each team to play. A lot of games. It's a lot of games, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you're following on the channel to get updated whenever we go live.
Actually, this has more games than the supposed league from Epic.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. It's basically a league.
They call themselves a league, but they're like, we're Realms Collide. Dude.
Realms Collide. We're just like
Are you like a tournament? Realms Collide. Dude.
We just have a bunch of games. Anyway.
What's the second part of the tournament? Burning Darkness.
Burning Darkness.
All right, that doesn't explain this to me.
Anyway, Richie and Alvor are here, going to be bringing you the action from the radio desk, the relaxed action. You know, it's action much like a sloth.
Yeah, it's for all the wandering souls, all the vagrants out there. Welcome. You don't have a place to be? You're always welcome here.
And you do. On our little radio set. Mm-hmm. Someone was like, "Man, what is this? A crappy podcast set?" And I go, yes, it is.
That's exactly
You got it. Figured it out. Anyway,
we're proud of our edits, though.
One
of those. If you can identify the albums, you'll get a free print.
No, you won't.
You'll get a free design.
Because I'm keeping these.
Yeah, but you're going to send it to them, right?
Maybe, I don't know.
So you can decorate your walls.
Follow me on Twitter at So You Can Start Goda. Maybe I'll send them to you.
Oh, wow.
There you go. I got all the files. Anyway, for fun, starting off with another one of their pretty standard openings, support core, right?
Sure.
Well, I mean, this time it makes more sense because they have last pick, whereas last game it was just one of their favorite openings, but it's going to be position 5 with the Faceless Void. They just like defining the Envy lane just because whatever. He doesn't mind playing whatever.
This pick is just very powerful, though, because when you pick this way, they have last pick, right?
Yeah.
But the last pick actually protects your carry as well, because you pick your carry last within the first phase, then you have 3 bans to protect them.
Oh, yeah, of course.
It's actually, like, I was actually doing a bit of an analysis of, like, just how the drafting phase works, and I was realizing, oh, yeah, last pick is important, but so is last pick first phase, right?
Yep.
That's huge, because there's no way to counter this hero. Well, you can counter him, but you have to wait until your next phase, and you've already had 3 bans, which, of course, they took away the best Void counters, which is Morphling, PL, and Terrorblade. Those guys have the best core-to-core matchups. Morphling and Terrorblade because they just last them within the chrono, and PL because fuck that hero.
Wow.
That's my answer.
I
mean, okay, because Void has to build Battle Fury, and he hates building Battle Fury, particularly against PL. And then within the chrono, you can avoid it with Doppelganger. I mean, honestly, it just summarizes to fuck that hero.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I get what you're saying,
There
right? Don't get me wrong. You know, I'm a support player. Basically, screw any core that can just run at you and dispel all of your debuffs.
Right? And then you go to level 25, and it's like, oh, that dispel happens every 3 seconds.
Yeah,
That's
pretty
nice.
much.
Yeah, seems balanced.
All right, guys, I hexed him. Someone gave him a Lotus Orb, and now he's killing me.
Yeah, the only thing is the hero has really low damage, which is why he's not played very often these days. He has a nice little peak when he gets the Fusel Blade, but towards the late game, he deals much less damage than most other carries.
I do like the Venge LC, though. That's pretty cool. Actually, Tusk LC more realistically going to be the lane combo there.
Yeah, but Venge is good regardless, right?
Venge is just a good hero.
Void.
Yep.
Very, very good against Void. Nice option. I think... yeah, so I guess you don't get rid of the Venge because you don't think it's that big a deal. You're gonna need a hero, I think, in the mid lane here. That's gonna for example, I like Rioya's Void Spirit a lot because you can a hero that can catch the Venge, that can just go through the chrono right and kill you before you can use a swap, or even if you use the swap, something that keeps you inside regardless, but or keeps you in place with a stun and mobility. That's why I like the Void Spirit, but they're probably gonna use their pick last. You can flex a Snapfire by picking up an offlaner that can also go forward.
For now, let's get an offlaner, right?
Oh, no, snap off lane.
So snap off. Or
snap
mid.
mid.
Yeah. Okay. It's still good. I still really like the Earth Spirit. It synergizes a little bit with the Faceless Void because you can kick shit into the chrono. You can kick people into the chrono. You can kick your rocks in there. You can pull the rocks out for a nice follow-up. You can even roll yourself in for the Magnetize after. You just synergize real nicely.
You just walk into the chrono. That's always an option, of course, in Earth Spirit.
I mean, it is if you're Mr. Jeans. He's walked into a few chronos. We've seen him do it, unfortunately.
Well, I watched in ESL when Crazy was still playing in NA, when Moon Meander was like, okay, I'm playing Phoenix. What should I do with the chrono? Oh, Icarus dive into it. There we go. And he did it 2 times in a row.
Yeah, I do remember. I remember you came back after you casted that.
I could not believe it.
Oliver always tells me about his studio days, and that one was, I did the stupidest thing. And I was like, Winter was mean to me today. He bullied me.
Yeah, the thing is that I was like, oh, this is a really good draft. Also, like Moon Meander's Phoenix, and then I saw Moon Meander play Phoenix with Void. I'm like, what's happening? What?
But then they fixed it, though. The next time I saw them play, that combo was really good. So
This is a good draft from Infamous, though. All their drafts kind of it ties nicely together.
They've learned nicely from last game, I think. This time they're committing less to one particular strategy, and they have versatile heroes that are not a full counter, but somewhat of a counter, right? They've banned more problematic heroes, like particularly a Spectre, and they've done like one full counter, which is the Vengeful Spirit against the Void, but don't make the mistake of like, oh, everything against Void, right? Because if you do that, then you just lose the game.
Of course, I mean, and we still have really good Void counters as well. Not to say that, right?
As like the carry option.
Well, not only that, but the
okay.
supports, right? Because Tusk can save someone from a snowball,
Very good point.
especially because Envy, he's really, really efficient with his Chrono, so he's going to be looking to catch a lot of people on the edges of Chrono, and that sets yourself up to be, Tusk, snowball, save. Vengeful Spirit as well can always go for the person farthest into Chrono as soon as she has level 2 swap, right? Lena as well. Yep, Lena Yules, and of course into the LSA combo.
It's true.
There's a lot of ways to really annoy Envy this game, which is always very, very efficient. That's what you really want to do.
But to be honest, Envy has incredible mental fortitude. Every time I've watched him,
He really does.
like it's incredible. You watch any other player make a mistake, and you'll see like a moment of doubt and like of like face palming themselves. But when you see Envy, it's like there's no face palming. He just keeps going.
I mean, even when he fell out of his chair at the Manila Masters tournament, right? He still was just immediately back in his chair. Okay, come on, guys, let's go. Stop laughing.
That's impressive.
I mean, even the famous Envy clips, drop your stick, TP top, TP top. He's not like, you dumb idiot. He's most efficient.
That's
I mean, after the play is over,
He'll call you a dumb idiot.
He'll call you a dumb idiot.
You deserve it.
Yeah, but during the play,
Nice
he's
trial ban.
on top of it.
I like the Sven pick. I think they wanted to force the Sven because Drow was a really good pickup here. Void struggles a lot against her, and she would be good against Chen. Only Earthspirit could really deal with her. Sven's okay. Like, Sven still lasts the Chrono, gives a Warcry to your team and everything, but he is a bit more vulnerable, particularly to Snapfire and Earthspirit, because they can kite him really easily. Now, for fun is to determine if Snapfire is going to be mid or if it's going to be off lane. I still really like the Void Spirit pick, particularly for fun. I'm trying to check.
Yeah, I
still like it.
I agree with you. The snap's not going to do enough to really stop Avenge from swapping people out of the Chrono. You can lay down some kisses, which are going to be nice, but I think you'd rather have the kisses into the Chronosphere, especially early on. Maybe if we could get... I'm trying to think.
That's why they already have a mobile here in Earth Spirit that can deal with the Venge, it can deal with the Tusk and even the Sven to some degree. That's why I like the Void Spirit as well. Like, Sven has a hard time dealing with Void Spirit because you actually do have a thing that you can't dispel, which is Assimilate, so he wastes one Stormhammer on you automatically, which is very useful. I just like the Void Spirit a lot this matchup.
I wouldn't mind seeing a Pango maybe, right? Pango gets a blink, something like that, dives the backliners, rolling around, especially if we can get a Chrono in a good spot.
The matchup against Lina, though,
I agree. That's my concern, right? I'm trying to find someone who fits that, but I like the Lucky Shot as well, of course, versus the Sven, versus the LC. It's a hero that can roll and kind of just ignore Sven for a little bit of time.
If you wanted a good matchup against Lina, though, honestly, the best pick was DK. That was a really good ban. The DK was fantastic here.
Yeah.
You could go still for like Kunkka, but I think Kunkka nowadays, now that bracers don't give you magic resist, he's not as great at tanking the Lina damage, so I don't like him as much as the DK. I mean, you could go completely off book and go for something like a Puck, actually. Puck not bad because he beats the Lina in lane.
Yeah.
He stops the Sven from from Stormhammering, which is huge with the Dream Coil.
You can go across the Chronosphere as well as do damage in it with the Illusory Orb and Jaunt, and to reach the backline Venge and prevent the swap.
Yeah.
You actually have some pretty good swap utility as well, or sorry, some good damage. Queen of Pain, okay, similar role. I was also thinking someone that beats the Lina but builds an Orchid to blink onto the other side of Chrono.
Does she, though? I wouldn't say the Queen of Pain versus Lina matchup is that great, because the thing about the matchup is that Queen of Pain's escape is based on her blink, whereas Lina's escape is based on her movement speed.
Yes.
So theoretically, Shadow Strike should be able to deal with Lina, right? Except that she has so much range that you being able to get Shadow Strike already puts you in a precarious position. So most of the time, what you have to do as Queen of Pain is you Shadow Strike her and you have to blink away to not get killed.
But Peter's gonna go for like the pseudo Queen of Pain set as well. I got really confused there for a hot second.
I'm not the biggest fan of this Queen of Pain pick. I'm not gonna lie. I think there are better options here in the mid lane than the Queen of Pain. I see the synergy within your draft, but I think the Queen of Pain, particularly against a couple of these heroes, Sven, Lina, and Legion, not that great.
Yeah, I get that. I think they're just looking for a little bit of extra damage though right now, which
I also don't find the lane to be that easy, as you say.
No, it's not. It's not easy, but I think a lot of for fun. I think they can rely. They do naturally rely a lot on their supports and then the rest of their team because they're a pretty well-rounded team, right?
No, they are.
They can afford to do this. So I think it's going to be okay. I think he is going to struggle a little bit, but we do have some really awesome supports for him with Mu and Chen. Mu on Chen, of course. I think on the Earth Spirit, even Brax to some degree is going to be a big help for him.
This time I'm actually going to side slightly with Infamous. I don't think their execution is as clean as For Fun. For Fun is a really, really good team, so that goes without saying. But in terms of draft, I think Infamous has a slight edge. I think this time they countered it much better. They have relatively strong lanes, a really solid carry, which they can play around, which they usually do anyway. And Papita's offlane is going to be relatively easy, which is always good, because Papita's weakest point is the laning stage, and he's a very good mid-game player. Well, we'll see as the game is about to begin. We have one last message from our sponsors. The sponsors actually would like to say, we apologize that the rhymes have been so hollow, but we would still like to ask you guys to give us a follow.
Game number 2 here of series number 2 now underway. For Fun versus Infamous, Avoplus, and Seek and Strike here on the call with you guys. Thanks for tuning in to our coverage. Hopefully y'all are enjoying the show as we have a nice essay pause here between For Fun as well as Infamous. Brack's actually taking a play here. He's going for the disconnect here, but everyone going for a quick coffee break, you know.
Brax is like, he's got his order, dude. I remember in ESO one of the times he's like, hey, pause, and there's like, what, why? My Jack in the Box is here, guys. I need to go pick it up. And then he asked for more time so they could eat the Jack in the Box, and both teams like, yeah, I guess if you want to.
Jack in the Box is pretty tasty, you know.
My favorite comment was one of the admins was asking, like, very genuinely, you know, he's never done any Dota, or he never did Dota, right? He was the ESO Malaysia crew. And they ask us, like, does Brax know he's playing a competitive game right now? You know, like, does he ever? I don't know.
Yeah, probably, right? He knows what he's doing. He'll be fine.
The man is a ray of sunshine, dude. If everyone talks about the NA toxicity, and particularly I would not put him in this category at all. He genuinely does not care about anything. If you watch his streams, he's the chillest streamer to watch. I really recommend Brax.
I think NA's kind of mellowed out, right? I think we had a lot of hotheads in NA when everyone was a little bit younger. The scene was younger, you know. Even Sumail to some degree was a little bit of a hothead, right? What was it? I'm the greatest king back to mid, you know, which arguably was still correct. But again, it's inflammatory, right?
There's a difference, I think, between, though, doing something like that, which is almost a meme at this point, right? When Sumail does it, than actually being inflammatory in your pubs and insulting people straight up, right? Like when Sumail did the king thing and everyone gives him shit because they're so arrogant, I'm like, yeah, but let him do it. It's fun. It's fun to throw shade at him when he does it.
Yeah,
and it's
18,
fun to hear
right?
him say this, right?
He's a young guy. He's already won TI. He's very, very strong. The meta favors him, right? The meta favors his position, I should say, right?
And don't lie. When he says he's the king and you get to insult him because he loses the game, you love it.
Yeah,
Everyone loves
true.
a heel in esports, dude.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's true. Heel. That's a good. Isn't that a fighting game term?
That's the. It actually comes from WWE.
Oh.
Apparently. Yeah, because the people that would do that. Though fighting games do use it a lot. PPD also played the heel a lot in Dota. I like those people. People are willing to sacrifice themselves for entertainment value. Yeah.
There we go. There we go. Indeed.
Fun fact there.
Oh, do I have a fun fact for you today?
What is your fun fact?
No, I don't. I've not been able to. I shamelessly steal a bunch of my facts from the QI podcast. No such thing as a fish. But
podcast.
Hardcore History released a new episode, and I've been binging that one, and because they're long, like 4-hour episodes, and no fun facts in there. They're all about war currently, which is not very fun.
No.
But we're making war between these two teams. I think Brax will reply to war, right? He's trained for that.
He would. I don't know. I don't know. He's never played in SCA, right? So I don't know if he even knows what that means. A lot of things, once you play in SCA, you realize that, like, Dota is just different here. The way they speak about it. War! Use SS! Use SS! I'm like, what? I'm not playing Shadow Shaman. I'm Crystal Maiden. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that can use it for a long time as well, for sure.
Because for those of you don't know, SS means super skill. For some reason, it's what they call ultimates here.
There used to be a really popular MOBA in the SCA region that's what your ulti was called. It was super skill. So then now that's translated here into Dota. It's a lot how like orb walking is a Warcraft term and mechanic, but it's here as well, and even it's morphed into its new thing, right? Orb effects, sort of.
Yeah, it's true.
Stuff like that, right? It's the beauty of internet slang and whatnot.
What's funny as well is that if you don't know the correct internet slang, someone will flame you, even if it just changed yesterday. You know?
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's one of those things. Still waiting for everyone to get ready. Rayo could be possibly eating a burger, potentially. He has actually not bought any items. So that could be it. Says, nope, he's good to go now.
Well, let's see. Exciting about the game, though. I think this game Infamous has a much better fighting chance. I think their lineup is much easier to execute as well. I know, like, it's not great to accept that you're, quote-unquote, the worst mechanical team out of the two, but 4Fun has been really dominant. They're coming in really confident, so I like when you kind of just accept this and you go for an easier draft to execute, right? If you go for something really complex against a team that's been doing better recently, you're going to have a really tough time, and the pressure's going to amount up. Whereas with this, yeah, I mean, you just need to farm the Sven. It's not that hard to do, honestly, this game. So, I'm hopeful for Infamous this game. No bias, of course. I just, you know, we always like exciting matches.
No, you're right. They've dealt with the Envy pick much better this time, right? In fact, Sven, even if he needs to, could always go for the Silver Edge. It looks like he's actually currently he has an Echo Saber queued up, so you know that always transitions very nicely, especially on a hero like Sven, who. It's kind of the builds these days, you know. Sometimes you see an Echo Saber slotted in there, so makes a lot of sense to naturally proceed onto that break. Even then, Duel is good at locking down. I don't know why I'm talking about break. I still think that Envy's on the Spectre for some reason. This is a new game. He's on a different purple hero. This one has no eyes or no face.
Yeah, that's why his name indicates it.
But I mean, you know what I got confused by? It's because he has the exact same starting items actually on the two heroes.
Oh yeah, well Envy, you know Envy, right? Actually, this is one of my favorite anecdotes of all time. So back when I was streaming, like maybe this was like 5-6 years ago, right? I would cast like random games that had no English cast, of course, right? And one time I was actually casting an Envy game, and that was back when Leica was very popular in the meta, and you know Envy built a pipe, right? And Arteezy comes by my stream, and he just goes, because I was the only cast in the game, he's like, why is Envy building pipe? I'm like, oh, well, there's a lot of magic damage. I think he thinks it's a good item, whatever. He goes, that's a shit build. I hate it. And then he just left. And that was it. Actually, sorry. He went, that's a shit build. I hate it. Good cast. Bye. And he just leaves. And that was my interaction with Arteezy. And then he actually built in the next game because he realized it was a pretty good build. Very funny. Very funny.
Watch your toes, everyone. Names are dropping here.
That was not my point.
This one time, Gaben and Ice Frog were like,
that was
wow,
not the point of the
Strike,
story. I had like 200 followers. Okay, suck it. Like, it wasn't like the point of the story is not the good cast. Is like the casual, shit build.
Snake King is probably dead here. They actually didn't go for rolling boulder level 1. Instead, opted for the boulder smash, wasting a good amount of time here. Oh, good body blocks as well out from Brax. He's got another scatter blast here. He's still gonna die though. Pakaz, my goodness, I love the attention to detail on a game like Dota. Pakaz, Sven had a special auto attack animation there.
Stormhammer. There you go. I think they can kill Brax as well.
He's dead.
Magic Missile, yes! Oh, Pakaz, you left a bit too early. Axel has to do the dirty deed. What a Scatter Blast play! Oh, Scatter Blast to reduce the attack speed, and Pakaz actually not joining in that fight. It was a very difficult kill regardless, and Snaking, now they're going to kill Axel, but Axel gets the counter kill before he dies!
Axel's like, you put me in the corner? You think I'm not willing to die? I'm playing Vengeful Spirit.
I meant to die! I'm already dead in my mind. Anyway, that was a really nice play though by Brax. It's impressive how he went from 0 to 0 there, but still, really good play with the Scatter Blast there last second.
Yeah, Envy, he's having a pretty decent time as well here. I mean, he's got so much regen as well, actually. Of course, when we eventually get the Divine Favor plus the Headdress, Moon is just going to be healing a crap ton. Good deny there by Moo, though. He doesn't really mind taking a bit of harass out from Pepita. Feeling a lot of the range creep, though. Envy's probably not going to really be enjoying that real too much. That's a dire range creep there that Envy could have used for the golden experience, which you don't actually get any longer. We'll see. I think that these guys, they know what they're doing. They've probably done the calculations. It's going to be much more efficient to do this.
Yeah, the reason for it is that range creep is just the best thing to harass with early, right, on Chen. Like, you can get some of the small creep kinks, but it's just not worth it most of the time. And the harassment is usually a bit more worth than the creep that you get.
Excel got kicked back. They were hoping for another Thunderclap there, but it was still on cooldown. That guy, he can only clap every now and then. Very powerful one. Brax with the cookie, trying to maybe reach with the Scatter Blast, but they're not going to be willing to chase that one too much further. Oh, just kidding, they absolutely are.
Yeah, he just wants to go for it. Resets the Overbend, and that's what they needed. Another Magic Missile to get away, but they get him with Boulder Smash. Axel has no more mana, and Lena's not interested in helping him.
He's going to live, I think.
Yeah. Maybe. Oh, you're right. He is. He had the Fairy Fire. That's a bunch of wasted time and a lot of solo experience for the Sven. Kind of a win, honestly, for Infamous there.
Mr. Jeans even is going to give him a little bit of taunt. Okay, good rolling boulder, I guess. Sure.
It's tough to go on the Lina because if you make a single mistake against the Lina, she will kill you. Right? Yeah. That's how she responds to gank. She doesn't run away. She has no escape. She just kills you before you can kill her. So you have to be a bit careful. And remember what I told you about the lane? We're seeing it now, right? Briolia is unfortunately not able to beat the lane against Lina. I think Lina has an upper hand in this matchup.
Yeah,
I would say it's 60-40, honestly.
Because the problem is Shadow Strike doesn't have the best cast range. So you need to get pretty up close and personal, and then you're going to be eating probably a Dragon Slay, maybe an LSA, if not at least 2 to 3 auto attacks out from the Lina while you're getting all of that done. So yep. I mean, I definitely see the point. I think it's not so much for the lane here, but we'll see how it ends up going.
Now she's in trouble though.
But they'd have the Tusk nearby. Michael rotating on over. LSA is going to miss. Nice read by Radioya. We also have Sonic Wave, sorry, not Sonic Wave, Scream of Pain, as they will get the kill first onto Lina. Snaking actually doing the damage there, getting the experience. Michael getting the kill in return. Radioya's going to deny the rune, doesn't want it, doesn't have a bottle yet, and just needs to make sure no one's going to be picking that one up.
Yeah, the choice that since here Michele went for the Ice Shards level 1, and that meant no tag team, of course, when he fought with Alina. That reduced their damage considerably. I also didn't see him go. Alina didn't go into the snowball at any point, which could have mitigated some Shadow Strike damage and also added some damage to the snowball. Odd choice as well. Not really sure why they played that way. Regardless, it was a rotation to get the kill on Alina. I don't think Mr. Jean's too sad about this, right? He's still winning.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
it's not the be-all, end-all, right?
It's an Earth Spirit, right, who's meant to rotate, and it's a Tusk who's also meant to counter-rotate, you know? So, I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying. Snaking's still level 3, though. He's actually doing pretty good in terms of experience, especially given how much he's been rotating around. Snags to the bounty rune there as well. Michael overestimating the stun duration with only one person in the snowball.
Yeah.
This will do nicely.
Well, they get a courier there on the top lane, by the way. Pakasa's courier commits suicide, unfortunately. These pros, you know, they're great at everything, and they're the most efficient people in the world, but when it comes to couriers, they just don't care.
Yeah, it's especially the safe laners usually.
Yes, because they're not used to controlling the courier, right? They made the supports control for them. They snap their fingers and be like, come here, courier. Snaking, nice Ice Shards, forcing him to rolling boulder, wasting one remnant. Honestly, kind of important early to make sure they can't gank Mr. Jeans as easily. To me, well, the biggest thing between the Lina and Queen of Pain lane is how both deal with escapes. Lina deals with ganks by, well, just hitting harder, essentially. Whereas the Queen of Pain needs to blink away. Exactly. So once you blink, you cannot go back in, be offensive. Whereas since Lina goes with the Fire Soul stacks, you can be offensive or defensive depending on how the matchup goes. You're much more adaptable there. Whereas Queen of Pain hard commits to either leaving or going in, which is why I find the Lina lane a bit more favored. That, to me, is the biggest difference.
Well, you got to see the Slasher's way of build here on the Queen of Pain. Go for the Blink Dagger. As Mr. Jeans activating the Haste Rune, that'll give him nice movement speed. Looking for the kill here on Terraria. Doesn't have actually might have the LSA here just in time. No, Terraria out in the nick of time there. TPing on home. The TP will be short enough. That was close.
Well, Pakaz's already started to form stacks though. So yet again, what Infamous always does consistently well is there's always secure farm for the carry, right? They always get him stacks, they always make sure that his lane doesn't go too badly. Even last game, Pakaz was actually leading in net worth, right, with the Juggernaut. He just doesn't have a super important carry. I think this time with the Sven is a much more viable strategy to run by. And this guy's a monster, by the way. Pakaz to me is honestly the best out of the new blood in Peru. He's incredibly good.
The good old Mud Golem there, not the team, just chasing down Michael, harassing him a little bit. Michael's got some great wards down here as well, actually. He's got one behind the Tier 1 tower. He's got one just outside the Roche pit, kind of just chilling there. So they got really, really good vision here as well on the side of Infamous. For fun, if we take a look at what their map looks like, it's pretty dark at this point. They got a reward watching any rotations here through the river, which will now Scott Michael here, heading into the triangle camp area. But other than that, top, they're kind of flying blind. They don't have any wards near their triangle, so it's a little bit of an interesting thing to point out. No real aggressive wards there. We get a second one down now in the mid lane. It looks like they're going to try for the quap, but it's hard because she still has the blink, and we don't have a swap.
Yeah. That ward is helping out so much, honestly. Is feeling so safe thanks to that ward. Okay, yeah, there we go, the blink. The Mortimer's Kisses though, Brax coming in from downtown will secure the kill onto Michele first, and now burning on Mr. Jeans. They enforce the chrono. Envy Doesn't doubt it, huh? Just go straight for the chrono.
He doesn't
See,
doubt it.
A lot of carries would be afraid of missing that chrono because it was nighttime, they didn't have vision. Envy does not give a shit.
He doesn't care. He knows what the move speed is. He calculated that one. That
He
was
knows.
the Hexa Hemisphere chrono that we saw right there.
Yep.
That we were talking about. Mud Golems there being split as they will hurl boulders over to Excel. 5 heroes mid lane here for fun as they will now go ahead and actually continue fighting. They found Michael here. He still has the shards and the snowball shards up there for some reason. I don't really know. Maybe he was just looking for some damage before he was killed because there was really no way he was going to live.
Oh, the word hurl. Beautiful.
Hurl Boulder. Yeah, Hurl Boulder is one of the few abilities, besides, not counting Doom, that is the same as a hero ability, actually, because that's what it's called on the Earth Panda as well.
Oh, it's very true.
Hurl Boulder.
Well, I guess they're both units in a different way, right? It's the Earth Panda, not technically a hero.
I would say he counts, though.
I'm just saying that because it's important, guys. If you ever fight against a Brewmaster, the best item to counter him is a smoke. That's no joke.
You're right, actually.
Just smoke in front of the pandas and the hero feels so stupid.
Then it gets really
honestly.
sad.
It's
Especially
the dumbest
if he doesn't have
interaction.
teammates. It's the same thing, actually. They changed that. It's the same interaction if you're more up to date with the recent patch and not so much the
with the Arc Warden.
Brewmaster. But yes, with the Arc Warden double, if you can smoke in front of him.
People need to start using
well,
that more,
with-
actually.
with
That's
the
one of the reasons why you fell off the meta.
I think actually you can't. You can just smoke in front of him, right?
Yeah, you can smoke in front of the clone, not
Not in front of the real one, right?
Yeah, in front of the clone. You can stop him mid-attack. It's really, really brutal.
Yeah.
And the clone feels very useless when you do that. Of course, then you're wasting your smoke to survive, but, in some cases
sometimes it's good though. That's always the strategy.
Jeans.
Everyone knows the sniper one, right?
No, Mr. Jeans, he's gonna fall. Same with Tinker. Mortimer's kisses, burning him up, and
nice
Brax. My God,
The
this
duel?
guy. And they're gonna
Sonic
find
Wave?
Snaking with tag team. They guarantee the skill. Sonic Wave comes a bit later, killing Michel. Now can they counter kill Ryoya? No, the blink is already ready to go back home.
Alright.
Still a win, I would say, for fun. Even if they do get dual damage on Papita, I don't think that's that relevant this game.
No, the Lena's not having a real great start here, unfortunately. They just,
No.
yes, she is quite fast, but the globs actually do apply a move speed slow every single time,
Yes.
as well the DPS. So that really does hurt the Lena.
Papita?
Papita, nice juke there.
Why?
He is still dead, however.
Yeah, that was an
and
odd
they caught
play. Now,
Lena.
Mr. Jeans, build or smash. Yeah, they didn't mean to catch Alina there, but it's going to turn into a nice kill regardless. Laguna played won't do much, and okay, Infamous. This is one of those moments where I see Infamous starting to lose the plot, and you just need to take a moment, take a deep breath, and realize, right, stop playing without thinking. Infamous does this a lot, actually. They used to do this a lot when they started playing with Faker, actually. When the new squad came up, they would just used to lose the plot for maybe 5 minutes of the game, and then regain their composure afterwards.
Yeah, no, I agree. That was a bit of a silly death there by Mr. Jeans. Maybe, I mean, really Papita, I would say, kind of baiting his teammate in there, unfortunately. But, hey, he probably had a play in mind. Maybe didn't think that For Fun would still have 3 heroes mid constantly. Envy's probably going to be looking for a fight here pretty soon as well. Envy, by the way, going for the Battle Fury, so, yeah, I told you he would.
Yeah, no, it's the right build this game. You want to match this Sven after all, right? And it's the best way to try to keep up with Infamous, because if Sven does get out of control, it's very difficult to stop him regardless of how the Lina or the Legion end up, right? So it's important that Envy can match him to some degree. And it's not like they're in a rush. There's nothing really stopping... Like, Infamous is not going to play this game aggressively because they can't have a Sven after all.
Brax has really, really good farm. Well, a pretty decent farm, to be honest. 326 GPM. He's going to be the lowest in terms of all the cores, but it's still good enough here for the Snapfire, who's going to continue farming mid lane. Decent progress here towards the Aghanim Scepter. Already just about halfway there. Probably another 6 minutes, probably, he might have that, I reckon. He's making pretty good pace. So he's going to have that gobble up for Envy. Just yeet him into the back lines. Find the Lina, right? Find the Vengeful Spirit. Go ahead and kill him. You can have Earth Spirit and company kill the rest. Or you can just have Mu run right into Lina as well, right from behind now. So that's a Sonic Wave. Not going to be quite necessary, though. Snaking level 4 Boulder Smash doing well over 300 damage there. Well enough to kill the Lina. Michael looking for the TP in the trees. And he is free and away. They didn't quite have vision in this little pocket.
Yeah, that's good. Not losing the Tusk there is important. We're going to get the Blink Dagger relatively soon for Papita as well. That's going to be maybe their first point of inflection. You can start ganking with Alina. Lina's not too far off. Mr. Jeans is about to get Yol Scepter as well. So, yeah, you're not too bad as Infamous, but there's a slight win by For Fun right now. I also find that Brax has been just stellar, as per usual. Really dominant offlaner compared to Papita, who hasn't been able to get any dual kills yet.
Okay, so Pakaz already has the Echo Saber Mask of Madness, of course, but next he's going to be going straight into the Aghanim Scepter rather than the BKB, which we sometimes see instead. I think this has more to do with the cores on for fun than it really does with Pakaz's preferred playstyle. Maybe he thinks, there's really no point for a BKB first if I'm going to be in Chronosphere. Anyway, I'll just rely on my Vengeful Spirit to get me out instead.
Yep. I'm gonna now rotate all the heroes down bottom with Venge joining in, hoping to go for Eternal Envy.
We got a God's Strength here, could happen. They've caught Michael though. Snowball, this could buy them good time here. There's the swap now onto Envy as the duel into he goes. Kisses raining down, the Hand of God to heal as well. Envy still alive, gets the time walk off Papita. The two-man chrono, they're going to catch two. They will get, however, Pakaz out, but immediately into Mr. Stomps, holding him down. And now the Cookie XL doesn't have another swap here. Pakaz in trouble trying to fight versus everything, but he's just surrounded. Could do nothing. Envy now jumping right back onto XL, punishing him for swapping a hero out, delaying a kill by 3 seconds. Envy with 2 kills there, full HP, barely looks like he's even been in a battle there. For fun, big win for them down bottom. Infamous trying fights, just about even in terms of net worth, but could not get the job done.
Oh, well played though. I would say Envy, fantastic chrono, and honestly, again, Brax to me, the stellar performer. He puts those Mortimer's Kisses, which prevents them from actually killing Envy within the duel because they were too afraid of just dying to those Mortimer's Kisses. And that gave him enough time to actually set up the chrono and recover the team fight. Dude, Brax is incredible this game. And he's going to get a really good time on Ags as well, by the way. It's going to come minute 15 or so.
Of course, a really, really good job there by Moo as well, setting up with the Centaur stun. He was just waiting. He had probably had that Centaur just follow commanding or probably just attacking the Venge. Then immediately swaps over to it, gives it a stomp. Rax follows up with the Cookie, and then they've got plenty of time to kill everyone else. So really, really good team fight out for fun.
Also, Moo has never played 5 before, so he's never really been a Chen player, right? So this is even more impressive. His micro's been really good this game, despite not being in a position he's practiced that much.
Yeah, he's got a good composition here as well for his little zoo. Pretty good one here.
The damaging composition, right? With the double Thunderclap. Thunderclap deals a bit more damage, but they also carry the Swiftness Aura, which is a bit better for pushing.
Yep.
But they don't have the reliable stun. But you already have a lot of catch in your team, so it's not that big a deal.
Yep, and we also have the Purge Creep as well, which isn't going to be bad. That one's going to be mostly for, I'm trying to think here.
Warcry, to dispel
yeah,
the
Warcry.
That's the biggest thing, honestly.
Pretty
Dispelling
much,
the Warcry
right.
is a big deal, though.
Press the attack, very minor. There's really no point.
I guess you can get rid of the healing.
Yeah. Attack speed, maybe that'll make it. Actually, that makes a difference, right? While Papita doesn't quite have the damage, we'll see how he gets put to use here. LSA there. It's not really going to make too much of a difference. His little family, rather, will be farmed up immediately by Pakaz. Oof.
Oh, no.
Just walking in the river.
Someone call PETA, please. That was a massacre. That was awful. Poor Moo there as well. Like, he knew he couldn't do anything. He just double Thunderclap and sacrificed himself.
Michael.
But Brax helps out. And Michel will die there. Pakaz joining in. He has the God Strength. And he's going to go for Brax. And Brax actually got help from the Ice Armor, so he's actually hard to kill here.
We have Chrono in 10.
We do. MV, though, doesn't have a BKB. The Sonic Wave to give him some more space. Not good enough. MV will fall. So will Snaking there. Papita burnt up, but he tanks it. And now Pakaz, there's no more Ice Armor on Snapfire, so he could play this a bit more aggressively. Oh, I think they're getting the Conqueror. So Chen can't get it.
Oh,
Axel. Yeah, he wants to get the final hit, though. Axel will die, but he gets the Chen creep regardless. Nice duel, though, to kill Ryoya in the backline.
Yep, they kept chasing him down. In the meantime, they will finish off. Oh, they didn't, actually. Oh, they do. They got to kill on the Venge, but they lose out, of course, on their mid laner. And I think there was a buyback in there. There was. Snaking buys back. Yeah, good fight there. I'm surprised that went so well for Infamous, considering they don't even have a tier 1 mid. In fact, they don't have a tier 1 period.
Yeah.
And they were pretty deep there.
But you're not having, I mean, like, they haven't taken Fort Fun's tier 1.
Yes, that's correct. They have not taken a tier 1 tower.
So I was confused by that for a second. I was like, they both have tier 1. Infamous. Yeah, that's the South American dive. They expected it. A bit badly positioned, though, by For Fun, to be honest, particularly that last play by the Earth Spirit. Brax will die to the tag team alone. Yes, so much damage, Mr. Jeans.
No duel.
No. Even with the Greaves there, it wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough.
Sorry.
The duel was 1 second off cooldown. Papita's like, come on, guys. I want damage. He's at 30 damage, which is pretty decent for him, actually, here.
¿Qué hiciste, pibe? No, he's Argentinian.
No mames.
Guay's from, that's all Mexican.
I know. ¿Qué pedo?
Oh my goodness. Tower's gonna fall. Different countries, not even the same continent. It's American, dude. Terrible. We're gonna have Smoke now by Infamous.
And
I
maybe
forget that
looking-
Mr. Jeans used to play Infinity. Wow. They're gonna take the Roshan now with this, and can for fun contest it. They have Corona. They have Mortimer's Kisses, but are they fast enough? This Roshan is falling so quickly. They're not. Aegis for Mr. Jeans. Really good choice, by the way, because Lina is most likely to die, much more than this Sven, who's way too tanky.
Yep.
It's not looking too good right now for fun, actually. Infamous starting to recover. Lina's recovering, most dangerously of all. And the Sven is about to get the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, plus Pepito is pretty strong right now as well here, just with the Blink Dagger alone, going next for the S and Y to give him that extra little bit of sustain and survivability in these team fights. And once he's got that Halberd up, he's going to do real nicely against the Quap, against Envy. Brax even does a fair amount of damage. Why not, right? So yeah, that's all going to be good stuff here. But Lina as well, Mr. Jeans, like you're saying, nearly having that full Aghanim Scepter, but been putting very. By the way, now we have the Bracer right on time here, about 6 minutes later. But sorry, the Bracer. We have the Bracer. Brax has Bracer. The game is over. Infamous, they call it. No, we have the Ags, we have the Gobble Up, but we also have the Ags in response as well by Sven. So both teams pretty willing to fight into each other right now here. I think Infamous are a bit stronger though, to be honest.
Okay, we'll see. I mean, the Gobble Up does mean a lot. Depends on who initiates on who, to be honest. They have the smoke. They don't want to lose the high ground, though. That's why they're not going in through the tier 1. And Papita is very well positioned right now. He's just going to tank the smoke here if it happens. They have a swap by Axel, so it's not. They're not going to kill Papita easily. Eternal Envy leads the charge. Oh, look, I'm a juicy carry. Oh, no, I'm so stupid. I'm just running around. Please come get me.
If you don't, he literally is. He literally Come on, Envy.
He's wiggling his ass like, look at me. I'm so juicy.
You know, come on. Envy, Infamous, they may have been born at night, but they weren't born last night, man. They're not falling for that one. He's like, I don't know, guys. I'll just like be here and be stupid, you know?
I really love that he walked around. Like, even pro players will do these kind of plays, right? Where they'll actually just walk around, try to be juicy.
They're like, Envy's acting like a 2K. Do we go in right now? Probably not. That doesn't seem very envy of him.
Yeah, that's why Schofield is so good, because sometimes you're like, is he doing this on purpose or not? I'm not really sure.
Oh, it's the same with Excel, right? Is Excel just running at me because he's Venge, or does Excel have the rest of the team smoke behind him?
Exactly. Sometimes you have to overcommit, and you have to commit suicide a couple times to really get these baits going.
Oh, Michel. It's position 4, position 4.
No one Michel is a bit stronger than the 1v1.
I don't know. I mean, maybe.
Not now anymore. Now that he lost the tag team, he's vulnerable.
I mean, this just is like, I mean, there's nothing else to watch here, so we might as well watch these two fight it out. The slowest kills of all time.
Why would you TP? It's a 4-second cooldown.
Like, don't worry, I'm here, man.
Okay. Envy got tired of watching the two children fight.
Oh, jeez.
It's like the 8th grader comes by to break up the fight between the 2nd graders.
Oh, goodness. You know, funniest thing, you know, in the suburbs and all the planned, you know, communities in America that there are plenty many of, all those schools are right next to each other, like the primary school and the intermediary school. They're all right next to each other. And one time they were doing a fire drill, and we were out for gym class, and one of my good mates here, we were like 8th graders, all my good mates, we were out in the field, like running an opening lap or something like that. He goes, I don't know, man, that's a lot of 3rd graders, but I think we could take them. Basically.
Those are the typical questions you ask yourself when you're a kid, right?
Yeah, pretty much. It was one of the funniest things I remember.
Having Saber's going to be the next time for Papita. It's going to help a lot to deal with Envy and the Chronos. It's the swap, right? Really... Again, Papita, I've never really been against itemization. He's always creative about it, and he's thinks outside the box, but usually correct about it regardless. BKB is up on Lina as well.
Yep,
right, nice.
and then just to wrap that up, the Orchid as well up here still as the fight breaking out. They've gone on to Moo. Not really a whole lot of attack speed. They have Laguna if they need it. They're actually not going to get the duel. Moo's still alive, just being a big old pain in the butt, continuing to just right-click him down. Probably focused on microing his Zoo creeps instead of just trying to save his own life. Knew it was all in futile effort, I should say, right?
Papita is so angry right now. He's like, you could have just Lagoona'd him. Like, I had the dual damage. They were all leaving. Why, Jeans?
Yeah.
Why?
That's another 20 damage, I should say, here for him there. That's okay, though. Not the biggest deal in the world. They get the kill anyway. Oh, Gobble Up. They have Papita. They're going to keep following her with snaking. Kisses. Nice job there. The snowball to dodge a lot of those. They get sneaking on the way up, but beautifully done for Yoya. 2x combo there on the Sonic
The cookie stunned him. Michel wanted to get away, but the cookie absolutely stunned him. Very well played there. Knowing the punch was going to happen, Cookie did the same time. Mr. Jeans actually made the mistake of walking in. and loses his age.
They have
That's
a
a huge
Chrono
advantage
too.
lost. They buy back immediately with the Legion Commander, Chrono, to guarantee the kill on Mr. Jeans. But from behind, Superman's here. Pakaz going for the Chen first. He heals back up.
No,
They already
they
lost
use
Mr. Jeans for the
BKB.
duel. He's just on Ryoya. Do they have enough damage to kill Ryoya in the duel? Doesn't seem like it. There we go. With Michel towards the end getting that kill, but a stop stops Papita
second
from running
one.
away.
Superman!
And Superman Sven reaches Eternal Envy, the real target here. Time Walk is ready in 2 seconds. Sven activates the Warcry. He's fast enough, but the time block might just save Envy. They kill Michel on the backlines of Pakaz. Uses the last
beautiful
stun.
gobble up.
Stormhammer guarantees the kill.
Yep.
But they have killed his whole team behind
Yeah,
him.
2 diebacks as well there by Infamous. They do get Envy. They also use the 10-second BKB there on Mina. Kind of a waste on that one, unfortunately. Hindsight being 2020, of course. He probably thought it was a good idea at the time because he had his teammates coming in, but Pakaz instead was going for the backliners, which is very necessary, right? Some people might go, oh, Pakaz, you know, getting kited up by the supports, but no, you really do need to get the kill here there onto Moon almost immediately, right? He's got full Greaves now, along with the Hand of God, both ready at the time. So he makes it almost impossible to kill anyone there. You know, that duel would not have been a victory. They probably don't kill Envy there, you know, if he tries to man fight there instead. So good target prioritization. Unfortunately, though, Infamous, they're just a little bit too weak there without the Lina, right? As soon as she dies right after the Aegis is lost, then they just kind of don't have the damage because someone needs to kill the backliners, and it had to be Sven. That means they don't really have damage for the rest of them.
And Sven was doing a really, really good job, honestly. Sven was doing a really, really good job that matchup. The only problem is, of course, that because you've lost your whole team once you're actually initiating, it's just too late, right? You're not going to win a 1 versus 5. He did a decent job of at least the kill in the Void. Lina just needs to play much more defensively here. I think they shouldn't have been caught out there. Shouldn't have even joined. They should have guessed as well. They have vision up in the high ground, by the way, which hopefully they dewarded sometime soon. But
They're
we're
going
going
to
to
smoke and fight, though.
have a
Okay.
smoke, yeah.
We've got Strength again, and they could find possibly Ryoya or even Envy. That'd be great. Envy just standing there. Okay. Yep. Okay. He's dead.
Nice. They even guaranteed the duel here. I mean, Papita's like, all right, we missed the last duel. We're going to get this one for sure. That's an important kill. That might actually bring you back into the game completely. Pakaz is still dominating in terms of net worth. Like, it's really difficult to beat this carry right now.
What the heck was Envy doing? Envy just, he had time walk. Like, yeah, he was probably dead no matter what because of the Sven, you know, even if he time walks away. But maybe then, like, you know, if he time walks into the secret shot, maybe then Pepita can't reach him for the duel, for the easy damage. I don't know. I'm not really sure. He just kind of stood there. Maybe if I stand still, they won't see me.
Oh, it's like dinosaurs, right?
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Let it go.
Brax. Oh, nice. Very, very good. Was it
Clever
like
girl.
Cookie that got him?
Yeah, TPing out.
Oh, well played.
Basically even a dinosaur. Oh, they're going to catch the Snake King. He does get the bounty rune, trying to make sure he doesn't get dueled.
Is he getting away? Impressive. Nice boulder smash play. And this is why Snake King was the best offlaner and for a long time.
Yep.
Like, teams wanted him so much that they didn't even care if he changed positions. Just like, play something, please, dude. This guy is a monster. Still really good. I mean, Infamous is only winning due to the Sven right now, so that's the only advantage they really have.
That's true, but it is pretty soon going to be because of the Lina as well. She's got BKB, and sure, the 10-second BKB lasted 2 seconds before Mr. Jeans died with the Aegis. However, the Aeon's disc is going to be fantastic here against the entire roster for fun. Mostly as well for the Dispel as well. Oh, Envy considered breaking smoke there to destroy the courier, but he's going to think better of it. Instead, he knows that the Tears over here. The Chronospirit's going to catch 2. They get off at least the Warcry, and the swap as well. Sacrificing Axel for himself, as now they're going for snaking, but Superman Sven, Pakaz getting good damage on Arroyo. There's going to be the Walrus Punch now to finish him off. Envy, he's going to want out of here. They have another stun here from the Centaur Conquerors. Instead of Muda, he's going to end up dropping. They actually get the follow-up stun onto Brax, who was looking for the gobble up to maybe to save his compatriot. They will be forced back now. Nice swap to get, I believe, the Sven out of harm's way.
Yeah, that was really well played. I mean, even within the chrono, I don't think the Sven was going to die, to be honest, but you still wanted to make sure that he didn't under any circumstances. And now we see the power of Pakaz. Like I said, he will carry the team alone. Dude, this guy is an incredible player. And on top of that, Infamous always plays these kind of drafts. They always play the 4 Protect 1 almost around Pakaz. So they're very used to doing this, and they're very used to just playing aggressively around him. So congratulations to Infamous. Well played, and they're bringing back this game little by little.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's the Aeon Disc now fulfilled here for Mr. Gene, so he is going to be pretty good in a Chronosphere. You can probably proc it just with a Sonic Wave alone, but then you're just committing that to proc an Aeon Disc, which at some point might actually be worth it, but for right now it's not. You still need that for an extra damage in a Chronosphere here, but that's going to be a really, really good item for the Lina. Envy has full SNY going next into BKB. He's going to find that's going to be a very important item quite soon. He's not getting his Chrono interrupted very much, just because his Chronospheres have really been on point, but it's only a matter of time before he starts getting really annoyed. Whoa, what? They found Snaking. They knew he blinked up there. They're going to find Mu as well with another duel. That's going to be, I believe, 70 damage now for Brax, finishing up the kill as well. And a Snaking who's on the cliff. They're going to leave Michael there for a second, but he's got a Blink Dagger. He'll be backing away pretty quickly. And now second Roche is available for the tanking here. H's and Cheese on this one. No God Strength available quite yet here for Pakaz, but they should be able to finish them off relatively quickly now, especially with the minus armor they've got on Excel with the medallion to boot. Okay, Ryoya, he's trying to keep on farming. He's going to be going actually for the Bloodthorn. Some pretty good attack speed as well. Bloodthorn here after the Lincoln Sphere, I should say. So no BKB queued up for him. As I hear Gobble Up. Oh, they just yeeting a creep in there. Okay, nuke the creep wave. Not bad. Try and delay the push a little bit longer. And that'll be pretty effective, actually, because that means they're pretty strong here, this Infamous roster, but they cannot yet go through backdoor. Taking a look here down bottom, Ryoya continuing to farm, making pretty decent progress there on the Bloodthorn. Just a singular defensive item for him. Still a 9-second BKB on Mr. Jeans. As we've gone... Oh, we haven't gone back. Just Pepita's not really been having the best of farm here. Actually, Brax out farming him by over 1,000 gold. So he's just got the Sanj now, but decent progress here towards the Halberd. As they might try for a play here onto Ryoya. It's a bit difficult because they need something to break that Lincoln's, and I guess it could be one of the swap charges. It's probably the best from long range, and then Pepita can kind of just go in and do his thing. It's probably what I would recommend there. We'll see what they decide, but for now, Ryoya does well to sniff out that smoke ink, and he gets out of dodge before the duel can connect, continuing to farm that Bloodthorn. In fact, I think he's going to buy, the Moons, oh, not the Moons, so the Hyperstone instead. So even more attack speed. So he's really committing for this one. That's going to be pretty good, especially once the Halberd comes up, because it's going to apply True Strike onto all of the hits, in addition to that little crit. Brax, in the meantime, is going to get caught here by the duel. They actually don't quite have the damage to kill him in duel. Quite a tanky Snapfire here. Gets the Gobble Up, looking to try and spit something back out of him as the creep were nearby, but could not really do very much there. But again, does not at least feed more duel damage on over to Pepita. With 70 total, though, he is starting to hit pretty darn hard, however, so that will be of some concern. Envy has still not enough, unfortunately, for the BKB. He's still about 800 gold away from it. So that'll be another few minutes or so. But Pakaz really has now taken off in terms of farm. He's got a BKB, Aghanim Scepter, a full Daedalus, Echo Saber going next into the Satanic here for him, as they're going to begin farming a few of the neutrals. Still have a few neutrals left here in terms of the tier 3s. Envy up to the high ground he goes. Paladin Sword on Pakaz, who's being recalled now. What is Envy grabbing here from the neutral stash? What do you got, Envy? Oh, where did he even get recalled? Oh, he got recalled maybe into some trouble. Snaking actually the one in trouble, as they will lock him down with the Snowball into the LSA. Envy maybe looking for a revenge kill. Instead, we'll find the Yule Scepter of Mr. Jeans. Gets the Chronosphere off, but the LSA comes first. Now the Gobble Up, rather just the Kisses regularly, onto Michael first, as Mr. Jeans still a little bit too tanky. They will at last pop the Aeon Disc at the very least. As Pakaz, or Pepita rather, ended up walking through the Gobble Up little Kisses there, so he actually didn't have the Blink Dagger quite ready. Now he has it with the duel. They break the Lincoln Sphere, then apply it as onto the tier 3 tower they go. Ryoya quite strong. There's going to be now the damage as Pakaz onto the high ground does end up giving the duel victory. Pakaz, though, stuck up here now fighting versus Envy, who's not got a BKB, looking to permabash him to swap out just in time there, as Pepita still alive, and Mr. Jeans respawning here, as he will get a nice dispel courtesy of Pepita. Back up on the high ground goes Pakaz. Laguna Blade as well will be able to finish off the back line. Ryoya, who is trying his best to be aggressive, but Infamous just on the high ground. They don't even have a tier 2 tower down. Yeah, they were on that high ground. Now we'll go back here for that make that the top tier 2. 3 heroes dead. Envy still lives, fortunately, but that's a dieback onto Snaking. Very good swap out there from the Vengeful Spirit, helping to sort of reset that fight. as the control onto the Queen of Pain was just too good. The LSA condemning her to death. Lina just immediately murders her. Mr. Jeans, very strong now, has the AI disc back up in 5 more seconds, essentially giving him a second life, and the rest of Forfun really can't do much here against the push. They've also lost their mid-tier 2 here to the Creep. They've got a Siege Wagon here as well, and Pakaz level 25 here. And it's going to be pretty spicy here. 8K net worth lead all of a sudden for Infamous. They've really cracked this game wide open.
No, with this, Infamous is going to be able to take the 2 lanes Rax probably right now. Oh, nice duel here onto the Void. This would be incredible with the Stormhammer here. The Linkage will not help out enough. Even with the Cookie, Eternal Enemy's already dead. And without your Void, that will guarantee for sure the set of Rax, maybe even the tier 2 down bottom right now. Mortimer's Kisses to push him out. I mean, I do question if that's even that important, honestly, though, because they're going to take your Rax regardless. That's BKB, though. Oh, he didn't activate in time. He believed in the swap.
Yeah.
Good job. And now it's Axel who's in trouble. He's okay if he dies, though. It's meant to die. Yep. And what we described happened pretty single-handedly this game. Infamous just took advantage of the Sven being super powerful, and Lina made it back to the game. You really can't do much if you're for fun about this. You should have been able to control the Lina more, but they weren't really capable of turning that early game lead into a constant chokehold over the Lina. I find that they should have concentrated much more on trying to eliminate the Lina, where they were concentrating much more on Papita or even the Vengeful Spirit, which were not that relevant as heroes, right? You should have killed Mr. Jeans much more this game.
Yeah, he kind of now is right back into this game, like you're saying. He even has now the full Daedalus as well, so he's going to be going for full right-clicker build. Has gone for the Fiery Soul talent as well, so his attack speed is pretty crazy now. As we'll take just a little peek at him now, what his DPS ends up looking like. Critting for around 700, just shy of it, depending on how much armor you have. And because we have a Vengeful Spirit with a medallion, there's going to be even more minus armor than for that Lina and Sven to both be chunking through.
Pakaz, God Strength plus BKB. He's ready to fight here. If they do go on to him, it is not the best idea. Chrono. Do they have enough damage inside of it, though? Yeah, they have to swap in time. And
Envy BKB'd for this one as well.
Pakaz has BKB ready if he wants to go back in. There's the duel onto Envy. Do they have?
Envy.
Yeah, they will kill him. They will kill him in the duel again. The Lincolns comes a bit too late a second time. Brax is doing his best trying to stop Envy, but it's just so difficult. And Brax will fall at this rate as well. They finish off snaking by accident. Stormhammer onto Brax. That Lincoln saving his life. No, the crit will finish him off. Ryoya, meanwhile, fighting Papita 1v1. You don't want to do this against a Legion Commander.
Good blank.
And those 2 Lincolns are the reason why they're still kind of alive here.
Wow. ALSA just barely missing there by a hair. But yeah, even the 2 Lincolns aren't enough here for the Sven. Superman Sven, half fish, half Superman. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? It's doesn't matter. It is your impending death. Is basically what it is here for fun. That's going to be probably the Megas coming their way here. Papita threatening to go for another duel. 130 damage has been granted off of the duels. Mr. Jeans and Pakaz make very quick work of the last remaining barracks for fun. Envy back in 40, Snaking back in 10. Can they hold on? I don't think so.
Well, 18k lead now, gonna be turned into a final win. There's not much chance for Forfun to fight this .mv, as you mentioned. They're gonna wait, I guess, till the end.
They don't have Chrono either. I don't see how they do it, unfortunately. Envy's gonna go ahead and call it. Very well played there to Infamous, who will now go for the celebratory fountain dive as you do.
Especially in Peru. I'm glad they do this, honestly. I'm glad that they won this game because I saw it in the beginning. I think their draft is a bit better. I think this draft was much more an Infamous draft, and this proves to me that they were not completely outclassed. The first game we saw an outclassing because Forfun just had an easier and better lineup overall. But in this second game, Infamous shows that if you give them the right players and if they, the right heroes, and if they're comfortable enough, they can definitely take a game off Forfun. So it wasn't like an outclassing by any means, and we end up with a 1-1, which is what I was hoping for anyway.
Yeah, I think this was a really, really solid game here as we got the Dota 2 coordinator down. Could it be patch time, Alvaro? Is it Tuesday in Bellevue? What day is it?
mean, they always do it in between the series between South American teams. So now that the North American teams are going to play, I'd be very surprised if they did this, right? Val was like, okay, Thunder Predator's going to play. There we go, patch time. Oh.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Dota 2 coordinator is being updated or some shenanigans here. Valve is, you know, they need to get the janitor to kick it real quick to restart the server, so we can't see the stats. But pretty good. I would call it a comeback, to be honest. It was looking pretty grim there for fun. Let's see if we can take a look at these stats now. No, unfortunately, we can't. But Pakaz was, like, of course, the one saving grace for them the entire time. But
he's just so good, dude.
He alone could not be enough in that game, you know. It was still going to be a solid draft, right? Axel was very strong on the Vengeful Spirit. His positioning just always about pitch perfect, right? You couldn't really ask for a much better game out from him, and that really enabled the rest of Infamous to try to get some space, to recover, to then have Alina as a secondary carry, so Mr. Jeans could actually do damage. Good builds all around, but I think Infamous, just solid game, and they're going to take it.
And also a slight issue from for Fun Draft, like I mentioned earlier. You needed to keep the chokehold on Alina. The Venge made it really difficult for you, and you started losing your plot halfway through the game. Where in the first fights, you actually see that they're trying to concentrate first on the Venge, then going for the enemy heroes. But afterwards, they're like, we'll just Chrono, right? And you got swapped multiple times within that Chrono because desperation started to hit for fun, and they knew they were losing the plot in this game. So congratulations, though, to Infamous. Very well played, and for fun, also for giving us a great series.
Indeed. Just a really great series in overall. And now, Alvaro, we're going to have our first NA versus NA series. It's going to be Quincy Crew versus the Zoomers. Zoomers with a brand new lineup. Are you going to be joining us for that one?
I will be joining you guys for that.
Lovely. Okay. So do stick around, guys. We're going to be going to a very short break. That match was supposed to begin 10 minutes ago, so we'll be starting probably within the next 5, knowing this admin. So do stick around, guys. Zoomers versus Quincy Crew coming up here in just a bit after a short break. We'll see you then.